Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do, floating on the ceiling where it feels so right, soaring through the clouds across the moonlit sky. All night we got the way with all of our light. Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist here, the solo caster extraordinaire from that Game 3 on day one. How are you feeling after you had to take the reins all by yourself?
It was good. It was fun. I actually really enjoyed it. And you've done one yourself.
Yeah, I feel like it's
well.
like the year of 2020 is our year to get the solo cast happening.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was all planned.
I don't know. Sometimes you need to pass the final test.
Yeah.
And I think that one is the solo cast. I think Achilles is the only LCK play-by-play that hasn't solo casted at least one match.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, I know.
Where
we need to bring him back.
He solo casted yet?
I don't know.
Maybe someday.
I think he's in America at the moment trying to get his visa back to come back to Korea, but hopefully he does come back because he's a good friend of ours. Speaking of comebacks, Valdez, let's bring it back to the LCK because T1 definitely need to come back after their shocking loss after 2 years of being successful against Gen G and have finally fallen to the titans of at least the POG vote. I mean, BDD's pretty ridiculous there. We'll see him in our second match. This is going to be all about T1 trying to rebuild and re-establish some dominance because we know they're slow starters. They've never been this slow.
Yes, that is very true. The two teams with the opposite start of round 2. HLE stopped losing streak and T1 took a big L.
The big L.
Yeah, gigantic L against Gen G. We're just getting started. HLE got their first win. But again, that was against Soleil One Prince, who kind of look defeated, if I can be nice about it.
I mean, they just suffered the fastest loss in LCK history.
Yeah, it doesn't really get much more defeated than that, does it?
No. And that was against Afrika, who also just got obliterated by Damwon like the match before. So if we're looking at like power level of the LCK, I think the discrepancy has never really been higher between the top and the bottom.
Yeah, that's actually true. I mean, we did have the season with Janair coming in and not winning, but I do feel like...
But you have to remember that season,
bottom.
I think that's the perfect example, right? Because they still took T1 to 90 minutes.
Yeah,
you know, like
it's true.
And they were like the bottom of the ladder. So it's just, I think, like thinking back to maybe like Spenu Sonic Boom all the way back in the days, and then like Kongdo Monster looking terrible.
And then there's also the opposite, you know, where we have like a really down in the dumps team and then just really super good teams at the top, like DRX and Damwon and Gen G.
That's true. So you need to have both things be true to have things this weird, but it's certainly a tumultuous time as we have a look at some of the team stats. Still looking okay here for T1, but they are so damn slow. We had yesterday probably one of the fastest days ever in the LCK with us, like none of the games yesterday out of the 4 that we had went over 27 minutes.
Yeah.
I think.
It's insane.
Like the Damwon series was like 24 minutes, 23 minutes, and then we had like 28 minutes, 16 minutes. Like,
you guys left here at like
silly.
9:30. It's like unheard of. It's crazy. As, here are the rosters. Dudu and Haru coming back in with Miru. That's what happened when they got their win against Soleil, so I don't blame them for not changing anything up.
Yep, I actually liked Miru. I think that he feels like he's coming into his own at the moment. Dudu forgets to buy boots. He's that guy that leaves the house. He's a bit forgetful, and then he's just wandering around with those shoes on.
Oh yeah, I left my phone at home.
Well, he left his shoes at home, I think, for the majority of that series. Still managed to pick up player of the game, though. But on the side of T1, no real changes here. Cuz will remain in that starting position. Not going to see Ellen make his comeback, as it's Dudu versus Canna on the top side. A bit of a rookie matchup here. But the rookie stats certainly belong to Dudu and not to Canna. This guy has been playing very, very well, although his CS deficit, not super great up there on the top side. It just shows that the veterans are certainly still holding their own as far as farming is concerned.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the stats on the bottom where we do have a big focus there. Canna, he's very safe. He doesn't get isolatedly killed. I don't know if you can actually say that. But
isolatedly killed. I think that's perfect.
That's a new thing. I just created it. Dudu, though, he is first in the league, but at the same time, he has the most solo kills at 15 minutes of any top laner, which is definitely very interesting, especially for a player who, you know, hasn't played every single game and is on Hanwha Life. He's still getting a lot of solo kills up against a lot of the great top laners that we do have here in the LCK. So kind of an interesting stat there.
Yeah, I actually really like it because he has been outspoken saying that he looks up to the Shy, certainly one of his favorite players. The Shy at the moment, I think, does 30% of IG's damage, and they're well up the top of the LPL at the moment.
Yeah.
So certainly finding some form over there. Good role model here for Dudu. Canna is on the other side of the spectrum, though. This guy, like, he reminds me of good, like, Cuvée back when he was really good. You know, he was just a rock. And that's how Canna plays. He can play the carries a little bit better than Cuvée ever could, but certainly likes to get on the Ornn sometimes and just sits there and is stable. Speaking of stability, though, we need that out of this guy. We can't be playing more World of Warcraft. Cuz is like, he's well and truly level 60 at this point. And he needs to be getting proactive around this.
He's like on a private server. He's playing Burning Crusade. He's like level 70 somehow.
And it's like the private server's like 8 years old, actually. Yeah. And he's just been up there like farming Black Temple for a really long time.
He's like the only person on the server. Like nobody else here in the LCK actually plays that kind of style.
Well, speaking of one of the first on the server, this is Faker right here. And we'll see whether Faker's going to be able to turn things around here for T1. Because Hanwha Life, I mean, they've got Miru in the mid lane. So Faker should be able to abuse that matchup. Miru has been getting better, but, you know, you're talking about the best player of all time. So
yeah,
I don't know whether this is going to be the easiest. Plus also, like, for new players, going against Faker is the most difficult thing you can do on a stage like this. There's just, I don't think there's any bigger test. Even if there are, you know, players that are technically performing better at the moment, it's just very, very hard to go against the Demon King himself. So
it's like a mental thing, you know?
Yeah,
it
100%.
Can't be a mental block for a lot of the younger rookie mid laners who definitely watched Faker and looked up to him their entire League of Legends career, basically.
I don't think there's any Korean mid laner that wasn't inspired by Faker, right? Like, that's how things work. I think there's a lot of mid laners around the world that have just been inspired by Faker being real good. But at the moment, like, not really figuring themselves out, you know? Like, Faker has been able to, like, pull games together. I remember, like, a recent LeBlanc performance where he basically hard carried from mid-game onwards as LeBlanc to win in the late game with not a late-game team comp. Like, these are things that Faker can do, but he shouldn't have to do them. And it comes down to right now, Brendan Valdez, this is the biggest test because we need to see a good draft out of T1. It's been a long time. It's a long time coming, okay?
I don't know why it's so hard for them, but they definitely do seem to get themselves into ruts. Maybe it's trying too hard to play, you know, counter picks or weird stuff that maybe the enemy team won't be good against, or maybe it's just a lack of understanding, but we're not exactly sure why T1 seem to have so much trouble in pick ban. And we're getting into it now. This all looks kind of normal. Even on 10-14, all the LCK teams are saying, well, Volibear is still strong. We're still going to ban him.
Yep. Doesn't even really matter. T1 with one final ban. Anything really standing out here? Certainly the necessary bans, as it seems, in the LCK are the Volibear, the TF, and the Karma. All of them have been dealt with for the minute. You could ban Galio. Miru's Galio is actually very good. Get him off some comfort, but no, it's going to be the Aphelios as we're still on the bottom side of the map. I think Aphelios is very interesting when Ezreal is available. Viper, one of our better Ezreals, always has been for a very, very long time.
Yeah, he's going to be picking that up here. Now, what is going to be the choice for T1? They take away the Aphelios. The Kallista's already banned. You think about other picks, you know, the Varus took some nerfs, but Ashe is also up there in terms of priority. Would they even consider something like an old Zyra Khan? we'll never know. I mean,
Set's still available.
Yeah.
Something that slipped through. Cuz has actually had one of the better Set jungle performances here in the LCK, but still, it is a quadriflex, technically. Although it's only Showmaker and Chovy that have really been playing it in the mid lane. Set's still going to be locked in. And T1 almost priced into picking Zoe here, to be honest. Because if Hanwha Life finish off this first round of draft, then it's going to be like hard Zoe. So, I mean,
you read this script. You came prepared today,
someone's got to get it. You know, we're giving out booklets of notes and stuff like that. And, you know, normally it goes to LS, but this is what I was expecting. I was expecting the Bard to be picked up, but Zoe Bard would have been, that's like uber mid-game winning draft for Hanwha Life if they got the Zoe.
Yeah, it's definitely a great read by you, and I think it is a good pick for T1, so that is pretty nice so far. We've seen a lot of Galio into Zoe. BDD made that matchup look so heavily favored in Zoe's favor that I'm not sure why we see it anymore. But as you did mention, Galio is a big pick for Miru. So,
I mean, people still like Galio into Zoe. So,
yeah,
I think the problem was BDD, not necessarily the matchup right there. He does get his little magic shield and stuff like that. It's pretty tanky. Can clear out waves all right. That's a Wukong ban up against Dudu. He's been favoring that one, but often it's the split push style of carries, and you can certainly play Camille here. I think Camille's going to be very high priority here for Hanwha because of the grand entrance, sorry, the heroic entrance. Could still, no, we can't see a grand entrance because that is a Bard. Could see a grand entrance on the side of T1 though, as they do ban the Camille. Means they're thinking this is definitely good.
The Camille, definitely a really strong pick right now. It's great R5, but they already have Set, and I don't think they want to throw that into the jungler mid lane. Would expect that to go top, but we'll have to wait and see. The Mordekaiser is going to come out as a ban, so they are actually respecting the fact that it can be flexed, even though Mordekaiser is not so amazing right now. We're thinking about an 80 carry still.
Xayah would be a very interesting one because they already have Nautilus, but she's just going to be picked up by herself. We have seen T1 play this already this year, but it was the Lovers duo there towards the bottom side. And that is something that you'd assume, right? Because Effort is a phenomenal Rakan player.
Yeah.
So, interesting that we're going to see the Xayah Nautilus this time around, as there's a B4 Renekton and followed up with Haru's Nidalee. Now, this is just like, let's win top side of the map, please, guys, on the side of Hanwha, and I don't mind it, right? Like, this is a team that's struggled to get things going, and so that's what they're going to go for is Canna thinking about Quinn, and that wins that matchup, by the way.
I mean,
and it's going to be locked in.
That B4, B5 is just full of sin, right? If you don't get ahead, this is what we talk about with sin. Like, if you do not get ahead, then you just kind of lose. You get so far behind from not getting ahead that you lose a lot of value as the game goes along, and there's so much pressure on your team to really get in there. I mean, they have Ezreal for some later game, mid to late game damage, and they do like to rely on Viper a lot, but certainly if they do get behind on this one, you would have to give the advantage to T1 as the game does come along.
Yep. I do like what Hanwha do have when it comes to teamfights, though. If they catch a few people in a Tempered Fate, then you've got, you know, a slice and dice from a Renekton to get right on top with the heroic entrance coming down, which means, like, a lot of guaranteed CC at that point in time. But, yeah, I think you were right when you said that this is largely sinful. So if Haru and Dudu can't get things done in the early game, it is going to be very, very difficult for Hanwha Life to take this victory. But Viper does have a lot of agency in this particular composition, right? Like, Ezreal, a phenomenal 80 carry for just being self-sufficient. And what we've known from this team is that the bottom lane is on their own, and they have to try and carry.
Yeah, it's the 2v8, essentially, the 1v9 sometimes when we just talk about Viper, as Lehens has been a little bit spotty as the team has been losing. We haven't seen too much Quinn. I think it's the second or third pick here in summer, and Kana's going to be pulling it out once again. So we got all the feather champions coming in alongside of Xayah.
We need Rakan, and then we get and Azir, and then we'd have so many feathers.
Well, Azir got banned, but I was looking for the Xayah Rakan potential there on B2, B3, but they did prioritize the Zoe.
What's the bird jungler that could have come in?
A Nivea jungle, of
A
course.
Nivea jungle, obviously. Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
Obviously,
Yeah.
Atlas, come on.
Sorry, it's early. Okay.
Yeah. 5 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. Esports.
I got up early for this.
Oh, Canna's going to get discovered here. Spear lands max range. That's an immediate cleanse. And I guess that's why he took the cleanse, guys. Cleanse plus Nimbus Cloak gets him all the way out of there. It doesn't have teleport, remember. This is Quinn. You generally turn into a bird, or ride your bird. Good old Valor. Trying to remember all of the Quinn names for everything.
Good luck.
Yeah, no, it's a toughie. Just don't get to see her all that often.
Yeah, and that was a really cute play, actually, by Helma Life. They come in prepared with a magical journey gank, specifically targeting the top lane. It goes along with their draft that is specifically targeting the top lane. It's good to see. I mean, Helma Life, you know, they were 0-9, and we were like, well, is this team going to show us anything this season? Well, it seems like after that win, they're finally, you know, feeling like they're ready to prepare and actually get some stuff going. So you like to see it.
Really like to see that ward as well that I believe Faker put down next to the Raptor camp. Saw everyone on Helma Life, so of course was able to get in there. This is a sinful Nidalee as well. Look at that Dark Harvest being picked up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Renekton runes. The yeah, it's going to go press the attack, but I'm not sure how often he's going to be pressing that attack, at least one-on-one.
You can, I believe, catch the Vault with your stun if she dives onto you.
Big if true.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can, if you buffer it. So it's not as amazing. We'll actually have to have a look at that interaction, because I'm pretty sure that happens. I don't know whether you do immediately go back to the Vault, but I mean, once you're back there, you're going to be stunned anyway.
Yeah. The lane up at the top lane, we saw it was going heavily towards Kana, obviously. Down on the bottom side, they're having a nice time, actually. And I kind of like that some of the other AD carry champions are slowly, you know, getting nerfed, falling off a little bit. You know, Varus gets played a lot less. The Ezreal is eating some nerfs. Aphelios, we've found some counters. So now we finally get to see other stuff. We get to see Teddy playing Xayah for the second time.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of Xayah. I really feel like she has a lot of skill expression with her feathers and how you position and how you can avoid, you know, CC and stuff like that. That's really unfortunate for Cuz.
Exactly. Kind of not going to have Vault to disengage from Haru here. Misses the blind and has to flash. But Cuz is going to be set up. Harrier comes down, actually, as there's the face breaker. Immediate flash out there from Haru as double teleports are coming in. They're still going in on Dudu to do a phenomenal bubble. As Miro now in trouble, actually, as soon as he comes down. Just a lot of DPS with these members of T1, but no one to go down just yet.
Yeah, it was a really big skirmish early on in this game. You can see that Faker, he's not done yet.
Well, denying that back is actually big because they don't have inside track to try and get back to this mid lane.
And it's pushing back into Faker, too. So
yeah.
It's even bigger. When you look at all of this, it looks like they're... I thought maybe Set was pushing. I was going to feel not so good about that one.
Making sure they don't miss out on too much experience. Magical Journey gets Lehens away, but still sitting on 250 health. Not exactly the ideal scenario for the Bard right here. His effort is just going to say thanks for the ride and move on up towards this river and double scuttle from a Set into a Nidalee. This is definitely what we wanted to see out of Cuz. Something better, something more proactive. Yes, it is still farming his jungle, but it's taking camps away from Nidalee, who needs them.
Yeah, and you do see that Haru is trying to get aggressive again. Flashes are down, which, you know, it's 2 flashes to 1. Maybe you would say this would be good for T1, but actually it does make this lane a lot more annoying for Kana because he can't be as aggressive as he wants to be. You can see that he has to back off. He's able to spot Nidalee up on the top side. T1 have to call in the reinforcements.
Yeah, immediate Vault on top of the Nidalee here as Press the Attack is stacking up. Fair bit of damage onto Haru, as you can see. Pretty heads-up play there from Kana, though, just to make sure that he's not going to be staying in that lane. Susceptible, despite the fact that he will lose a bit of farm, but as you can see, still 4 in the lead. really too much of a big deal here as Faker's going to go for a bit of a recall as the lane resets. And he's got Sorcerer's Shoes first item. This is a Zoe that wants to get work done very early.
Yeah, it's going to give her some good mobility. Obviously, a little bit less wave clear, but he wants to be active on the map early on. And it also helps him get back to lane quicker in that specific instance. So maybe he would get, you know, like 1 extra CS. So when we're talking about min-maxing, it can make sense in that fact as well. And you can see that now that the flashes are down. The Renekton is having a bit better of a time up in the top side, and that counter pick is, for now, not feeling as good.
Yep. You saw how the interactions work. If the Renekton slices onto you, you vault away. Feels pretty good there. Haven't seen the Ruthless Predator interaction, which I want to see confirmed. As Faker comes down with an Ignite in hand. Haru. Battlestar's going to miss, though, as now Effort taking so much damage. Flashes out of the way, as there's the Haymaker from Cuz, keeping him alive. Teddy avoiding so many of these skill shots as Magical Journey has to get Hanwha away from this one. Cuz still around, will have the smite available, and that is Ocean Drake. Secured for T1. Faker still looking for more, but unable to find any of these low health members. Still, definite success here for T1.
Yeah, they're able to kind of bully them out of the pit there, and I was thinking maybe they could have just stayed, but Faker with exhaust and full health, he was really putting the pressure on.
Bubble. A lot of damage on the mirror.
You can see that Cuz just comes back, picks up another scuttle. 3rd one of the game, I believe.
Yep, not for him though. That was the first 2 belonged to Cuz. So thankfully able to get 1.
Well, Cuz picked that one up as well.
All right.
So.
Oh. Sorry, we were like looking at a Nidalee and I'm like, oh, she must have taken it. There we go. So yeah, okay, Cuz.
Yeah. Oh, Redemption. Good play by Faker here.
Yep, nailing it.
Watch this. Wow.
Beautiful. Look at that wave flip. The Zoe's AoE is just fantastic if played by a good player, because good players get more redemptions.
Very true.
Yeah.
Seems like Faker and BDD somehow are the best at that.
Yep. Chovy and Showmaker are also pretty good. We got some good Zoes here in the LCK.
We do.
A bit frightening. Doo-doo. Holding on. Does actually have a slight lead when it comes to farm, and Ninjatabi going to be giving him a lot of value in this matchup. So remember, choose this time. You know? Sometimes you make a mistake like that, and you're just guaranteed to never make that one again.
He was on a split pusher, like it was Camille, I think.
Yeah, it was.
That he was playing, and it's like, well, you're probably going to want that for getting around the map, making sure you're in the right position at the right time.
I think he had like Trinity Force, Ravenous Hydra, and Death's Dance.
Yeah,
and then finished Boots, which is pretty silly as Effort's going to make his way in. Haru in position though, as Mirror be able to find the taunt onto Effort, who just dredge lines away, but does miss half of his health bar. Faker just skipping around. I'm pretty sure that spear just went through the Nautilus, as that's a great Justice Punch. But Faker, of course, picked up a heal, so not in any danger. As Teddy's also rotating up. They really want HLE right now. Do T1. But Miru does have... Oh no, it's not quite available just yet. Is Haru going to get chunked? This should guarantee the Rift Herald that Cuz has already started.
Yeah, and there's no vision around here. I think you should probably just send Teddy back bot right away. But he's going to try to eat this mid-wave. And again, we talk about this trade a lot. You already know that the jungler and that Humble Life are not going to be challenging here. And Faker would have been here to pick up this wave anyway. So now Teddy and Faker are sharing XP, sharing CS, when a lot of it is going to waste down here in the bottom lane. And it's going to give a free comeback for Viper, who was behind about 15 CS. He's going to get a bunch of plates, too, down on the bottom side. And the rotation from Teddy is really slow. He's eventually going to get there. But I think that could have been played a bit better from the side of T1.
The thing that I'm worried about here, though, is with that Rift Herald, T1 can crash it into the top lane out of turret, give a bunch of plates over to Canna, and allow the potential snowball of Humble Life, who really need to, with Renekton Nidalee, right? Like, you want to be attacking top lane to try and get that snowball working, like, they're not going to be able to if Canna grabs all of that plate gold and all of that extra map control by taking down the turret. So you can understand the mindset based on comp here for T1, but you're exactly right. It's just a lot of resources going missing.
Yeah, and Cuz is going to hold on to that for now. I like how we're seeing more and more Hex Flash. I feel like that rune is really good, actually.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like a Set and Alistair, like, God rune.
Yeah.
Like, if you have
Leona, pretty good
Leona
too.
as well, yeah, absolutely.
All these champions that are just like, I am definitely just going to only go forward, and I'm like a supportive kind of tank champion. Really good on all of those. Would like to see it more, and we are actually here in the LCK, so it's really cool.
Yep. Dudu getting a good shove here, but he's going to take a bit of damage from good old press the attack Quinn. We'll miss out on a couple of melee minions. This kind of moves back over and says no. No, 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 Mr. Crocodile.
Yeah, he's doing okay given the matchup after the way the early game did go, I suppose. So Dudu is farming pretty well. But again, you know, they weren't able to get any kills really onto any of the members of T1. So at the end of the day, now as a whole, your team is behind and you're left with Renekton and Italy going into the late game. It's not going to feel as good as the Quinn set.
Wow. It's a fair bit of damage availability here as Bubble is going to connect. Cuz moves on over towards Lehens, but not going to join him on that journey. Haru, very squishy. He's built a Null Magic Mantle here, so it looks like it's going to be second item Athene's, so it's going to put the potential Rod of Ages really far behind if he is going to forego that option.
Yeah, once again, it's like, let's play for Viper.
Yeah.
Let's give Viper everything that he wants, I suppose.
Well, in goes the Galio. That's a great depth charge as Fake is going to flash out of the way of everything right there. Miru, obviously, much bigger brain than we were expecting. Viper, I don't know how he landed that Mystic shot, but he did. Faker going to have to go back, but does have teleport with his unsealed spellbook. And now Harmalife should be able to take away the coveted prize.
Oh, yeah.
In the cloud.
Great. And I remember LS when we were first talking about these changes as Harmalife is going to be able to get out of here. At the beginning of 2020 with the Elemental Drakes, we were talking about, you know, potentially giving up number 2 to get 3.
Yeah,
of
right?
the Soul Drake, especially when it's Cloud, right? You give one Cloud over, it's like, who cares, right? Your Soul is going to be delayed, of course.
Yeah.
And they are going to get a delayed Infernal Soul if they end up, you know, getting a couple more Drakes. But in this sense, they are able to pick up 3 Infernal Drakes instead of 2 along the way, which obviously is fantastic. I mean, you have Xayah, Zoe, and Quinn up in the top side. So if T1 from here can roll into that, that's going to feel really nice for them.
Whoa, this is a lot of damage as Canna hunting after Dudu. He's got a long way to run. Don't want to cancel them autos. Does it a few times, but doesn't have any ability to follow him without using his summoners. Doesn't want to do that. Wants to be able to keep up the pressure here in this lane. Is Dudu going to back in that brush? Could potentially be dangerous, but going to find him. Quinn makes sure that that minion dies. Now going to shove this wave towards the turret. Only managed to get one plate as the Quinn, as Dudu. Dudu.
Well, he's got Cleanse Flash, so I don't... And notice kind of the second that Renekton's there, he's like, oh, Nidalee's here.
Yeah.
I can't be as aggressive as I wanted to. Effort's going for a walk.
Bit of a drive. Bit of a drive. All right, sometimes you got to do that, you know? You got to check out what's happening behind the turret. As Canna's going to poke his head out again, and this time probably thinking that Nidalee isn't around because Dudu's playing far more passively. And if T1 like have eyes on the Nidalee, then the bottom lane and this top lane get very, very difficult for Harmalife. Because it's only a potential Nidalee that's going to stop Canna from just endlessly harassing Dudu out of this lane. But we still haven't had a first blood in 15 minutes.
We're looking to break the record again. We broke it 2 days ago with a 18-minute, I think 40-second first blood. Not the overall LCK record, of course, but for Summer.
Yep.
We did break that record, and we're only 3 minutes away now to potentially getting there, so I like it. I like that idea.
When's the next fight gonna happen? Potentially 2.5 minutes. So still definitely on track. As Haru's just gonna wander into the mid lane to help get a shove. So again, not much aggression. Dudu went back. He's got Black Cleaver. As Spear going to sail wide. Cuz will join up with effort. And again, no action whatsoever.
Yeah,
Cuz spotted on vision as Viper should be safe. Arcane Shift at the ready.
It's a lot of posturing in the jungle. T1 is looking to see if they can catch anyone out with a dredge line or a bubble on their way. Dudu does not have his TP. He's been heavily focused up in the top side. He's been just TPing back into lane, making sure he's getting that farm. And he's actually ahead of the Quinn, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Given the matchup. Not really sure how he managed that or how that even happened. But it's all about this Infernal Drake, and it's all about the Infernal Drake even 2 minutes ahead of the spawn. Yeah, so we're just
well,
trying
actually,
to get
do you know what it is? It's all about LCK records, actually. So I'm just hoping that these players calm down. Can't be seeing any first bloods for at least another minute 20, because I want to break some more records, man. We had the fastest game in LCK history the other day. Cuz, no, don't go aggressive. Face breaker onto Haru here. The flash was real good to get Haru to safety. Now Cuz realizes that he may have overstepped. Also got way too close to getting a first blood. Is now Faker moving himself forward. It's knocked up for a moment, but everything's going to be fine. And passivity is going to reign supreme. No, I tell a lie. There's the knock-up. Tempered Fate, though, to buy some time here for Miru, who's trying to get out. Justice Punch was dangerous, but is going to be safe. First blood lands onto the turret. But that's the closest thing we have to that just yet.
Yeah, we finally killed a turret, at least. Thanks guys. Good work. And you can see the power of Bard, able to keep that Galio alive. They had an immense amount of damage just all focused there. I think they would have been able to kill the Galio with no Justice Punch available. He did have Flash, which I suppose he might have just been able to flash if he was under too much danger, but it didn't look like he was actually trying to go for that. So definitely a very interesting kind of a skirmish, because now Lehens does not have his ultimate here for the fight. So you have to wonder, is the Galio Flash better than the Lehens ultimate? I'd say probably, but we'll have to wait and see how this fight goes.
Yep. Quinn is to the skies at the moment. His effort may have to flash here. He's going to go golden first, holding out his anchor, looking majestic, flashes away. Now Faker getting engaged on here by Miru, who finds one taunt onto Cuz, but he's pretty tanky. Will have Haymaker available. Keep himself alive. 18 minutes and 20 seconds into the game, guys. This will be our latest first blood, but can they bring the record further? No! They won't be able to, as Faker's going to be taken down. Hum alive. Claim first blood at 18 minutes and 25 seconds.
And it just looked like T1 were not expecting a Hum Life to get that aggressive into their own jungle, as Faker's just casually trying to throw and do Zoe stuff, and Hanwha Life were not taking any of his crap. They were going right in his face and looking to engage hard onto that Zoe, who did not have flash. And Faker, unfortunately, did not respect it, gets taken out, and they give the Infernal Drake over to Hanwha Light. And I wanted to mention it in the beginning of the series, but I didn't get a chance to. T1, I mean, this is a good test for them in terms of if they don't 2-0 Hanwha Life, that does not look good at all, right? For a team like T1, who is supposed to be in the top 4 here of the LCK.
Yeah.
And now here in the beginning of game 1, it's already looking a little bit shaky. This is not what you want from T1.
Nope, certainly isn't. But still very early days. Only one kill, 19.5 minutes. Remember, our last game yesterday was already over 2 minutes ago. It was over. And these teams are struggling to find first blood. So it's a different day. It's a different day today. But warmer comfy pants, just to make sure that we're going to be settling in just fine as Faker. This is him getting caught out a little bit, just slightly over-aggressive when it comes to some of these portal jumps.
Yeah, so watch here. He's going to be right out in the front, and he's just not respecting the lack of vision. I mean, they don't have vision in there. He knows they're there. Yeah. And it's Renekton, Galio. It's going to be Haru right there with a spear right to the face. You can't just walk forward. You're not tanky as Zoe. and it was just disrespecting the vision and the engage that Humble Life had in their comp. And then, of course, the second he dies, there's nothing that T1 can do. Okay.
Yep, Teddy going to avoid the Tempered Fate with his Feather Storm. No worries, but puts that on cooldown. So Humble Life not able to find a pick, but they do trade ultimate for ultimate. And Teddy without Feather Storm is a much different champion on this Xayah. Not going to have that added safety. So, see what Humble Life can do to capitalize. So far, I'm assuming not a lot.
Yeah. I love Bard as a champion. He goes so well with so many different compositions. He's great in a lot of lanes, too.
Yeah.
For neutralizing them or getting aggressive and looking for picks in the lane. And the same thing in terms of comps, too. As that is just barely going to miss that taunt onto Faker, but you know a spear would have been coming. And even more potential damage. Faker has to be careful.
Whoa, Shirley.
On the Zoe.
Shirley just bypassed everything. It's like, no. I've got places to be. She is going to charge that inner turret topside. Dudu down here, just doing his best. Hold on to these minion waves, but it looks like Can is not able to actually get any relevant damage onto this inner turret bottom side. Has his Blade of the Ruin King, and just wants to stay in the split push. As you'd expect, Phantom Dancer now completed here for the Quinn. We'll see what Can is going to build next. Not going to need a QSS or anything like that here this game, as, yeah, very frustrating for this Renekton to deal with the Quinn.
Yeah. The Renekton's... Okay.
We're looking for it, but has to use the flash and the cleanse, as that lifeline passive ended immediately.
Yeah, I just kind of got my face in my hands here, because this is where, this is where Quinn is supposed to be the strongest, right? Renekton, very strong in the beginning with the support of the Nidalee, the 2-on-1, the winning the lane, right? They kind of did put on a lot of pressure, and Renekton got a bunch of items.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, as there's the Vault, slice back in, Dudu just kills.
I don't know what is going on here, man. That is just, again, a lack of respect of what the Renekton can do. You're super low, and Renekton can close the distance. They're looking to try to turn it around, though.
Yep, Nuru going to be in trouble here. Facebreaker comes in. Faker wanting to chase him down. Doesn't find the portal jumpers. Okay. Faker's going to go golden, but Dudu has made his way in. Faker gets out. Cuz may not be so lucky. Haymaker, fair bit of damage. Both of them get inside the Tempered Fate. It's a golden cuddle just to make sure that they survive. Lahen's to the rescue. He's going to take a magical journey, trying to find the stun on effort. Doesn't get there, though. Can't make the connection. Mirror trying to Justice punch forward, and Humble Life on the attack. As there's the dredge line onto Mirror, but that may not be the re-engage that you want. T1 Haru dives on in, finds the pounce onto Faker, who makes it underneath his turret. Low health bars as Canna's going to come in to make this a 5 versus 5. But of course, we're not going to have any kills. Too many.
Of course not. Nobody dies, only the Quinn dies in the entire fight that lasted from in front of the tier 2 on the bottom side of Humble Life in front of the tier 2 on T1 side. But at the end of the day, you mentioned Humble Life, they were pushing forward, they were winning the fight, and because of that, the timing is so important. It's right here at the Infernal, and I was talking about T1 with their scaling, picking up multiple Infernal Drakes, but now they gave away the Cloud, and they're giving a chance for Humble Life to stack them up. As T1, though, they're going to look to move towards the Baron now.
I'm just looking at Teddy, man, and I'm really scared for T1, because, sorry, not Teddy, looking at Viper. Because Viper's about to have his death's dance. Canna's going to turn up. It looks like it will be the Baron secured by T1. That's going to be... Oh, Mirror. He's still going to try and go in. Not entirely sure why. No. Tempered Fate is available, and Mirror's going to survive because T1 not killing anyone this game. It's just not what we're about. Maybe this is their new test. Can you win a game without getting a kill? Because they're still in the lead, right? Like, I don't know.
2-0, 25 minutes, less than a kill every 10 minutes.
This is Coach Kim. He's just like, focus on the macro. If I see anyone get a kill, I'm going to be extraordinarily upset. No skirmishing, just macro play. And look, they were able to grab that Baron. Definitely good news. We'll see whether T1 can translate this into some more turrets.
Yeah, and okay, we're going to get a look at the replay. Now, this is where Quinn is supposed to be good, right? But he's so low, and he's like, no, I can stay at a range, I can kite him down. But then the Vault comes in, and I mean, this is basic Renekton mechanics, right? He has 2 slice and dices.
Well, he has one slice and then 1 dice, and he gets the dice.
So if you don't have vault for the second one, don't get in range. And because now they're fighting 4v5, as we have another fight here.
We'll see whether this is going to be T1's first kill, as Lahens actually gets dredge-lined into his Tempered Fate. It's not going to actually do anything, as that's the first kill for T1. Coach Kim's not going to be happy, but I assume everybody else is. It's T1 underneath this inner turret bottom side of the map. Will be able to take this one down, and they still are oppressive, and Teddy is terrifying. He almost has his 3 items, I believe, unless the rapid-fire cannon has been completed. We'll see whether Viper can take control of this situation. Faker dancing forward where he can. As Canna's in the mid lane, trying to get that split push going. Dudu's basically irrelevant now. Even if he did manage to get that kill onto Canna, it is very hard for him to stand his ground in that lane. As Bubble lands onto Viper, that is not what you want. If you're a Harmor Life fan, True Shot Barrage. Fair bit of damage onto Faker, otherwise not too much. Canna getting rid of that inner turret as Faker. Portal jumping forward. What is going on with the mid laner of T1 here today as Thunderstorm comes out? There's the showstopper onto Mirror, who goes golden into that backline. He will fall down as now Canna makes his entrance. That's a couple of kills. Dredge line's beautiful from Effort as well. As Lahens goes down and Effort is able to survive. Haru and Viper versus the world here for Harmor Life, and I don't think it's going to be enough. As Cuz and Teddy going to hold position on the bottom side as Canna gets to work here in mid, and it looks like the war of attrition has been won. That's a fantastic arcane shift from Viper. Get himself out of the way here as the inhibitor's not going to be focused just yet, as Canna is going to find a few autos onto it.
Yeah. So for all of Canna's mistakes in terms of the death, he's still going to be much more... he's going to be so much more effective as the game comes along, and we're beginning to see that now, finally. So they're saved by the draft, essentially, here, and the way that Hanwha Life tried to just put all their eggs in the early game basket and didn't get much done. And they're also saved, I feel like, to be honest, by the fact that they're playing Hanwha Life. I mean, how many times is Faker going to say, yeah, I'm Zoe, I'm really fast, I can just run in the face of Galio, Renekton, Bard? Like, you can't keep doing this, Faker, I'm sorry. Yeah, got to be really careful, as you're going to see he's really low. And what?
He gets a bubble onto Haru.
Yeah, but it's like you're going to get insta-stunned, insta-taunted. It's just, I don't know really what the idea is behind it. It seems like overconfidence to me. And thankfully they have, you know, a Quinn that is getting up to her 3rd item, right? Otherwise, this fight would look very, very different. And the fact that Renekton is doing 0 outside of, you know, capitalizing on Faker's mistake. And that's really it.
Well, that's a very cute vault. It's going to get Canna over that wall and out of danger. Do have a stopwatch here for Dudu. He's fallen behind finally in farm. This is how it's supposed to look. Probably supposed to look worse, to be honest, but still, Renekton not feeling like the greatest pick at this point in the game. Closing in on 30 minutes. This is where Renekton struggles to hold on to any relevance. As Mirage just going to cycle some summoner spells. Grabs his flashback again. That's all right. Here's the showstopper into the backline. Cuz joining Dudu there as Viper. Still at half health, feeling all right. That's a huge ultimate out of the Ezreal. Effort's going to get ripped apart. The Quinn died somewhere in there as well. Renekton grabs 1 kill. Beautiful timing there on the Justice Punch, and Hanwha Life smashed T1 in the face.
Oh, they just destroyed them there in that fight. That was not even close, as they're going to look to push to end the game, I think, here. They could easily go over and get Infernal Soul, but they say no. We're just going to go for it. They still got 25 seconds on so many members of T1.
This is still a Hail Mary, though, because you can imagine the percentage play is that Infernal Drake. But it looks like Hanwha Life, they think they can do it. They've got a minion wave coming in. Faker, I don't know what he can actually do about this. He's got a broken stopwatch and nothing else, as we do have Nautilus respawning, with the first Nexus turret is going to go down. The second now is in trouble as Viper's getting out of the way of Effort where he can. Teddy and Cuz are going to respawn, but the Nexus is being focused, and Hanwha Life will take game 1 against T1.
And it's a straight up victory as well. They win a huge fight at the Infernal Drake, and they're able to push in for a big win. I really love that they went for that end as well. you would see a lot of other lower level teams that don't have confidence in themselves say, hey, let's go for the percentage play, which again is not bad, but the fact that they knew that they had just that little sliver of possibility to go for it and make it happen and take a big win over T1 is gigantic. You got to really hand it to Hama Life for playing a pretty good game number 1.
Damn right. I don't know what to say, man. It's a really beautiful moment for Hama Life, but it's certainly a head turner when it comes to T1 and how they are doing here in the middle of the season. I can see you deliberating. I made sure that I gave you the POG selections sheet with the pen at exactly the right point, so you don't have to do that much thinking.
Well, let's take a look at the fight again.
All right, you're going to cheat a little bit.
Yeah, so Kana's like, here, take me. All alone. Miru gets in the back, and that's an amazing tempered fate. Lehens has been having an awesome game of Bard here. Miru is kind of just soaking everything up, and then watch the Renekton and the AoE, and then Viper has all the room in the world. There's nothing left for T1 to use to be able to stop the hard engage. And their team is not about going in hard engaging against Renekton, Galio, Bard, okay? It's but they baited themselves into it, T1. I mean, Kana just, he took the rocket ship into the backline and he's like, we're doing this fight. And
they like, Hama Life just won that game with a gold deficit. Like,
yeah.
This game's absolutely ridiculous. As I would have given the player of the game to the Galio, I actually thought Miru played really, really well. It doesn't look like it based on this damage graph, but he was so annoying. And he was always there, soaking all of that attention and making T1 waste their time. That last fight was fully stacked passive Ezreal because he hit 5 people with his ultimate, so I wouldn't mind if Viper got it. Lehens had some fantastic
I was thinking about Viper
fates.
or Lehens. I gave it to Lehens. I thought his Bard play was really on point. Even the aggressiveness down in that bottom lane fight that went all the way up the lane. I thought that he was really part of the reason why he got a lot of their health bars low and got another Infernal Drake for his team. But overall, just a really great team performance from Hama Life. They identified their strengths and they had a plan, and they actually played it out really well. They shut down, I think Kana and Faker had some pretty poor performances there in that game, and Hama Life were immediately there every single time to capitalize on that. And it was just a good game from Hama Life.
Damn right it was. Not so great from T1. We'll see whether they can turn it around as we move to a game number 2, guys. We will have a short break. We'll see you after.
라인 왔어 괜찮아.
키보 쳐 자야. 키보 쳐.
끝낼만해.
이거 내가 맞아줄게. 내가 그냥 끌어줄게 역으로.
내가 이거 다이아랑 세트 내가 순서 맞춰볼게. 끝내봐.
야,
야, 타워. 타워만 쳐. 타워만. 내가 이거 끝낼게. 타워만 쳐.
끝내. 야 타워.
타워 쳐. 나이스.
잘했다.
미안하다.
나이스.
잘. 미안하다.
팀 뭔가요 이거?
페이커 코스프레요.
노스킨 야쏘로 제 야쏘 이기려다니.
나 생각보다 잘해서 깜짝 놀랄 텐데. 컷! 케이틀린.
나 저한테 케이틀린으로 이길 자신 있어요?
나 시즌 3의 모스 케이틀린이었어. 근본이 달라 근본이. 아 죄송. 이걸 맞아.
좀 아쉽네요. 잘 가요 형.
에이. 연두는 그냥 2대 컷인데 재원이 역시 힘들구만.
느낌이 있지. 느낌이 다르지. 솔라이너의 느낌 형.
솔라이너 느낌 다르네.
이 백정과 비교하면 안 돼요.
백정이랑 한 빼줘. 백정 들어와. 야수 들어와. 형. 아 연두 이게 뭐야? 컷.
간이 안 돼 있는 삼계탕 먹는 기분이야.
진짜 규석이 형
야쏘가 어렵네.
어디 가서 다이나믹스라고 얘기하고 다니지 마.
카스 들어와 카서스.
아니 뭐 1렙부터 유치아 끼고. 어우. 잠깐만. 이거 연두 아닌데? 아 연두 맞다. 나 연두 아니다.
설마 재원이 형 설마.
연두가 반칙 썼어. 자 방금 정수 감독님한테 그거 들었어요.
뭐 했어? 소문 들었어?
야 꺼져. 야 꺼져.
나도 오랜만에 당하고 싶다.
나 개부럽다.
야 쟤네 별거 없어. 야 너네가 더 잘해.
편하게 해. 저런 건 쟤들이야. 우리 상대로 계속 말리는 것 같대.
Let's get it.
규린 전력 체크 잘하고 화이팅.
이거 한 명은 나랑 용사죠. 아칼리 아래.
아칼리 뭐 이거?
텍스 반피.
여기 와드.
나 위쪽 거 견제할게. 위쪽 견제할게. 용 버스 하자. 용 버스 하자. 나 이거 얘네 쳤어. 이거 스틸 먼저.
먹었어 일단. 용 먹었어.
백스 나먹 10초.
안쪽 아칼리부터.
빠져 나서.
정면 와줘. 나 이거 정면 안 와줘?
빼자.
하나 죽었구나. 어쩌다 죽었대?
야 억대기만 밀고 용하자.
빼야 돼.
다 뺄 생각이라 이거.
쏘리.
뺏겼고.
아 쏘리. 펜타.
나욕 먹을 때 만약에 빨리 판단해 줄 건 빨리 줘. 그냥 깔끔하게.
네.
깔끔하게 2, 3세트 이기고 가자.
가보자.
집 갔다 먹었다 이거.
삼삼으로 먹을 생각이야 그냥.
삼삼 먹을만해.
잘 봐야 된다.
올라프 잡았어. 카멜 리 없어. 맞아 봐. 카멜 리 없어. 카멜로 갈게.
나 죽었고.
오케이. 카멜 봐줘. 이게 카멜 내가 이겨. 카멜 내가 이겨. 야 노플.
나 내려갈게 다시.
프리스 봐. 맞다. 나이스.
가비. 잡을 생각해. 잘 걸었다.
이신 노건.
버려.
이제한테만 킬 주지 말래? 사람. 상당히 이제 줘. 이거 레드야. 나이스. 이제 잘 큰다 우리.
괜찮아 이거 앞라인 봐 그냥.
앞라인 본다. 앞라인.
앞에
앞에
달리고 있는 거 같아.
얘들아 바론 있거든. 천천히 먹여야 돼. 천천히 앞에부터. 나 프리다. 맞을게.
아래로.
오케이. 디코.
빨리 맞아.
헬 찍었다. 카메. 디코. 카메부터 마무리돼. 카메부터.
가지. 위에 봐요.
야 아래 앉아.
얘 몰래야.
야 위에 앉아. 아래 앉아. 이거 아래 빼야 되겠다. 야 이제.
야, 이제 높여. 이제 앞에 전.
맞다. 라인.
나이스.
야 괜찮게.
넥서스 시작.
제발 내가. 다행이다. 나이스.
Stunned up flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Welcome back everybody to the Analyst Desk, and this was Hana Life Esports taking on T1. Today we'll be joined by Subin Yoon and Victory and Pon for today's analysis. And this season with the translation. T1 has to get closer to the top 3 teams, and Hana Life Esports has to continue their momentum. It was a very dramatic victory coming out from Hana Life Esports, and we saw Quinn up against Renekton. Quinn is a hard counter into Renekton. At the same time, Hana Life Esports, they were taking the confident picks. For example, like Galio and Italy. Miru, his signature pick is definitely Galio, but it's a little bit disappointing that Zoe was the card that T1 picked into Galio, because Zoe is not a hard counter champion which can punish Galio in the laning phase. And the Korean casters mentioned that well, Quinn is a counter pick into Renekton. However, this champion doesn't really dominate Renekton in the side lane in the later phase of the game. Quinn does have a power spike in the middle of the game, but well, Hana was not accelerating the lead that fast. In result to that, Hana Life Esports were slowly snowballing throughout the game, and they had a huge pressure around the Dragon Soul. T1 was forced into that fight, and Hana Life was the one that closed out the game. Hana Life Esports, they were able to show a very confident play out of the confident picks. We saw a very critical blunder coming out from Faker over here. Hana Life was really smart going in for that engage onto Nautilus, and Dudu stunned Zoe, so Faker had to burn his cleanse. Zoe had to keep in mind that Hana Life Esports players had a lot of CCs, but watch here, he just jumped over the wall because Faker, he played as if the Rift still had the wall around the blue buff. Well, T1 had the information that 2 of the tank players were in that rush, but Zoe was jumping forward to land his skills, but he got caught and he had to die in that play. And that was maybe a foreshadowing of the whole result of this game. T1 was a little bit rushing in that phase of the game because they were so behind in terms of neutral objectives. After that, we had a very huge turnaround fight for this Dragon Soul fight. They had 2 AD damage dealers on the side of T1. Galio was doing so much work in the front line, absorbing so many aggro's, and then Lihan's Bard binds both Zaya and Quinn, the core AD carries of T1. I guess the players weren't really having a lot of heads up for this potential CC on the side of Bard. That was a very sophisticated mechanical play coming out from Lehans, but outside of that, it's not about the mechanics that was really popping off. It was about their performance and their mindset of being really brave and bold into T1. Because they were about to have a huge team fight, they chose to dive onto the players on T1. And maybe this is a sign that shows Hana Life players realize that they have to play with this confidence and they will be able to grab a win. Now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Hana Life Esports. Beaten on Galio picked up his first POG of the split. Instead, Lehans showed a lot of a huge mechanical play on this bar champion, but overall, Miru was doing so much contribution all throughout the game with this champion. It's actually surprising that Miru has been playing really well on this Galio pick, but this is his first POG. If that CC hadn't landed, well, T1 could have won this fight, but Hana Life Esports, they were having a very lucky and very sophisticated fight over here. So one support vote over here. And one is also that today's match will be a very close series, so we'll have to check game number 2 whether T1 can turn the game around in game number 2 or whether Hana Life Esports get another win and stay undefeated in the second round robin. It's time to throw it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for the analyst desk translation. And Valdez, I'm sorry, mate. I think we're gonna have to revoke your POG voting.
No,
I chose
don't think
the correct one.
I think that what it was is that everybody else voted incorrectly, and I also like the vote from the observer onto the top lane, which was kind of interesting too. I mean, yeah, the Renekton did win one skirmish, but
that was a solo kill, man, against Canna, the best performing player in a counter matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that was a bit silly. I agree with you.
Also,
and in fact, the whole analyst desk was talking about how good Lehans was.
Yeah.
So
also, like the Galio, the engage in the jungle, that was Faker's fault, not Miru's good play. But
sometimes you have to capitalize on mistakes.
The last fight, I do have to hand it to him. He did have an excellent Galio performance there, so I don't mind it. They're going to ban away both of them. They're like, actually, no, Galio and Bard. We would not like to see any of that ever again. And no Nidalee either, actually.
Wow.
This is the salty bans coming out of T1.
Definitely some salty bans. You can feel it. As Karma first pick for T1.
Well.
What?
They're going to pick Volibear.
Okay, so now we get Karma Ashe, Karma Ezreal, whatever with Karma that you feel like here on Hana Life's side. Volibear priority.
Yeah, Karma Aphelios, right? The Volibear is already saying like, hey, we're going to be running into you.
Yeah,
what's great against that? Aphelios. But there is Ashe available. That seems like a very obvious pick from T1. They're going to go with Zoe once again. This is a very fast draft here. T1 do not look happy as they are just drilling in those picks right away. I do like the Ashe and the Zoe immediately into the Aphelios, though.
I don't know whether I like Nautilus being locked in here because I like holding on to a Karma triple flex for as long as possible, but they're going to dual flex it here between Miru and Dudu for this particular moment anyway. See where the bans are going to go. Looks like bottom lane is where Hana Life are going to be aiming for, as that is a lot of CC removed. I don't know whether Ashe Leona is necessarily my favorite lane. I prefer Ashe with more of a caster support. See what effort's going to bring out there. But we got 200 years under the sea here for Hana Life, so pretty standard bottom lane with the Karma there on top of it, looking for that slow-moving composition here.
What are they going to ban out here? I don't think you want to take away like some kind of blind top laners in this case, so I think taking away another choice for the support role is a good idea. The Braum goes very well with the Ashe, as we have seen down in the bottom side. Even into the Nautilus would have been very good. And so I do not mind that one. As we're probably going to be seeing the jungler coming out here from Hama Life. There is Lee Sin.
Haru looks so happy about it.
Yeah,
He is super psyched to get on the Lee Sin. I'm not sure whether his win rate on the champion should warrant him feeling so happy about it, but I'll double check to see how Haru has been doing. Of course, just casual reminder that Haru used to be a T1 jungler a while back now and spent a lot of time on the bench. So getting his revenge there in game number 1 and gets a respect Nidalee ban for game number 2 as Pantheon support here for T1 is locked in. And that's the Camille for the top lane. So where is this Karma going? Because top lane certainly would do fine into the Camille. See what is going to be picked up here.
R5 Renekton.
Ah, 5 Renekton.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's R5 Renekton.
Yeah, that's what you need. That's what we needed right here.
Yes, it comes true again.
I feel like you're cursing it though. That's not a nice thing to
I'm
do.
so good with these Renekton predictions, unfortunately. I don't want this power. And
with great power comes great responsibility,
I know. I'm
Valdez,
just
and you
gonna
have been
stop.
very irresponsible.
I'm just going to stop predicting it, but hey, I mean, Duda looked good on it, and he was into technically a counter matchup. This time around, he gets to have a little bit of fun, especially early on here up against the Camille. He is going to have a lot more fun, and he's got Haru on Lee Sin too, who can be a bit more proactive. I don't mind it in this situation. They're going up against some really hard engage as well. You look at the last couple of picks for Hanwha Life, and they go ahead and pick Pantheon Camille when they already had, you know, Ashe, Zoe, and stuff like this. So rather than going for the range and pokey style with those two champions, they're going for the pick and engage style with, you know, bubbles, arrows, obviously the Camille and the Volibear running straight at them, and Pantheon as well. So Effort trying to take a page here out of Beryl's book.
Exactly. And the Pantheon has certainly worked out very, very well for Beryl. I believe currently sitting on 6-1 on the champion, or 5-1, something right? 6-1 right now. So definitely showing that the Pantheon does work. We'll see how Effort's going to do with the champion, though, as once again, it's a lot of topside focus at the beginning of this game. And we'll see whether Viper and Lehens are just going to be able to play it out very systematically and get to the Aphelios 2-3 item spike and take over this game. It's a very comfortable comp here for Hanwha Life, even if the R5 Renekton made us, you know, a little bit ill.
Is that? He's taking Cleanse up in the top side again.
Did he forget to change his rune?
Summon
a
spell?
spell?
Not. That's kind of interesting because, you know, the Cleanse, it's obviously good against the stun from the Renekton. He took it twice into Renekton, but a big point of taking Camille is for her split pushing potential, right? And your ability to, you know, even if you're anywhere else on the map, you can try to teleport back in. You have very fast pushing later on in the game, but a lot of that is just taken away.
I think it's a mistake. He doesn't even have Nimbus Cloak. If he had Nimbus Cloak, maybe I'd be like, oh, he wants to make sure that he's never going to get ganked. But he doesn't even have Nimbus Cloak, dude.
Yeah, it's like he changed his runes, but not his
not his summoner spells.
You know?
And I mean, we've all been there. Let's be real.
This could also be where he's like, I am never, ever, ever joining a team fight.
Well,
I am only focusing on the side lane. But the thing is that the Camille doesn't really need Cleanse in the side lane after 3 or so items, right? She's going to be just fine. So, and it's not really going to work against, you know, someone else on the side of Hanwha Life that tries to gank him.
Hey, it means that he can happily take Ninja Tabi, right? And not worry about the CC as much, because of course you get that big boost in tenacity after using Cleanse.
Yeah. I said maybe this is like actually a 5-head moment.
Yeah, maybe it's like 6-head. Like it's so 5-head that no one even knows that it's 5-head and they think it's a mistake.
Yeah, just your whole face is a 4-head. Like,
yeah.
Even more so than the 5-head.
You've lost all of your features. You can't smell anything, can't see anything, can't
brain
taste
is so
anything.
gigantic.
You've just got a huge brain.
Yeah, you don't need all of those sensory objects on your face. Just your brain does all the work, because you're so intelligent.
And you actually have like a whole bunch of extra senses that aren't sight and smell, because you've got all of this extra room in your gigantic brain for extra senses.
temporal sensitivity.
Yeah. Something like that. Big word. Where's Brian?
Yeah, we need Brian back. We need to propagate the snowball right
exactly. Where's our propagation? As Haru's coming down bottom side, as
Okay.
that's first blood. So that's why you take cleanse. He didn't use it. Teddy, he might have to flash and is going to do so. Life unable to answer that one back. But that is a solo kill at under 3 minutes. Here as there's a teleport and an immediate slice gets Dudu out of there. Okay, so Dudu not going to be missing out on too much, but the fact that a Camille just got first blood before, you know, the Renekton hit level 3, that's real bad news, because Renekton's an early game champion, everyone.
Yeah, his power against the Camille is here in the lane early on, but yeah, we're going to have to take a look at the replay and see exactly how that happened. Dudu very high up in terms of isolated deaths, but generally he is the one that does get some solo kills, as we saw from the stats before it did start the game. As here we're going to take another look at Kana's point of view.
Oh, he went aggressive.
Ooh, the second slice in there.
Oh, canceled a few autos there as well.
Yeah, so Renekton is really good at taking short bursty trades, right? You slice and dice in, you auto, you stun with the double auto attack, you spin with the extra rage, I think it's called, and then you slice out, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like a basic Renekton combo. He sliced in, he kind of botched his combo, he went in again, and then he opted into a very extended trade against Camille, which is not something you want to do. Camille's Q is going to come back off a cooldown. She's eventually going to win out there. And that she did. So I think it was just a little bit of a mistake. He was obviously also taking a lot of damage from the minions as he went very far beyond the wave. So just a small misstep, I suppose you can say.
Yeah. Maybe just a matchup confusion type moment here for Dudu, but he's probably laned against Camille.
What is going on?
He's just going to int.
Hello?
Into Canna right here. Canna not going to overextend. Don't know why.
That's
Probably
that
could have.
cleanse. He wasn't expecting the cleanse.
Yeah, there we go.
6 head.
The cleanse mastermind right here. But Dudu does manage to push that mini wave right underneath the turret. Gets another back for a couple of long swords. And will walk back in. So perplexed as to what the double longsword is for. You're normally going to be rushing towards your Black Cleaver, but maybe not in this matchup. Maybe wanting to go for an earlier death stance.
Yeah, I think the Tiamat also
potentially
could be built here. It's a very common item that the Camille gets up against the Renekton, so maybe he wants to counteract some of that.
Dudu gonna throw a bit of damage into that shield as he slices forward once again, and Dice is on top of Canna. Can he actually trade back here? Doesn't get enough damage. Because Canna's hookshot is going to be on cooldown. That's the sweep, but what? Okay. This is still real dicey. Q going to come back, and so Dudu's going to get his health back. But this lane is just terrifying.
Yeah, he got level 6 too. The lane was pushing into Kana, so he's actually going to have to back here. And remember, no TP. So he's going to have to run all the way down the lane when the wave is pushing into him. He's like, oh, I desperately got to get out of here, but I need some health. And take a look at all the stuff that he's going to lose from not having TP. Like, yes, he's going to make it scary for Dudu to take trades, and he's going to have a bit of a better time with the cleanse and some of the trades. But at the end of the day, you know, you're losing more than a kill in terms of some of these minions that you're losing overall from not having the lane presence of the TP. So it's definitely a trade-off, and for points like that, it doesn't feel very good.
Yeah. But, I mean, he did manage to get back up there. Has himself a cheeky extra cloth armor as well. That will be built into the aforementioned Ninja Tabi as well. So just have to see how Canna is going to navigate this lane. T1 has started off the Dragon. It's going to be Ocean as our first one. No Ocean Soul this game is Haru. He's going to get spotted by the Hawkshot, taking his red buff. That means that Kaz is easily able to secure this first Dragon. And look, this is good. Any objective play for T1 that we see is one that's going to make us feel good. There's a slice and a dice out of Dudu, who does have the Tiamat like you were talking about. This is going to give him shove advantage. and we'll be able to shove waves over and over again into the teleportless Camille's turret.
Hawkshot, really, I feel like he used to be underrated.
Dude loves tanking turrets, like a lot. Ooh. No stun out of the hookshot, but yeah, still going to take a lot of damage from the second activation.
But yeah, that Hawkshot enables T1 to invade the blue, take it away. You see back pings actually around the blue buff too, so Haru is not even confident enough to run in there into his Gromp and take that away. So he's actually going up towards the top side. We also have the Rift Herald up, so he may want to focus on that. And there were a couple of pings onto Haru, so he might have been spotted on his way up towards the top side.
So much vision available for Hanwha on the top side of the map, though. Definitely good news for them as Kana gets his passive back, but Haru looking for the Q, finds it. Hookshot comes down, Kana's able to disengage. Now Hanwha Life, with this wave freed up, might be able to get towards this Rift Scuttler, sorry, this Rift Herald. The Rift Scuttler's also about to respawn. Top lane priority, going to give Hanwha Life inside track. It's definitely good news. No teleports on the bottom side of the map, so no one's going to be getting up here as Lehens has left the lane earlier, and Viper has priority. So it looks like Hanwha, I mean, if Cuz goes in here, it's just definitely a bad idea, right?
And thankfully, for his sake, I think, he's not going to go in there, and he will not meet the ridicule of all of us watching. And so that is going to be given over to the side of Hanwha Light. Nice little objective. You could look to crash that in the top side.
Nice work from Cuz. Goes over and steals away the Scuttler.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, the mid lane, do you really want to give all that extra gold over to the Karma, who has a very cheap build anyway? Or do you want to give this Renekton a little bit of chance at longevity? You could also consider going to the bottom side, which has been pretty equal up until this moment, and trying to get your Aphelios up to 200 years as fast as possible.
I wouldn't mind giving the plate gold over to Dudu. I feel like Aphelios staying in a laning phase for as long as possible feels alright, because you do want to get towards your 2 items before you really do too much. Don't mind that one. Also don't mind the mid lane purely just for the map control as Dudu. That's a good trade. There we go. He's figuring it out. Has that extra plate as well up here on top side. So still thinking that maybe the cleanse was a mistake. I don't know.
I'm curious to see how the later game stages will feel with the cleanse, and if he's
you know what's going to happen?
Split pushing.
We have to, like, Kana's going to be split pushing, and then while his split, the team fight like starts, we have to see whether cleanse just goes on cooldown. As here we are. All of that gold is going to go over to the Renekton, and Kana has to get the heck out of the lane. It's a decent bubble, but Faker still having to play back and has to use his flash immediately after his teleport. This has been some like weird play out of Faker today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice little gank from the side of Hanwha Life too. They were really committing to that one, the flash coming in from Lehens, and so it was kind of just a trade of flash, which is also always going to be good for the side of Hanwha Life. And yeah, he's able to get out of there. So, as you mentioned, they do give that gold over to Dudu. It also gives them first blood turret.
Ooh, that's a good bubble. Faker gonna find a paddle star, so softens up Mirror just a little bit, but he's calmer. He'll be fine. Teddy underneath the turret as this Ashe down by a little bit of farm, not necessarily able to go full agricultural here today like he has in the majority of his games. Teddy's farm is very, very good generally, but hasn't so far been out of control.
And I want to shout out to our good friend.
All right, in goes Cuz. Yep, Mirror should be dead here. He flashes. That was never going to work out. Dredgeline onto Effort, who has picked up turret aggro, and able to flash at the very end. Is now Faker. Has to deal with Dudu as that Q from Haru was utterly stunning.
I don't understand. Why is he diving turret? Why? There's no point. He's like desperately trying to save Effort, who has flash. He's definitely going to get out. And then Faker does the same thing he did in game number 1 and just gives his life away. I really do not get it. A bit stunned right now. And we'll have to take another look at the replay and see. You know, I guess Effort wasn't expecting them to do that much damage and to kill him that fast, but
maybe
came in a little bit late at the same time.
Oh, Canna looking for another opportunity at a plate as Miru's the one up here towards the top side. Dudu, bottom lane at the moment, trying to get even more plates. This card's going to get chunked, and we have exactly the same order of dragons in this game.
Weird.
Yeah. Focused will here from Miru, unable to proc the snare onto Cuz. Lehen's just going to waddle his way up, but efforts here as well. Dredgeline to try and get Lehen's out. Hook shot doesn't get the stun, but there's the Hextech ultimatum as Miru stays alive for a long time, but eventually will suffer his second death. Humble Life, stealing all of the crockery on the bottom side of the map, but T1 with 4 members top lane without a minion wave should at least be able to grab a little bit more up there for themselves. Viper here in this mid lane up against Faker. Not too worried about that situation, but the extra kill probably gives it in favor of T1, but this Crocodile is getting real scary. The amount of plate gold that he's got at the moment is nutty.
Yeah, they're going to take down that one before the plates do disappear, and the same cannot be said about the top side as Miru is going to TP in there and deny the Camille. The Camille is going to be extremely scary at the same time, 2-0. And she's going to pick up Trinity Force already. It's going to accelerate her build to get to that point where cleanse side pushing Camille is going to be incredibly difficult for Dudu to deal with, as this is really what I wanted to break down. So originally the 2-on-1, perfect. You got the kill, great. Effort, what is going on? He is very late on this one, and he's going to bait Faker into saying, I need to save this guy, which absolutely he did not have to. I think Faker also wanted to pick up the flash, which I suppose that can be kind of a bait for Zoe players, feels kind of bad, but definitely a mistake there. And it's good. I mean, T1's composition, they're great at just running you down with Pantheon, Camille, Volibear. You're not going to get away from that as a Karma without flash. Very simple pickup, as Miru should have just not been there in the first place.
Yeah. That's going to be his second death of the game very, very quickly. Much earlier when it comes to some of these kills this game, which is definitely good. But the gold entirely even. 2.5 minutes on that Infernal Drake approximately. As Dudu getting chunked here. Trinity Force complete from Canna, so he's going to be very happy like you were talking about. But there is a Black Cleaver onto the Crocodile.
We were talking about all of the plates that Dudu had picked up. I believe he was actually ahead 700 gold, even though Camille is 2-0. It doesn't matter, because that little bit of extra CS and all of those plates and the first blood turret gold is nice.
The Dominus out of Dudu, and that is a shorter trade. That's what we were talking about, but it's ultimate on cooldown. Now possible danger here as Faker.
He knows it.
Oh no. Yeah. And there's also going to be a Pantheon as Canna has found it. And he's going to be able to lock down the kill. Got pretty close. Haru going to answer with Shirley on the top side, but lower value. There's 5 plates top, 5 plates bot. Double the plate damage here for Hamwa. But they're still behind 100 gold.
They gave that kill over to Kana. Very important. He needs to catch up to this Renekton and start dominating the side lane. That's always going to feel good for T1. The second Rift Herald's not going to be as much value, you could say, as that side push and the extra kill that was given over to Kana. They will be able to take out this mid-tier 1, which is definitely going to feel good, especially with Infernal Soul available. But that Camille is kind of getting out of hand as this game comes along.
The thing that I'm worried about is the 200 years factor here for T1, because there is the Athene's completed now on Miru. He's going to have the Ardent Sensor eventually. This is going to be an Aphelios that's very, very frightening. Doesn't have 2 items just yet, but when they come in, you best believe that T1 are going to have to make sure that they fight exactly around what this guy's doing. As Dudu, he just didn't want to, you know, take that extra aggressive step, and instead, like notices that there are a lot of people coming down.
Yeah, he's really hesitating a bit there, and we're gonna see.
살았다 이거. 살았다. 잡았다 이거.
We got him. We got him. And there's a lot of talk in the background too, as they were all talking about rotating down the bottom side. Dudu has to be more confident in taking those hard-on trades and just going straight in, as they're gonna be spotted here in the brush. Yeah. Left to back away. But he knew they were all rotating down, so he knew by the time they were all going to get there, he was going to die, so he might as well just gone all in on the trade, but kind of faltered there a little bit.
Ooh, Dudu getting chunked. Bubbled up as well, but there's a minion wave in position. Okay, Gravitum's going to land. Max range dredge line there from Lahens, but Effort going to keep himself safe as Haru finds the kickback onto the Ash. Absolutely amazing. Moonlight Vigil comes down now as it's Viper's time to shine. The only 80 carry left. Somehow Dudu lives through the power of, you know, just having Q and also the Inspire shield. And this should be the first Infernal going over to Hanwha if they have the confidence. Looks like they don't, as Faker's got a lot of flashes to pick up. Finds a bubble onto the Aphelios, but no follow-up here as Lahens is going to block the Paddle Star. And Effort, he's got the Grand Skyfall very, very soon. They're not going to be found there. Bubble also going to go wide as T1 are sticking around. They have the health bar advantage. As Lahens, he just can't make the decision whether to go back or not. Dudu does have a big health bar now. As Miru with some mantras coming back off cooldown. Might be able to help his team out here as there's the teleport in from Faker.
I think if you're Hanwha, you got to give this up. You're a little bit too low, and Faker TPing back. You see he commits to the TP to make sure that he's 100% mana. And they are, in fact, I believe in this circumstance, going to make the right move. They give that one away. They were able to get a decent amount of gold from some of the kills that they did pick up, but again, slowly but surely, Kana picks up another kill, and now he's 4-0 and is just a true menace in that side lane. But got to see the replay here. This is an unbelievable display of mechanical skill from Haru, as it all starts with 200 gears through roots down Effort, and then just out of nowhere, he's like in mid lane when he starts this. It's crazy. As the Q, he waited until the last moment to pull it off, and you could see that T1 were totally caught off guard.
Effort got so close to dying here as well, which could have actually meant that Hanwha Life would have been able to start that Drake, knowing that it's 4 versus 3. But Cuz was alive and Haru wasn't, so it does make it much more difficult to go for that one. So you can understand why Hanwha made the decision. And it looks like Miru is building towards the Ardent Sensor now, so that's going to be a huge spike because it will come in alongside the Runar's Hurricane for Viper. And this, remember, is still a comp from T1 that does play into Aphelios quite a bit. One of those dangerous compositions. Into the 200 years.
Yeah, this is definitely a comp that Ellis would be molding at. If he saw it in the draft, the final Camille Pantheon pick straight into the Aphelios after what they had already drafted. So it's kind of curious as, here we go.
Here goes Dudu. Clears out the minion wave very effectively, whilst trying to get a bit of harass damage onto Kana. Haru unable to really follow up with too much. As Lahens, very close, just grabs himself the beach ball. An Effort not going to quite find the Q there, so Spear's going to go wide. 3 minutes until the Infernal Drake number 2 is going to be available. As Kana does find himself a stun onto Dudu, and look, yeah, now the Renekton's going to have a real struggle here in this lane. And is going to continue to do so as the Grand Skyfall gets Effort that kill. And T1 playing around these side lanes really nicely at this point in time.
Yeah, and they collapse really quickly, so it's not like Hanwha Life can just run at Baron or anything like that. It's gonna take too long. They don't have any vision around there, and that's the proactivity that you need to have if you are going to draft this kind of a composition into an Aphelios. You got to play around your strong points, your side lanes. And that is exactly what they're doing. Not the first time that Dudu has been bullied there in the side lane. You can see that Haru is just going to have to take the reins on holding this, but he's going to get burst.
Yeah. Half health just from one combo. As now Faker finds the bubble onto Haru. Doesn't even make it into the base gate. He's very dead. Faker trying to redeem himself here. 22 minutes into this game. T1 is starting to run away with this one. Feels like there is some stability returning to this squad as Dudu is going to slice his way out. And T1, they just want to continue this push on the bottom side of the map. They are going to be able to break this open. Everyone is backing on the side of Hanwha Life. Just more proactive, more aggressive. T1 success. It feels like the last 5 minutes have just been entirely about them.
They're really doing a good job there on that side lane. There's really not much that Homolife can do with this weak side of the lane. The Renekton, the R5, we talk about it so much. Yeah, it had a little bit of fun early on, and now you're not having much fun, are you, Mr. R5? He's just getting dominated. There's nothing he can do. And the second that Cuz comes over, you just know it's over. As Effort just makes sure.
나 한번 볼게. 수면 볼게 이거. 가는 중. 카메 공대. 오케이.
So we're going to watch Faker
나 살짝 암살 볼게 이거.
find the Lee Sin.
거의 잡았다.
Gotta love the vision on the portal jump.
나 넣고 이거 용 2분.
Pretty ridiculous.
It is.
You can see over many walls. And yeah, he was saying, yeah, I gotta get the smite. Yeah, let me look for a potential pick. And then I got him. Pretty much it. So yeah, he's finally starting to look a bit better here on the Zoe.
It will come a time for Teddy to do stuff. It's not now. Doesn't really want to do stuff just yet. Wants to eat some popcorn chicken, move back to this mid lane. There's not a lot of damage out of him. Runaan's is complete here for Viper, as Faker gonna have to go golden as the depth charge was heading towards him. In goes Haru, looking for the kickback, and it is onto Faker. Viper should be able to help take down that kill as now Cuz trying to run for the hills. They are respecting Canna, as you can see, but Teddy's free hitting, and Duda's just walking at him. Nothing he can really do. The Pantheon's going to be taken down though, and Lahens goes golden. Viper chasing after Canna, who gets over the wall. Moonlight Vigil not going to find him. There's a control ward, but unable to get over. As you can see, Viper didn't want to waste his flash. A lot of value there from the Sky Strike out of Cuz. This should be Homolife able to grab their first Infernal Drake. And Haru alive this time, able to secure it. Effort and Faker fall. No, only Dudu going to be sacrificed as, okay, in goes Cuz to try and grab that kill. Miru's going to be the first one to be taken down as Viper has the onslaught, but he doesn't have the health bar. And the huge bear is going to pop off. Canna jumps on top of the Lee Sin, and Faker launches in from the side. He'll have a lot of sparkles to deliver to Lahens. And now, T1 might be able to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's 20 seconds, 25 seconds here. Only Dudu is available. So I think he just has to try to get into the back line and take out the minions and somehow not die. Not going to be an easy feat for him.
Yeah, he wants to kill the minion wave, as you can see. He picked up a stopwatch, but there are still some creeps alive. And T1 grabbed the aggro. They're going to try and keep these creeps alive. They're not even going to have to worry about it. Arrow's going to secure Miru in his fountain, and T1 return in kind. The type of victory Hanwha served to them in Game 1 will even out the series here against Homolife.
Yeah, definitely a crazy game there towards the end. Last 5 minutes, tons of action. I really love how T1 finally showed the confidence that they're supposed to have against Homolife, and they used their composition to go ahead and make it all happen. Very proactive, very aggressive around the lanes that were winning, and really got to hand it to them, as I got to think about a player of the game after that one. I know you're pointing at Cuz, but not sure about that.
What do you mean? He won the game. He literally killed everyone and won the game.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Had some good roams, too.
You're deliberating. You don't want to make the same mistake again. I can understand, and I respect it. There's certainly been a lot of responsibility taken away from my shoulders, and yours, of course, when you are back to being the Val play-by-play.
The Val PvP.
Val PvP Des.
Yeah.
Hanwha, they do have another chance here, guys, to potentially grab themselves a victory, but down to match point, momentum on the side of T1. And I think that it's starting to look like Game 1 was more of an anomaly, although we do need to see Renekton removed from the champion pool of every team ever.
Yeah. I mean, remember, it was picked into the Camille. So they're like, this is a great pick. We are going to win with this pick.
Yeah.
Against the Camille.
Yeah.
And then he got solo killed. He put on a lot of pressure in the side lane, but it just didn't matter because Camille got accelerated in other parts of the game, and then Renekton had 0 value. Okay, this isn't kind of vaulting in to a slice and dice that is available. This is a Camille that is 4-0 and is just ending his life every single trade. So definitely not the best look for the Renekton in that game.
No, and it's only a matter of time, every single time. In that matchup, as Canna is going to do the most damage by a large margin. But I think that game was all about the Volibear getting some work done. 25-minute-and-a-half victory for T1 as well. I think the fastest game win that they've had all season.
It kind of feels like it, you know. The way these two games ended was very sudden, you know. It's one person gets picked, it turns into 4 of them going down in a big team fight all of a sudden, and especially in that game too. The hidden jungle Volibear coming out and Kana sweeping in and taking all the other kills.
Exactly. The from the shadows Volibear is definitely the deadliest, but it's been a weird and wonderful series so far. We're going to go to a short break and we'll see who wins as we get to the cider afterwards.
이거 LC 좀만 가고 봐봐.
여기
이거 볼게.
메 있어? 카르마랑 리신 노플.
배 있나? 이거 근데 좀 어려워. 줘야 돼. 어려워.
찾아볼게.
야,
카르마
보내,
리신
가운데,
노플. 카르마 리신 노플.
앞에.
카르마 잡았어.
오케이, 나텔 5초.
나이스.
길게 봐. 나 뒤태 본다. 이거 끝까지 봐. 따라와줘.
바텀으로 가면 끝나. 게임 끝내자. 바텀 가자.
내가 갈게 이거.
게임 끝난다. 바텀 가면. 게임 끝났다 이거.
좀 할게.
바텀으로 다 뭉쳐. 끝났어 이거.
이거 레넥 노플 풀테크 좀 다시. 침착하게.
카르마 리신 노플. 레넥 노플이야?
레넥 노플.
오케이. 끝내자 이거 게임.
아니 잘 봐야 된다. 너 먼저 막지 마. 내가 먼저 막을 테니까.
안 막아도 돼. 얘가 막을 거야.
나 만화빵이야 나 만화.
끝내자. 잡아야 돼. 웨이브 노플.
네, 이거 봐봐.
잘 봐야 된다.
얘 이거 괜찮아.
점사해 타워.
이거 끝나 밀어봐. 야 이거 타워 쳐봐.
몸좀.
타워 쳐봐. 야 이거 점사해야 돼.
점사하자.
끝나.
One plus one. Hell yeah. In this episode, we're going to be heading over to LS's house. I have my housewarming gifts with me. Chipsuri, which is a traditional Korean gift for when you're moving into a new place. LS has been living there for a long time, but I've never been there before. So I'm assuming that it's brand new, and I'm going to make sure that I bring my toilet paper metaphor in order to wish him well in his place. Guys, we're finally here. Made it to LS's home. It's the first time I've ever been here. I'm really excited. Got his t-shirt gift, got the light off, got it back on again, got the toilet paper. Let's go. It's creepy, isn't it? Oh, I can't get in.
어머니 나무는 이 동산 너머 세상의 꿈을 보여주셨죠. 그 꿈들 덕분에 누구에게나 반짝임이 있다는 걸 깨달았어요. 그 소중한 빛은 우리가 잠들었을 때도 계속 반짝이다가 가장 어두운 악몽을 꿀 때 밝게 타올라요. 하지만 이제 그 꿈들이 멈추고 어머니 나무가 죽어가고 있어요. 난 할 수 있어요. 이 동산을 넘어 용감하게 세상과 맞설 거예요. 할 수 있겠죠?
There's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
That was Hana Life Esports versus T1 game number 2, and T1 managed to even out the series. This time around, T1 banned out most of the main picks coming out from Hana Life Esports. both teams focused on the power picks on the side of the enemy side. As a counter into Camille, they took Renekton, but T1 chose to open Renekton and blind pick Camille. So T1 banned out some of the power picks that came out in game number 1. They had this confidence that they will have a very safe game overall.
시원하게 본인들이 뭔가를 만들어 보겠다는 플레이였고 뭐 정화의 그 의미는 저희가
about the
따로 확인을
cleanse,
봐야 되겠지만
we might have to check later on.
더 성급해졌다랄까요? 흥분했다고
But because of that cleanse, Renekton was a little bit too flustered and he was rushing into Camille to find any sort of an edge over Camille in the side lane.
합류해서 숫자 차이로 이득을 보는 게 아니라 한타 자체를 카밀이 더
And Camille did a lot of work in terms of team fights as well. So we have to admit that the choice of the rune was correct from Kana.
앞으로 한 번 더 돌진하면서 또 이 레넥톤이 전사하는
We had a lot of highlights on the top side as well. And watch over here. T1 was aware that they don't have any control over the Herald, and they had all the information that Hana Life players are rotating to that Herald play. And Zudu, he was a little bit late, checking that Volibear was rotating to the bottom lane. And the best play for this kind of situation is to running away really far. So Dudu, it would have been better for him to just clear down the wave and keep running to the enemy side. And because Dudu chose to keep going for that trade, well, Hana Life didn't find any value with that play coming out from Renekton. T1 was really smart, utilizing and capitalizing on their vision advantage. In the later phase of the game, T1 almost lost the game, but they were able to turn the game around with a very smart decision. Aphelios, he had flash and he could utilize the Nimbus clock by flashing forward, but Viper chose to go a little bit more safe. Camille already used his E to get out of that terrain, so Viper could have just gone forward. And Volibear, he pretended that he was facing. And this was a 007 movie kind of highlight. 007 to be more precise. And because of the red buff, they were able to continue this fight. Aphelios was so close to winning that fight by himself, but Camille and Volibear survived, and they were the two main characters that turned the whole fight around. In addition to that, T1 always had the vision advantage around that Dragon Pit. And T1 was really proactive, utilizing this kind of vision advantage. It's time to check out the player of the game on the side of T1. We had one main character of this 007 movie, and it was Kana on Camille, his 7th POG of the split. Thanks to the cleanse, he didn't die once in this game. He did get some value out of his rune choice. Dudu was also a little bit emotional in game number 2. And Hana played flawlessly in game number 2. And also punishing the mistakes is also part of a player's performance level. Because Hana didn't die once, T1 was able to win this game, because if Aphelios got a kill onto Camille in that last fight, this game could have ended in a different way. Hana is on a very close chase on to BDD for the POG standings, and sadly our good old Valid analyst missed another POG over here, voting to Cuz. And Cuz did share a lot of votes with Kana over here. Kana is the best player in T1 so far, and he's been doing really a great work, regardless of the fact that he's a rookie player.
All right, G-Sun, you're being a little bit mean to the Valve analyst. I think everybody else was wrong on this one as well. We saw the highlight of Cuz doing a lot of stuff around the map that was apparently for Canna. So, not sure about that one. Yes, he managed to kill a Renekton that overextended against him into a giant minion wave at level 2, but that's not a highlight. That's a low light. And this gentleman right here, even though he does look in relatively high spirits right now, some smirking going on, as you can see, for good old Dudu. I don't know.
He's like, little do they know I'm playing R5 Renekton.
Little do they know. Exactly.
Well, not R5, but B4 maybe.
Yeah. No. Let's just first pick it.
Oh, it's really good. Yeah, he's flexible, right?
Yeah.
Support Renekton.
I mean, I like it. I just don't like surprised Renekton. So just hit me with it straight up.
Support Renekton's better than surprise Renekton.
Yep. I just wanna give you a stat. Hum Alive for 100% win rate against T1 this season on blue side.
Ooh, okay. That means that T1 have not won a game on red side against Hum Alive.
That is correct.
And now they're gonna change their bans here a little bit. They left the Karma open in game 1. And will they do it again here? They banned Aphelios the last time. This time they're going to ban the Karma.
First pick Italy. Let's go. No. The Ezreal does make a lot of sense here. Viper wanting that one again, like in game 1. They first picked at game 1, they won. So don't mind it at all. Yuumi being considered. I'd love Teddy and effort to just go Yuumi Lucian. That is very, very frightening.
That would be interesting. Actually, the Xayah did not look like it did much in the last game up against the Ezreal. So I don't think they want to go down that path again, but they will still pick up Set, which it had some good moments and then it had some pretty hard moments towards the end of the game.
Picking away the Bard, I think, would be a decent option here. It's going to be MF. And so Hum Alive will pick Bard Zoe, and I guess feel really happy.
So they didn't want to pick Aphelios
Silas instead.
With, going up against Ezreal, and it probably would have just been, Bard Galio again, which might not have been too happy for an Aphelios player. But they still pick up the Bard, and the Silas that comes in is very interesting.
And now Nautilus is going to be banned away.
Really
T1 not wanting to play the Zoe, by the looks of things. And so it's just going to be Teddy opting in for the Misfortune matchup into the Ezreal for the laning phase. Still, this should be a lane that Hum Alive are going to be very happy with there towards the bottom side. So I don't know how much I agree with it. Nidalee's going to be banned. So Haru's not going to be back on the champion that he played so well on in game number 1. Definitely good news for T1 fans.
Yeah, they really showed a lot of respect towards some of those big picks for Hum Alive, which is not something that is usually shown to Hum Alive by some of the better teams here. Usually they just crush them regardless, but T1 struggling a little bit. The Zoe ban is interesting. I suppose they would rather something else to go into the mid lane here for Faker.
I like it. Just get Faker off the champion that he's now got 2 games of comfort on in this particular day's matchup.
Also, the portal jump for Silas is pretty much useless. I mean, it can be okay if you can land your chains after the portal jump, but there are better matchups for sure for the Silas, and it's probably going to be going mid, almost definitely for Miru, so they want to take that away.
It does cancel out any easy pick.
No Renekton.
Oh my god. Hum Alive, the saviors of T1, have destroyed any way for them to R5 Renekton.
It's so good that they had to ban it. I mean, can you blame them? R5 Renekton, so good.
Well, Camille is going to be locked in, and that was the champion that Canna just got player of the game on.
And you know what? I think absolutely the ban should have been Camille. We were talking about how good Camille is nowadays. She is above 70% win rate now after that last win. Mordekaiser's the exact opposite. Obviously, I think after you get one item, you can Death Realm Camille and put on, you have a little bit of value there. All other states of the game generally,
Oh, there we go. Karthus locked in. Cuz was a bit of a Karthus player, but
Somebody call
this
LS.
is going to be Faker's Karthus in the mid lane. And if there's ever an ultimate that you don't
Or
want to give
Faker
to Silas.
Or no, okay. Camille top, Faker on set.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. And of course, Cuz going to be playing it. There we go. This makes a little bit more sense. But definitely a fantastic damage array. Our friend LS would be very happy with how T1 have sculpted the physical damage outside of just the Karthus being relied on for magic. Very, very good stuff here. And I think the last 2 picks for Hanwha were like 2 of the worst possible choices they could have made. And they may just be punished here as this draft is fantastic out of T1.
Yeah,
The R5 Karthus.
The coin landed on heads tonight here in game number 3 for T1. That is very, very lucky for them. They were able to find this draft. And I agree with you. I don't know what Mordekaiser Olaf is doing in this comp. Like, what's the idea behind it, really? Like, how do these champions work really well with the other champions? Yeah, you have an ability to run them down, but you're going to get demolished late game again by Camille, which you already saw. It was picked on R4, okay? Yeah. It's very confusing to me. Life looked great in game 1. Their draft was pretty good. Now it's I don't know, maybe they're overthinking it. Really not a fan of what was going on in those last couple of picks.
Well, let's see what Life can do. They're back on the blue side. This is the side that they win on when they're up against T1. But this is a much better T1 draft coming in game number 3. There's the Fnatic skin onto the Karthus. Bit of a shout out to the BMW brethren, I guess. As, yeah, Fnatic, of course, not exactly having the greatest of times over in the LEC. Based on expectation, of course. No one expected Mad Lions to be so damn good. Or maybe they did. Just wasn't me, an LCK commentator.
Most people did not expect.
The Spanish Inquisition.
Mm-hmm. And the Mad Lions domination.
The one thing that I was going to say is that Silas stealing Requiem is scary. Because that's a good ultimate.
Yeah.
You know? And it might be that the Silas has a little bit more damage available because Cuz is only going to have his jungle to farm. Does do it very, very quickly. Gets a lot more gold than a lot of junglers. But still is a jungler. So we'll have to see how it goes. Miru has probably taken the Abscond Abduct for his first option. We'll see how Faker is going to deal with it here as he's just going to pick up the minion wave. Get things situated in his favor. As Miru just, he doesn't want to be in this lane.
Yeah, he just walks away.
Done.
See ya.
Oh, is it a level 1 phase breaker here for Faker? As you can see, just wandering up. Yep, there it is. Grabs the 1-2 punch, as Set is wont to do, but that's a good trade back. Miru just saying that he's not going to be pushed around here in this lane. But the grit means that Faker just basically wins every trade. That's just how Set works if you're going to brawl with him.
Dudu and Haru have not found a win on these champions. Viper obviously 1-8 looks kind of silly, but that's more of a team issue, not exactly Viper's Ezreal. Yep, definitely can play that champion. Cuz first pick here on the Karthus. Again, guys, it is 10-14, so Karthus buffs are in. And
Cuz was already good at this champion, by the way. This is one of the ones that is going to reward him for his more PvE playstyle that we like to talk about, especially recently. Cuz has been sort of a lot of different themes of jungler over his career. As this red buff is going to suffer the wrath of the Skittles. Taste the rainbow brambleback.
There's only one flavor though. They're all
that's a shame. The cherry flavor, and it's not my favorite. It's kind of
cherry flavor.
Is
They're blue.
Oh, the Skittles. Sorry.
Yeah, the Skittles
For some reason I was
themselves
talking
are
about
blue.
the brambleback. I'm losing my mind.
No. You know that like tropical Skittles version? You know that there were like the tropical and one was like the beach blue, kind of like blue raspberry, but light blue colored. Yep. That's what the Skittles remind me of. The ones that the Karthus is pushing out right now. I miss Skittles. I haven't had Skittles in a long time.
And it's been a while. I just don't eat candy very often.
Yeah.
I favor savory food like way more.
Yeah. If I'm gonna have candy nowadays, usually it's like chocolate. You know?
Yeah.
Not like the pure sugar.
Miru's in trouble, but he's going to come back, looks for the stun onto Faker, who just presses his ghost button for funsies. And Haru now trying to chase him down. Kuz is going to be here with a wall of pain. And Haru's going to walk in it, eat some of those Skittles that you were getting a little bit jealous of. And then wanders back towards the southern side of the map. Dudu trying to find some obliterates onto Kana here, but hasn't been so lucky. As there's a teleport back in, and if that undertow had have landed, might have been a little bit of trouble there for Faker, but otherwise it's going to be fine.
Is this a game where it's like, let's feed our junglers? Because one of them tried to push back to get Miru out of the lane. Then Kuz comes in and tries to push to punish the back of Miru. And then Haru's there again. He's able to hold it, and then the TP comes in as, ooh.
Oh dear, that's going to be the Death's Grasp coming forward, and now it's up to Haru. He's going to flash in. Hasn't even thrown an axe yet, as there's the flash out. Some shenanigans may unfold as Haru. That's another axe miss. That's a hookshot success. And Kana just wanders out casually. That's embarrassing.
Oh, spotted. They could try to dive here.
Yeah, full health bar here for Haru. Yeah. Kana, not a lot of mana. He should be dead. As the obliterate comes in, Dudu secures the assist, and that is first blood. So finally, they're able to get that one done.
Yeah. Because meanwhile, you know, he's level 5 Karthus. He's not going to try to go up there and try desperately to land some Skittles against a couple of players that are not going to be full-on engaging. So it was just a good roam, a good play by Helm of Light, but we got to see what T1 are going to get in trade for this. So the TP comes in for Kana. He's going to throw out a little Yumi. And the Infernal Drake burst is awesome, okay? You're going to be getting so much here, especially for Kuz, but also Kana and Teddy. And the Karthus has the most CS basically in the game. Just behind the Ezreal, he's got the most on his team.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And this is exactly what you want, right? You want to feed the Karthus. He is the carry of this team alongside Teddy. Teddy going to be doing the physical damage. Karthus going to be doing the magic damage. Everyone going to be happy as Faker throws a haymaker the wrong direction. Or was it the right direction? We'll never know. Might have been trying to get that one CS.
He's just on a different plane of existence from the rest of us, so he sees things we don't.
Are we allowed to question it?
Yeah, it's like the fourth dimension that most of us can't see.
All right,
Yeah.
this is
Only
another one of
Faker
those galaxy
knows.
brain situations we were talking about.
So the flash is good by Dudu. You know, he did as much as possible to try to bait it in. He was going to die if he didn't flash. And the flash here by Kana is good as well because he knew that he could use the little, what do you call it, little gap in the side of the wall.
Yeah.
Lasting plant is down, but it's Silas, so eventually Kana was going to die. The hook shot still on cooldown. And then waits, but it's well done there as a fight in the mid lane.
Yep, Miru trying to get out. Hextech sweep. Going to grab an extra kill here for Kana. Not sure how that happened, but Miru's dead again. Well, dead for the first time this game.
Yeah, we did see that Miru. He was the one that threw down the Hextech ultimatum. Still available for Kana. So I thought maybe he just got ultimatumed, but it was actually the other way around.
Yep.
And Haru's getting a lot of consequential farm because of his mid lane getting demolished.
And the counterpick Mordekaiser into Camille matchup is
볼게.
not doing so well, as here's the flash
이도.
facebreaker into the showstopper. And it works pretty nicely as Miru does the most that he can, but that sweep going to clean him up. Hitbox, by the way.
Yeah.
It's, right on the edge.
Feeling pretty good about that one. And the Karthus ultimate came out. You can see it's on cooldown, but he didn't actually get an assist, which is weird.
Sometimes your audience wants a Requiem. That's,
I just thought that it landed before the sweep, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of strange. Anyway, they're going to be invading the red, trying to get on in there and take that away. The Olaf is going to have to try to find some value in this game.
Does steal the red buff. So there we go. There's that. No Dark Harvest stacks just yet here for Kuz. I thought maybe it was a Dark Harvest ultimate. Isn't, as he's going to sweep up that ward. And Haru had started off the Rift Herald. See whether he's going to be able to continue it as Teddy thinking about moving on up to meet this one as Magical Journey gets Humble Life over here, and it is Shelly that's going to be falling at the hands of Hanwha. Does clearing out control wards as Miru comes back in with his scones and abducts. And Teddy will find himself very comfortable back timing with the help of his ultimate. Or maybe some plates, depending on what he wants. His effort's going to pull out the Brambleback. Lehens is going to wander over a ward and get back down towards this bottom side as Teddy is able to secure a solo plate for himself. Not too bad as Showstopper picked up by Miru.
Oh,
Get his face broken though, and he's taking a lot of damage. Trying to trade back as Haymaker, again, going to be flung wildly into the abyss.
Yeah, the Sylas into the set matchup doesn't look all so good as here we go.
Whoop. That's a very comfortable flash there from Teddy. Sometimes you need to work out whether you need to hold on to your flash, and other times you really need to flash. And that was definitely one of those times.
Yeah. Had he got slowed, the follow-up would have been pretty devastating. You don't want to play with that. You just want to dodge the first slow with your flash.
All right, Miru just dashes on out of that Haymaker. Faker will hit one eventually.
Yeah, I mean, Sylas can dodge some of that, but he can't really dodge when Faker just runs straight at you, face breaks, and then begins to take extended autos and trades and stuff like that in Kingsley, but he's also getting low on mana against the set, which doesn't have mana. And so he's just getting pushed in and losing this lane, unfortunately. Faker going to look to go on a little walk here.
Yeah, a bit of an adventure as Viper going to be delivered a bunch of plate gold. Lehens. Yeah, just going to help out. This turret is very, very low. That's why Hanwha do have themselves a bit of an advantage when it comes to gold. But because of the Karthus factor, T1 don't really care about it at all as Faker moves on over towards Miru. There's a showstopper. And now the Sylas has to deal with 3 people and he won't be able to. Karthus delivered that kill very, very easily. And Miru may have got to the end of his tether here this game. It's not feeling like the same performance that we saw out of the god tier Galio in game 1.
Yeah. So you see bottom lane doesn't have Nautilus. You know that you have no vision on the top side. And you see Faker coming in from the bottom side from the river. You can't be pushing that far. He just greeted for like a couple of minions and he got punished hardcore for it. It's just a straight up mistake from Miru. And T1 will easily just take that and roll with it. They're going to pick up the first couple of Drakes. It will be Ocean Soul this time around.
Well, there's the Death Realm. Immediate teleport in here from Hanwha as Dudu's trying to hold on to his life. Does have his W, but there's Requiem. Hextech Ultimatum comes down immediately. It's a trade of kills as Cuz gets another one. 100% worth for T1.
Yeah, just a free lane here as Haru's going to come to the mid lane again for probably the 5th time in this game, just getting a bunch of this. But really the big story here is, yeah, they trade the kills, but Karthus has 109 CS and 2 kills already. Yeah. And he does have a Dark Seal on top of it all, so was able to pick that up before his 2nd kill just there. And man, it's going to be a good Karthus game. Everybody has to make a decision. What kind of items do we go for? I feel like in the situation, Zhonya's are generally pretty good because you get the armor, but then also you get the stasis to dodge the Karthus ultimate. So that's one way to try to cover both of your bases. Thankfully, the Mordekaiser builds into that pretty cleanly as well, especially in the Camille matchup. As, yeah, just, again, there's a massive wave because he's trying to push it in desperately, but he stayed a little bit too long.
And yeah, this was pretty self-explanatory as Dudu is going to be dead. Sometimes you shouldn't eat Skittles. It can be bad for you.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know why Mordekaiser was picked. I'm still just absolutely at a loss. It's just, well, I don't know. Top lane counter pick is something that both of these teams have really struggled with. As Viper, he's going to be able to get a lot of work done to this turret. We'll be able to take that one down before the plates as Teddy just wanders himself out, makes it rain. And Humble Life will be able to steal away the blue buff. So at least there's that. Miru going to be able to grab that one for himself, but 404 damage not found to the old Grump there.
So, Dudu on the Mordekaiser, he would have had some value here after one item, but he's kind of lost it now that he's so far behind. Cuz is here again.
Yep, that is a decent stun. Wall of Pain. Not going to proc onto Dudu there. As Viper teleports into the mid lane, they're looking for Teddy. Axe doesn't quite have that range as Teddy picks up the W. There's the flashes coming out from everyone. Depth charge is going to connect. Dredgeline will be available. Teddy has no flash, and that is a dead misfortune. And another buff to be stolen here from Hanwha. They're not out of this one just yet, as Effort looking to come in. Finds a Dredgeline onto Haru. Wall of Pain. There's the Ragnarok as now Miru tries to eat some of the aggro, and unfortunately has a little bit of a bigger bite than he wanted.
Yeah, the way that should have been played is Haru should have Ragnaroked right away. Just run. And Miro should not be there trying to save him. Just run away. The Olaf should be okay. They all use their summoners to try to kill the MF, and it was a little bit risky to bite off a little bit more than they could chew going for the red buff at the same time, which is pretty low value at this point in the game. Either way, it was a little mistake that T1 were able to capitalize on immediately and give even another stack of the Dark Seal on to the Karthus, who picked up an assist.
Yeah, and more Dark Harvest stacks as well, which is really scary. We're going to check this one out from Karthus' perspective. Whoa.
Whoa.
That was...
That's what Faker hears. That's him in the other dimension.
That's what the other senses can pick up. We had a taste. Oh no. As this is too many flashes, guys. It's a lot of flashes. And at least one of the abilities landed. Faker in trouble, as Tempered Fate avoided there pretty nicely. He is ghosting around. Still has the flash available, by the way. As there are so many shows being stopped. Someone continue the show! As Faker at 200, just chomping through the grit. Going to be absolutely fine. There's the magical journey. And an abduct onto Cuz as well. Down to about half. Effort now finds himself in amongst 3 members. There is a magical journey as there's a Requiem. Miru trying to grab that health back, but the MF going to be able to take him down. Exhaust as Lahenda's just meep slapping him, trying to grab those kills, but Kanna's going to be able to grab the bar. Haru should be dead as well. A double for the Camille, and that's disastrous news here for Hanwha, who did manage to grab a couple of kills, but they are traded back in kind, plus an extra one for T1.
Yeah, clearly Hanwha Life have thrown all caution to the winds. Lahenz is leading the charge. He says, we are going on this, whether you like it or not.
Come with me on my magical journey.
Exactly. And the first one comes in, and then Faker able to reposition there, gets the shield, and then chooses the perfect moment to flash. You notice that he doesn't flash the wall. He waits until he gets show stopped over there. And then it's the magical journey. They're going so deep, way too deep. TP is available on Camille. Definitely way too risky of a play. And even the Karthus is going to get a lot of value out of this. He doesn't end up going down. And he picks up an assist. He gets actually another assist here, as he didn't get that kill either.
The Dark Harvest stacks, man.
Yep.
Oh, God. I want to see that number. I really want to see that number. As Cuz is just so fair right now. 3-0 and 4.
Yeah. 8 stacks. And looks like maybe a Spellbinder coming up next. We'll have to see. I mean, he's going up against a lot of guys that can close the distance. And obviously, the active is good. You're spamming a lot of abilities, so I don't mind it. If he does end up going into that idea. No Magi's just yet. We'll see if he actually does go down that path. That was a very common path after Karthus used to get fed in the past when we were seeing more of this jungle Karthus.
Yep, may as well sit in base and just stack up your Magi's. No worries. Let the rest of the team do the work. As Miru's going to make his way down bottom lane. Finds a bit of an abduct there onto Kanna, who takes a fair bit of damage. He's got double buffs. He's very happy on the Camille. Doesn't quite have lifesteal built up yet, but that Ravenous Hydra will come in pretty soon. Hanwha get to work in this mid lane. Unable to take down that outer turret just yet. His outer turrets in side lanes certainly have been taken down. T1 very close to removing the top one. Leandri's completed here for the Mordekaiser, but I don't think that's going to change him into a different champion, unfortunately. As he is ahead in farm, some way or another. Wall of Pain not going to be any issue here for Hanwha. T1 very happy. I mean, they're currently almost 2,000 gold in the lead, and they have a comp that scales very, very well.
Yeah, they can kind of sit back here and just let the scaling happen. Camille Karthus is such a deadly combo. And keep in mind that Hanwha Life essentially just played straight into that hand as well.
Yeah, I know. Olaf Mordekaiser, 4 and 5. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Doesn't make too much sense to me. No. And we're not seeing any of the results come out either. So it's definitely interesting. The roll-off picked up a lot of kills, but who really cares about that?
I mean, that's actually just bad news, right?
Yeah.
Because Olaf isn't able to translate gold into really anything towards the later stages of the game. He's just going to be tankier, I guess. Can run at Teddy, but I mean, it's Cuz that they need to kill. It's Canna that's going to be a problem, and Faker is going to be diving into their backline so that Viper can't get any work done. Like, this is certainly a rough situation for Hanwha.
They want the red buff again.
So we're having a look at the magic resist of the Ezreal, sitting at 34. He's not going to be able to mitigate much of the damage here of the Karthus that I believe we were discussing.
Note that Cuz is going just flat AP.
Death cap second item.
Yeah, he is going into the death cap. Okay.
Get the flash out of the Karthus. That's good news.
He's the highest level in the game as a jungler, too.
He's at 192 farm at 19 minutes.
Yeah.
He's like 10 CS a minute as a jungler.
Haru just hit level 11. And Cuz is about to hit 14 on top of that. So it's not like he just hit level 13.
He's the highest level in the game.
Yeah.
This is just silly, really.
And, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. This is kind of slowed down a little bit after a ton of just throwing caution in the wind from Hanwha Life going way too deep. The side lane, it looks like Dudu has matched up against Faker, and they're sending Mirror to go up against Camille.
Very close to the transformation here for Viper. Thank you for indicating that one to us, Jonas Strong. 50 seconds on that Ocean Drake. We'll see whether Viper does get the transformation in time for that one. Death Dance going to help the Ezreal against the Karthus, but the Karthus just picked up a really cool hat. And yeah, look, he's got a book. He's got a ring.
Yeah.
He liked it. He put a ring on it, and then he got a really cool hat for it. So he's off to the races.
And nobody's really building MR, which is what happens when you have one source of AP that is Karthus. He just is able to get so much value because nobody's building against him. Except the Olaf, of course, but I mean, they're pretty far away from their stopwatches and Zhonya's on top of it. So I think maybe you just go and pick up the Oblivion Orb at this point to begin to do true damage to the Ezreal specifically, but including everybody else.
Yep, you can see Hanwha are looking for a fight here. As we'll see who's going to be death realmed this time around. This is Ocean Soul Point, so Hanwha understand that they have to fight for it. Smite can be removed from the team fight if the Mordekaiser wants to try and battle with it, as Miru picks up a depth charge as Faker looking for the backline. There's the showstopper onto Lehend, so they grab that kill very early. Dudu trying to cycle through that W as he's brought Cuz out of the team fight. Will the Obliterates be there? The answer's no, as T1 are just way too strong at this point in time. Karthus or no Karthus, it doesn't matter. And now they have an Ocean Soul. This game's over.
The game does seem to be over, in fact. Faker, he's looking for the Mordekaiser, but he went the wrong way. Doesn't matter. He had a great engage to start everything off. And from here, everything on the side of T1 has really just scaled past the point of no return. Karthus having insane damage, Camille on top of it. And yeah, they're just going to take everything. The Ocean Soul is down here. The Baron is going to go their way. And I don't think there's really any way to stop it here for Hanwha Life, who were looking good in the beginning of the series, and then come game 3, seems like they lost their patience somehow. As Faker,
I mean, I don't even think it's patience. I think it's just their last 2 picks in the draft were absolutely awful.
Yeah.
No, like,
they lost their patience for good drafts.
Yeah, maybe that was the case. As at least we did get the interruption onto the Requiem. So Hanwha were able to grab that as Dudu put him into the death chamber. But then T1 just rolled over the top of it because that's all they were focusing on.
Majai's picked up here for Karthus, so he's going to go straight into this. I mean, he's only 1 stack away from 10, which will be very nice. Unfortunately, Kana has overtaken him when it comes to the XP department.
Oh no, Cuz, come on, back on the horse.
Okay, he took the wolves, now he's ahead.
Yeah, got him. Perfect. Teddy's making it rain. He's really enjoyed the bus ride here today. Teddy not really having the standout Teddy performance. You can see him on your screen right here. Effort also, I feel like this game hasn't been about bottom lanes, which is really interesting because Humble Life only had a bottom lane for their first round robin. Since then, you know, Miru's stepped up. Not this game, but recently, as Yana's just going to walk back into the Hextech ultimatum of Miru. Throws his own out, but it's not going to be enough. And yes, you killed the Camille, but you lost 2 inner turrets and possibly your Mordekaiser as well, as there's the showstopper, Dudu. Taking a lot of damage here from Faker, who is just so tanky. He's got a Trinity Force. Absolutely brilliant. There we are. That's not a Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
That's Trinity Force. That's going to make
He did it.
proud. As, yep, Dredgeline going to connect onto Haru, trying to turn it around onto Effort, who does have the Gargoyle Stone Plate. 4 versus 4 here on the bottom side. As Canna is, of course, still dead, but this inhibitor going to be taken down, and T1 gets so much more out of this exchange. It's a 3,000 gold Baron power play. As, yeah, you traded your top laners 1 for 1, but didn't really feel like 1 for 1, did it, guys? Miru dashing around here on the bottom side.
Mordekaiser's like 0.15 of a champion right now, I think. Really doing absolutely nothing in this game and still left scratching our heads over the pick. Here is committing a lot to killing Kana. It's a very nicely placed Tempered Fate, which is actually a zoning ultimate in this case, which is going to get him into position. Dudu here, who's like, yeah, let's bring the set closer. That sounds like a good idea.
I was wondering whether you were going to mention it.
And then, yeah. I think they just end up giving this kill over to Karthus. Maybe not even on purpose.
He's probably dead again, as Requiem is a button that was pressed. Miru goes gold. As he's probably just going to be taken down here. Tempered Fate is going to buy a little bit of extra time, as there is a lot of gold in here, but it's mostly for T1 to join their very full trophy case that they already have for themselves. A 10,000 gold lead, the monkey off the back of T1 here, as it's a red side victory up against Humble Life, and it wasn't close, guys. This Karthus got so damn fed. A brilliant example of what 5th pick on red side can be. It was amazing what T1 managed to do with it this time around. It was a brilliant draft. And yes, Humble Life certainly drafted into it, but this is what happens if you can navigate a draft phase really well. That's exactly what T1 just proved, and that is a great sign for them moving forward.
Yeah, definitely a big game over to the side of Cuz. He was probably calling for that pick and waiting for the right moment with the flex pick set that I think everybody was kind of just assuming was going to go into the jungle, and then we were going to save the counter pick for Faker. Yeah. That was not the case in this game, as they were able to rotate it into mid and get the unexpected Karthus there on that one. And while it is a win for T1, we do also still have to look at the way that this series did go. Again, Hanwha Life, they're a team that is 1-10. 1 win, 10 losses here in the LCK. And whilst T1 did pick up the win today, they still dropped a game to our 9th place team in the LCK, which leaves you scratching your head. Why is this happening? Pretty much every other team that's up towards the top, they are smashing Hanwha Life, and it's not close, okay? We're having some of the quickest games between those two teams when they go head-to-head. So while T1 did win today, it still does bring up some questions about where their form is right now, and some of their drafting as well was a little bit questionable. And
yeah, game number 1 didn't look great when it came to the draft, the gameplay, anything. I mean, it was a really, really slow first blood once again, over 18 minutes. It was, you know, led me to think that maybe this was going to be once again the T1 that isn't going to make plays. But games 2 and 3 definitely looked much better. We know that T1 do take a little while to warm up. So hopefully this is a sign of things to come. Remember, the only team that they've lost against that isn't part of that powerful top 3 is, of course, Team Dynamics. And so it's only 1 loss. They were still able to get the 2-0 over KT in the Telecom War. I think the next one is coming up very, very soon. I think next week. It's going to be the next time that they're going to be taking on one another. Will be very interesting to see what KT have planned for them, but it's not as bad as I think a lot of people are making it out to be for T1, results-wise. However, if they want to get back to first place here in the LCK, they're going to have to show us way more than a 2-1 victory over Hanwha Life.
Exactly. It's all about the form, right? It's about, you know, we're getting towards the end of the season. We're going to get into playoffs soon. I think T1 will definitely make it. They're a playoff caliber team, but where do they line up against DRX, Stalmon, and Gen G? And I do believe that those other 3 teams would have stomped Hanwha Life a little bit harder here in this series, but there's still time. There's still series for T1 to work on things. At least they'll get the win, and hopefully they can bounce off of this one and perform a bit better as the season does come along here. Hanwha Life, still a little bit disappointing. I was getting a bit hyped after game number 1 that maybe the turnaround was coming soon for this team after taking a big win against T1, but that was not the case as we were disappointed here, especially in game 3 by their performance and their drafts especially.
I mean, I personally think that this is still better news for Hanwha. I know they lost, right? But this didn't look like a blowout. This looked like Hanwha could actually tango with the western side of the LCK. So definitely good news. I mean, we have painted the picture of this being a T1 that don't necessarily look like the same level as our top 3, but maybe it's an example of Hanwha Life finding their way back up towards better form. They were always the gut check team, right? It feels like it's a freak now who manages to crush everyone below them but loses horrifically to everyone above them. And it used to be Hanwha. I mean, they were 6th. That was their thing. They did it for so long, even back when they were rocks beforehand. Not really the case this point in time, as having a look at some of these highlights is certainly showing that T1 still do have those incredible team fighting powers, as Canna's very, very last second stopwatch was pretty impressive, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more from Hanwha, seeing better performances from them. This is a T1 that we still need more from as well. Sort of like the beginning of something for both of these teams.
Good tempered faith from the house.
DJ다 이거. 올라프 노플이야. DJ야. 와우. 이제 풀 있어. 올라프 노플.
집중해봐 일단.
Wow.
이거 싸움부터 봐.
오는 거 타워 칠 때 오는 거만
보면 돼. 타워 칠 때 오는 거. 깨면 되겠다.
이제 노비전.
So yeah, we can
올라프
just
노플.
end.
타워 좀 깨줘.
Kill the tower.
알잖아. 나 궁가능해. 형, 내가 뭐 좋아하는지 알잖아. 뭐야 이거? 내가 뭐 좋아하는지 알잖아. 뭐야? 상호야, 너야 이거? 나 지금 안 돼? 나 너가 뭐 좋아하는지 알 것 같아. 내가 뭐 좋아하는지 알잖아. 빨리. 상호야. 내가 부탁해. 다음에. 버스 개꿀.
They wanted that kill, but it did not happen. And Cuz was like, man, Karthus is fun.
He is fun.
He is. He's really fun. 18,000 damage in 26 minutes. He was popping off in that game.
Also probably had the most gold in the game, the most everything in the game. As this is T1 with back-to-back sub-30-minute wins. Brilliant. They lost game 1.
Wow.
But if you just cancel that out, say you started watching, you know, an hour after the broadcast started, like a lot of people, then you're going to be very happy with how T1 played this one out. And if you're a Hanwha Life fan, I think we're going to be looking at drafting more than anything else. I think that the drafts didn't put Hanwha in a great position, but then also T1 played better in the last 2 games. As it is going to be Cuz, this is a very, very easy one. Finally, Brendan Valdez gets one right.
Yeah.
As I believe unanimous. We'll have to get confirmation on that one from our producers.
Somebody's going to vote for Teddy because they're a fan of Teddy. Guarantee it.
There's one vote for Chovy. It's like the ring-in vote from LS. He's playing in the next match, dude.
You got to get him 3 POGs. He's got to catch up to BDD somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, this is going to be huge, right? BDD versus Chovy in our next matchup.
Ooh.
This is the POG battle.
This is for all the marbles, basically.
Yeah.
The second Haru sees the Dredge line is going to hit him, he needs to hit Ragnarok. And Mirror shouldn't be going in there like, I'll save you. I'm Silas.
Yeah. I'll just press R and go back. Oh, wait, that's a different champion. Never mind. It was 9 out of 12, so there were 3 people that made a bit of a mistake when it came to the POG vote.
I like the way you describe it.
I mean, it is a mistake.
It's probably 3 faker votes.
I mean, The set did look pretty good.
I
mean, the escape was actually
thinking about it. Yeah.
pretty cool. As we are going to go to the interview now, so let's throw it over to Jisoo.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Kanna and Cuz picking up a win against Hana Life Esports. Congratulations. How do you feel, Kanna? At first, in game number 1, it was a little bit shaky that we lost that game, but it's a big relief that we secured a win in the end. What about you, Cuz? Same. I was a little bit worried as we lost game number 1, but we were able to focus in game number 2 and 3 and come back. Indeed, Hana Life Esports, they looked really aggressive and proactive. How did the players think about their form? Especially your matchup up against Dudu on the top lane. Well, the grabs Camille is really strong in the early game, so I had to go for early trades.
저도 맞대응으로 세게 한 것 같아요.
Oh, so Dudu had to go for a very early trade, so I had to answer to it. And we want to ask you about this cleanse. That was 100% mistake, but we did manage to get a win, but that was a mistake, so I'm a little bit regretting my choice. Even though you did a really great job up against Renekton. It was a lot more comfortable, to be honest.
저는 그 1경기 좀 질문하고 싶은데요.
I have a question about game number 1. Kana, you played Quinn into Renekton.
T1의 전 T1 선수였던 칸 선수가 좀 떠올랐는데
And that reminded me of Khan, the former T1 player.
라인전을 좀 미친 듯이
Khan, he's a really a lane kingdom type of player on the top lane, so weren't you also wanting to play that way? Because Nidalee was putting a lot of pressure on the top side. Well, Quinn does have a favorite matchup in early phase, but Hana Life Esports were really smart protecting the top side. And there were some mistakes, so the game did not go as we planned. Moving on to Cuz, we saw Karthus coming out in game number 3. What was the plan in that pick? We had the right situation, and we were quite confident, and we needed a very strong AP champion in jungle. Karthus was actually rising in solo queue earlier, but it took a while to show up in competitive games. I also thought that the recent patch was a nerf onto Karthus, but I realized that it was a buff for jungle Karthus. And your Karthus scaled up really fast. And that was one of your main champions as well. Had that happened before in scrims, I mean, we have some plans, but at the same time, Hana Life, they made some mistakes reacting to this Karthus pick. Pon, it was also has this experience playing in the same team with Cuz, and Cuz is really good at scaling with this champion. We have highlights over here from game number 2, the game-ending setup on the side of T1. You guys were the main characters in this highlights. Hana Life was overextending for the dragon fight, so we were going in for this fight to answer their mistake. I could go in for this first, so I went in, and we were able to close out this fight. This game was really close, to be honest. If Aphelios had used his flash to finish up Camille, would you have died, or were you be able to answer that? I think if had he flashed, well, I might die. But I also went in onto the Hana Life players, and I made a mistake with the upgrade Q, actually. So yeah, it was a very bad mistake coming out from me as well. And Cuz, your performance is back. How do you rate your own performance today? We always have this plan during the scrims, and in game number 2 and 3, we were able to execute it in the right way, and we all played well. So I'm just glad that we were able to pull it off.
칸나 선수한테 힘을 확 실어주는 플레이를 잘해주신 거고 카라스는
And
그냥
as
본인
Volibear,
성장을
you are
했는데
trying to support Kana a lot, and on Karthus, you were the main character and the carry role of your team, and that's what the fans were looking forward to seeing from you. After the pick and bans, there are the certain plays that you have to follow depending on your comp. So when we are in a lead, sometimes I go in, and it just all depends on the current situation of the game. And your next opponent will be KT Roaster. What's your mindset for that series?
이번에 좀 불안하게 좀 이겼는데.
He had a very shaky win today, so I just want to have a fiery match and get a 2-0 win.
솔로 킬도 또 기대할게요. 지금
And we'll be looking forward to seeing another solo kill from Yukana. What about you, cuz? Any message for your fans? Thank you for all your continuous support. And our teammates, our coaching staff, we are all working so hard, so keep supporting us. Thank you. This will be the end of the interview with Kana and Cuz from T1.
축하드립니다.
And once again, congratulations on your win. Moving on, let's check out the standings of the LCK.
Thank you very much, Jason, for the translation. Wow, the standings were not there for very long. Can we bring them back? There we go. Perfect.
No, we saw them long enough.
T1 solidify their position in 4th place. This is something we were talking about yesterday. If they had have lost 0-2 to Hanwha, they would have been even with Afrika, but that is not going to be the case. Feels like T1 are in that 4th place island between the top 3 and the rest.
Yeah.
As speaking about the top 3, DRX versus Gen.G, taking on one another. If Gen.G win in any way, they are going to be ahead of DRX, or tied with DRX, and that's crazy. DRX have been
Could happen.
in 1st place since week 1. They have literally never been out of 1st place this entire season, and they're going to have to get that 2-0 over Gen.G. Remember last time in round 1, it was Gen.G T1, one after the other for DRX. That was their first test, and they passed it, and that carried them all the way through the first round robin.
Yeah. I think that Gen.G is really dangerous right now. It's going to be a crazy best-of-3 series.
Exactly. Chovy versus BDD. Everyone, we are going to have a short break. When we get back, the big one.
Night eyes in the summer heat. We took a ride and we drove for days. If we come
1+1. Hell yeah. In this episode, we're going to be heading over to LS's house. I have my housewarming gifts with me. Chipsuri, which is a traditional Korean gift for when you're moving into a new place. LS has been living there for a long time, but I've never been there before, so I'm assuming that it's brand new, and I'm going to make sure that I bring my toilet paper metaphor in order to wish him well in his place. Guys, we're finally here. Made it to LS's home. It's the first time I've ever been here. I'm really excited. Got his t-shirt gift, got the light off, got it back on again, got the toilet paper. Let's go. It's creepy, isn't it? Oh, I can't get in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, once again joined by the Valdanalist here for the big one. DRX versus Gen G. This could change everything. If Gen G are able to pick up a win here, they could be once again back on top for the regular season. But we will have to see, because DRX have not lost to them so far this season, and we'll see whether it's going to continue here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that round one was round one, and slowly the changes are coming in. I do feel like Gen G is slowly powering up more and more. We've kind of passed that that time period of where we were like, yeah, Gen G's good, but nobody talks about them. You know, BDD's great, one of the best mid laners, but what about Chovy and Showmaker? They're the best. Actually, I think a lot of people now are looking at Gen G and saying, wow, this team is really on a roll. We can't ignore them anymore, and I think they're favored, actually, to win this one, which can be a bit surprising for people who, you know, have been following the DRX story, how they are on top right now with only one loss. And it's really going to be interesting because while I do favor Gen G, it really does feel like DRX are in a strong place as well.
Yeah, exactly. Chovy versus BDD is going to definitely be the focal point of this one, in my opinion. Chovy certainly did put on a show in their first matchup, but that was way back very early in this season. And that was after, you know, Gen G had some unfortunate times, falling 0-3 at MSC in the semifinals, also getting decimated by T1 in the spring final. I think that hangover was still there for Gen G, and I think the reason why a lot of people are apprehensive about this team is because that final is still in the back of their mind, and can Gen G actually show us some of that tenacity when it comes to best of fives? But that is still a long time coming, and this team is very good at regular season play, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to do it here today. 6-0 on the Azir for Chovy, and both of these players pretty damn good at Azir play. I think that one is certainly going to be targeted in the drafts. Is having a look at some of these stats here. DRX, not the greatest statistically, to be perfectly honest, but still just shy of Damwon when it comes to goal difference at 10 minutes. Just shows that they do play fast and loose in the early game, even if they're not necessarily getting a lot of early objectives. They're just doing a lot of better farming and random killing here and there to try and get themselves leads.
Yeah, and you can see up at the top, even though you know, Gen G has one less loss, 2 less wins, still very going to be close to DRX when it does come to that. Obviously, both of these teams are up towards the top, so they're going to have good stats on that piece of paper that we were just looking at. Same lineup for DRX. Quad's not coming in, to the surprise of absolutely 0 people in the world right now.
Exactly. Doran back there towards the top side. I think that's going to be a very interesting matchup here this game. I think it's probably one of the mismatches here between Gen G and DRX. Doran has been feeling real hit or miss, and we'll have to see whether Rascal can put him in his place or whether he's going to be able to weather the storm. Klid's also been upgrading his play a lot since the beginning of the season, so Pioshik, he has been outspoken saying that he thinks of nothing else other than League of Legends and jungle pathing, and his pathing has improved over the summer split. However, it is still not the best, and Klid definitely is a man with a lot more experience. But as you can see, Chovy versus BDD has been very Chovy favored over the years, ever since Chovy made his debut in 2018. They were able to take down Dragon X every single time, KT every time, and now Gen G every time. Of course, BDD's time on KT was a sad one, honestly. Like, BDD really felt like a shadow of his former self. So finding himself here on Gen G is certainly very good for him.
Yeah. Take a look at his Taliyah win rate. That's something we don't see all too often. I think he's played 1 game, maybe 2?
So 1 game this season so far, yeah.
And just really insane stats there. But he has not won a regular season of the LCK against Chovy just yet, regardless of what team he is on. So he's looking to try to tie it up here, essentially, as he did go down in the beginning of summer. As we're taking a look here at some of the stats, obviously Chovy is a god in the lane when it does come to that, whereas BDD a little bit more solid, I suppose, all around.
Yep, I believe it is Showmaker in between the two of them when it comes to CS numbers. As Deft versus Ruler is another one. I was actually having a chat to Ruler backstage. Wished him luck, and he was like, thank you. And then I said, easy match? He's like, no, very hard match. And so yes, definitely respecting the matchup that he's up against, especially considering the nameplate of Deft and the up-and-coming rookie and your personal favorite in Carrier. This is going to be a real rough one. However, the stats, very good for Ruler. This guy's CS difference at 15 is nutty. But Deft also averages 10 ahead, so only one of the players can be ahead at 15 minutes. So
yeah.
We'll see who's going to be actually buffing up those stats as Deft is going to get himself situated. The little alpaca ready to come out and take some names.
Yeah, and Ruler had, he was only 4th when it did come to damage per gold, but he has so many games of Ashe, which is not necessarily this champion that's going to be putting up gigantic damage numbers, more so of a safe engager, someone who can win the lane very well. And he is 7-0, by the way, on the Ashe.
Yeah.
I think we'll definitely be seeing the Ashe at least one of these games. Would expect it to go 3. I find it hard to believe that, one of these teams is just going to come over the top and 2-0 the other one, as they're both just so good and so evenly matched at this point in time, which makes this matchup just about as good as it can get, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly right. Very excited, and let's get into it right now. Draft is upon us, as DRX will be on the blue side, their most winningest side. That is another reason why it's actually crazy that DRX were able to win first up, because at the beginning of the season, it was even more lopsided in favor of blue side. Maybe to do with our LCK teams not necessarily figuring out counterpick as well this year as they have in the past. But we'll see how things go. Kalista going to be the first ban, and Twisted Fate, of course, having to be removed on the red side.
Pantheon bans down in the bottom side. We've seen more and more Pantheon coming in, as Life has played 0 games of it so far, but still a pretty strong support champion in the meta right now, so they're going to take that off the board. What is going to be the final ban on blue, I'm very curious about.
Yeah, they could decide to get rid of more of a throwaway. I'd actually expect this to be something a bit off-kilter, and then Gen G will ban. Well, I like the Azir ban, taking that one off the floor, and now it's the fight for who gets Zoe, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. I think you ban Zoe here.
I think they'll ban Volibear or Set, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's more likely,
that
but
guy.
at the same time, it's like, oh no. Do you really want to give Joey Zoe? Do you really want to give BDD Zoe if DRX is going to pick something else?
No. DRX will first pick Ezreal. So Set ban, first pick Ezreal, and then Gen G
pick Zoe.
The world's their oyster.
Yeah, there has to be so much priority on that champion. I mean, the 2 mid laners are probably the best right now. Volibear.
Ooh, Volibear's interesting. And so Zoe, obviously, going to be a choice here.
Insta-locked. Like, Rascal was already hovering on the champion, so.
And Zoe Ezreal would be just so good for Gen G.
BDD, I think, is the best Zoe out of all of them, actually. I think he's the one player
Zoe is outstanding.
You really can't give him Zoe. I think that's a little bit of a blunder already. But let's see. Maybe they know. I mean, they could have done pretend drafts, and maybe it turns out this way a lot of the time. And so maybe they have an answer into the Zoe here. It is Chovy after all.
Whoa, they actually prioritize Ashe over Ezreal as well.
Well, 7-0 will do that, I suppose. But Deft on the other side is 8-1 on Ezreal, so
yeah,
it's rough, I think it's a very obvious choice for DRX.
Ezreal Bard is like just so easy right here. Yeah,
easy. I love that Bard. It's so mainstream now.
I know, and watching Carrier play it is also just super good. Lehens was a joy to watch on it in the game that he managed to win, and in the game that they lost, actually. But this is Carrier, Young Mechanics crew, giving us some of that Bard action, as we got CC coming in on the bottom side of the map, but not necessarily a lot of lane presence here, especially in the early stages. We'll see how aggressive Gen G are going to play this one. Volley certainly does help you take some control, but having double ranged will be able to abuse the Leona to a certain extent.
Life is 4-0 on the Leona. When I think of Leona for support players in the LCK, I immediately think of effort. Generally, Life isn't in that top 3. I mean, we consider Carrier, Effort, and Beryl, I think, at this point for the top 3, but Life He's getting up there. He's being more consistent nowadays, and I'm excited to see what he can do on this Leona that he has had a lot of success on in recent times.
Well, I'm feeling another mid lane ban. Might be something like a Syndra. We'll see. No, Orianna going to be the choice there, but then Lee Sin going to be banned by DRX, and we'll see where Clid is going to go.
Yeah.
Unless DRX throw the gauntlet, they could theoretically leave Lee Sin open so they can try and get it. I'm only saying this because both Pyosik and Clid have been prioritizing
Maybe they
Lee
can
Sin
ban
a
Camille
lot.
or something.
Oh no, of course the Volley Bear is already picked, most likely for Chovy, for Pyosik, so they don't need to worry about it.
Mordekaiser?
Why?
They banned Olaf and Mordekaiser together. They weren't watching the last series and any of the LCK.
Yeah.
That's clear. I don't know why you would leave Camille available, first of all. Second of all, the Lee Sin does seem a little bit obvious for Clid. Let's see, though. Are they just going to go Renekton? That would be a little bit sad.
Bears versus Crocs. No, it's going to be the Lee Sin, obviously.
Yeah. This makes a lot more sense.
They are going to wait for the counter pick for Rascal.
DRX could just...
Camille.
Yeah, they could just blind Camille. Which I feel like Camille is slowly rising in priority, and it's so good right now. It has like a 75% win rate on top of it.
It's also Doran's most played by like 1,000,000%.
Yeah, it has the results to
Oh,
back it up.
God.
Not blind pick Renekton.
Please, God. Thank you. Oh, my goodness, I was so frightened. Because, of course, that had to be the Camille. They were trolling us there for a moment. I hope that was CP Max trying to get into our heads, as Ornn would be self-counterpick into Camille's true damage with the second part of her E. We shall see.
It's kind of curious. I mean, it is the most played for Rascal, but Ornn really has fallen off a cliff in terms of priority here in the LCK. But he's still going to pick it up, and so he's going to go with what has worked for him, and Rascal is... You talked about rocks. Not the team, but like top lane players that are like a rock that you can, lean on. Rascal has become that. He is so consistent, unbelievably consistent, this player that rarely gets talked about. And if there's anybody that I trust to take the Ornn and try to prove to us once again that he still is decent in the top lane, it would be Rascal. So I like that he's going to pick it up here into the Camille. I think it's going to teach us a lot more about Ornn's power level and just how strong is Camille for Doran, who, as you mentioned, it's his most played. He's very comfortable on that champion.
Yeah, he's played 8 games of Camille, and his second most played is the Aatrox at 4. So certainly the most comfort that you can get. But this is also just a really good comp, right? Like, the amount of dive potential with Hextech Ultimatum into the heroic entrance and a bear on top of it. And then Tempered Fate to control the battlefield and Deft being self-sufficient on the Ezreal. This is exactly what you want to see. And Chovy, fantastic at playing tanky champions, has always been. Played mid-on all the time. Plays the Galio to great effect also, but also is the one to play the set. I believe was second after Showmaker. No, actually no, he was first. Chovy was the one that debuted the mid-set, I believe. Whereas here, we've just got win rate champions, right? This is all comfort for Gen G, majoritively, right? You've got Ruler's Ashe that he's just been winning games on, BDD on his world-famous Zoe, Clid on his very famous Lee Sin. We always called him the cleanest Lee Sin in the LCK. And this is Rascal's most played by a country mile. I believe lifetime. I actually have a...
Take a look.
I need to have a look at Rascal's statistics.
It's his
Ornn most played.
It's his most played in summer, which is really... It's surprising for me because after... like the halfway through round 1, it's like he just disappeared. I mean, we rarely see Ornn anymore.
Well, it's his most played by 9 games. Second most played is Camille at 21, and he's played Ornn 30 times. He has a 70% win rate, though, so you can see why.
Casual 19 games of Akali we never see.
Well, I mean, when he was on Kingzone, his Akali was certainly to be feared. It was actually very impressive.
There are so many matchups to talk about in this game. Obviously, bottom lane, Deft versus Ruler. Life, I feel like he's the guy that's kind of the underdog of the 4. He has to prove to everybody else that he deserves to be on the same level as Keria, as Deft and Ruler.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ruler did a lot of carrying in that lane, I believe, early on, but Life has been getting better, as I mentioned earlier.
He got back-to-back POGs in their last match, so Life certainly coming out swinging in recent times.
He is absolutely getting better by the day.
Oh, Hot Cocoa on the bottom side. And skin synergy between Deft area. Frosted Ezreal definitely always reminds me of Double Edged, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe because I've been watching League of Legends for way too long. But this is an old school skin. Deft used to be a Pulsefire guy. He used to play Pulsefire every single time. Even when it had the wonky animations, which meant a lot of people didn't want to play it. But Deft was still there because it looked cool.
Yeah. You got to go with the best skin. You look good, you play good. I mean, that's...
Oh, damn right.
That's just basic math, okay?
Yeah. I'm not good at basic math, but I understood that.
And none of us are. It's okay. We see the stats here. This is kind of what you were talking about. Objectives early on in the game. DRX, they don't go for objectives. They win lane.
Yeah.
and then win the game through that.
Well, their CS difference at 15 minutes is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Which certainly shows that. Colossal smash there as, oh, see? He's the best Zoe in the LCK. Level 3 redemption. We say level 4 is the benchmark. Just insane. Well,
And,
LCK total, he's 6-2, pretty good on the Galio.
Who was that mid laner that BDD was playing against that just made Galio into Zoe just look horrendous? I forget who that was, and I don't necessarily want to call them out because it was...
It might have been Kuro.
Pretty horrendous. Might have been Kuro.
Yeah.
But you can see that Chovy has a much better understanding of how to play the matchup. Gets the taunt off before the Justice Punch. Obviously, we're not at level 6 yet, but you can already see that good stuff is starting there in the mid lane.
Good knock up there from Rascal, as he's already built himself Ruby Crystal. Not getting as much value out of that as he would have used to, but he will when he goes back. That's a great little stun onto Life, but as you can see, no issues here. 29-14. Khalid's played a lot of Lee Sin, guys. We knew that. We'll see whether he's going to have a good time this time around as the Volley Bear, what's picked into him, 3-0 here for Pioshik. DRX haven't lost a lot of games, to be perfectly honest. As BDD going to have his back stopped, I believe. Some Winds of War.
Is he not on Vision there? I thought he must have been, but yeah, maybe BDD just doesn't care and he wants to clean the wave instead.
BDD opting in for the Unsealed Spellbook this time, not actually going for the super abusive Zoe. We've seen a lot of Zoes pick up a lot more aggressive rune choices, like Airy and Electrocute, things like that, to just try and smash lane, but BDD just wants to have that extra flexibility as we're going to have a 2v2 here towards the top side. And Rascal, oh, the mind game.
Oh, Doran.
Just beautiful, but that's a great ward. As Pioshik, the police are here. Please, go back to your turret. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. And now he's going to move back again.
Yeah, it's really cool to see kind of the next leveling that comes out because Doran, it's like he almost sniffed it out. He's like, oh, I think someone might be here. I got to be careful as they're thinking about a dive now.
Yep, the turret getting a little bit confused as Chovy's going to make his way in as well. This big old taunt. It's going to make things rough. That's a great knock-up, though, as Chovy's holding on to the aggro, gets the flash, and gets out. Really nice first plug is here on the bottom side of the map. Zenith Blade gets Life in there. Aftershock going to work out, but Ruler took a lot of damage there. As Eclipse will eventually proc. And Life does tank up a lot, but it's a pretty even trade after all is said and done.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch the, the macro rotations that were coming in and how Chovy was able to get such a good push off and then get up to the top lane on time, but it's kind of just Chovy things, right? He is able to make it happen, and when we talk about Chovy, we talk about his lane dominance, but he is going to fall behind after that play in favor of helping out his team, which is kind of interesting, but I suppose you got to do that kind of thing when you are playing on the Galio and you have such a fantastic dive ability.
This is also, one of the things that Chovy does, right? Like, he plays set in Sax lane. It's all about, like, getting around and stopping shows elsewhere. He has a few different modes. Like, if Chovy wants to win mid lane, he tries really hard to win mid lane, right? And a lot of his Azir games are about that. But when he is on these more tanky champions, it's certainly a different play style for Chovy. Certainly one of the reasons why he's so good, his flexibility. But Gen G, they're going to run towards the top side. They're looking for Doran. He's going to... Oh, no, he's not. Heroic Entrance is going to come in. And Doran's not dead just yet, but will eventually fall down. A 1-for-1, though, as BDD's down extraordinarily low. And Chovy will grab all of this farm. Well, as much of the farm as he can find. And 1-for-1 is pretty even by my math. Like I said, arithmetically challenged. However, I can do that one.
Yeah, the dive here not nearly as clean for Gen G, that's for sure. And it's because Chovy, once again, ahead of the play, is able to be there on time. And Lee Sin got the aggro for the turret, so that's a big reason why there was so much damage going on to Clid at the same time. And how he did get punished there. And so, a lot of plays around the top side of the map. We were talking a lot about this Camille. It's so important to get her ahead in this game so she can begin to really punish the Ornn. Great knock-up here from Rascal, trying to do his best, but there's just too much damage. Even the Winds of War come in, and it's just a little bit too much for that early game Ornn to handle.
Yeah, pretty comfortably just jumps his way forward, and Clid wasn't even tanking the turret.
He said, It's just like, yeah.
All right.
In green, it's just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever, big deal.
All right, Justice punches himself back. And Rascal is smashing farm, by the way, in this lane.
He is.
Certainly having a good time on the Ornn, outside of that one death. So the answer back was good news, and it was because there was
a big wave too.
Yeah, the huge minion wave that Doran lost underneath the turret that was actually eaten by Chovy is why Chovy's actually even with BDD despite taking a couple of excursions out. This Chovy, Justice Punch timing was pretty good. Carrier going to show up with the little Pengus following him around. This is like, I know like Astronaut Bard is really cool and stuff, but Snow Day Bard is just the best. And always has been.
It's hard to disagree. You know, I do like the little aliens. I think it might be tied for first with the Pengus. I know we have a lot of Pengu fans here.
No, but it's the hot cocoa as well.
That's why.
Justice Punch going to be avoided there as Life going to slow Chovy down. He's been ignited. The carrier's coming in. He's got the meep slaps on. He's got his mittens out, and he should be able to keep his gargoyle alive. Pyoshik coming down. They called the cops, but they're a little bit too late. Yeah, as Pyoshik is looking to try and punish some scuttlers instead, ults his way out. And looks like Gen G have some heralds in mind.
Riller pushing the bottom lane. Going to use that time to come up here just in case a fight breaks out. But I think the second he realizes that they've won the fight, I think he should just go bot again.
Yeah.
But he might just push mid and then go bot. Let's see exactly where he does go.
He took one creep from mid.
This is how you do it. Okay, we saw before in the last series that I think it was Teddy that stood mid for a long time, taking farm from Faker and let the Ezreal get plates and extra XP down the bottom lane. Ruler, he identifies that they got the objective. He immediately goes back bot. Doesn't really lose anything because he had just pushed in. And he's not going to fall behind at all. He's going to keep that pressure on down in the bottom side. See, he's ahead 55 gold.
Amazing. Wow. Absolutely amazing. How does he do it? Well, you could just clip what Valdez just said, and that may help you realize just how he does it. Tactical sweep, and Doran gets out of that with the hook shot, so nicely done. Carrier back towards the bottom side, and look, the Ezreal's behind by a little bit of farm. How did he get that? That's just, he's BDD. That's how.
It actually looked like it went through the minion.
He has a console command. As all right, there's a bit of a taunt onto Life to try and avoid a bit of CC. And Chovy, he's getting so much attention.
Yeah.
And he's down an entire 3 CS.
This is the Chovy effect. I mean, he doesn't even have to flash. He makes Galio look so much stronger than so many other people have in this matchup. He avoids ganks without flashes, gets away at perfect timings.
Oh, Carrier. He's going to get ulted here by Life as the kickback onto the Bard. He's going to take a magical journey into the Death Chamber as Deft is trying to chase after Leona here. Oh my god. He's taking a lot of damage as there's a Justice Punch and no taunt to be had is now Pyoshik. Yeah, here we go. This is what happens when you kill his friends. Pyoshik's going to come in. Sirens are blaring. Now Clid not going to go aggressive onto the bear, I don't think.
Nope, just going to let him go. And that Volibear is kind of getting out of control here. I think you obviously would have wanted those kills onto the Camille and maybe the Ezreal in that case, but he's going to be really tanky and rough to deal with for the side of Gen G, who do have a lot of great engage, but I think they're lacking a bit on disengage.
Whoa. Tempered Fate comes in. Oh, not going to quite find a Cosmic Binding there is Carrier. Throws one out, but it's a bit optimistic.
The power of Bard.
Yep.
Getting flashes out of all of your teammates. Feels good, man.
Well, Deft and Ruler having a bit of a conversation down here. Both of them have been oppositions for a very long time. Going back to, you know, KT versus Gen G days. Even potentially, you know, EDG versus Samsung days. Not sure exactly whether they played against one another during those moments. While Deft was over in China, but certainly been playing against each other here in the LCK for a very long time.
Tempered Fate is down. This is going to give a lot of free gold over to the side of BDD and Clid. Look at that, 240 apiece.
Big monies. As you've got Gen G also starting off this Mountain Drake, taking absolutely every objective here on this map.
Yeah, Gen G doing well with some of their objective play, whereas DRX, as we mentioned before, not so great with it. Giving a lot for free over here to the side of Gen G. And kind of comes down to some of the timings. I mean, TP was available here for Chovy, but they didn't exactly want to focus on taking down the mountain. As here's Keria. I mean, he's clearing a ward in the bush alone. No vision in the enemy jungle. And it was just a really easy setup. I think you have to play it a little bit safer. Obviously, Pyoshik is able to spare the blushes of his teammate and catch up with a kill in the extended trade. But I don't think Keria should have been there in the first place.
Yep, Bubble going to connect here with the Volibear, who's going to get chunked out. That just turns on the siren. It's going to run away. It's all going to be fine. You bear lovers out there. Deft wandering back to lane, does have his Manamune completed, as well as the Sheen. 2 items going to be online pretty soon. Here for the Ezreal, who's enjoyed a very slow early game for himself. His support's been running all over the place with his Forbidden Idol that he's put together with his Lucidity boots. As Rascal has a slight level advantage and also way more health than the Camille. Chovy shoves in another wave. Let's see where the next point of aggression is for DRX, because at the moment it looks like they well, it's here in mid lane. As the bubble's going to go wide, but once again, it's yeah, law enforcement just checking up what's going on in the area. And runs on out. I think I'm making too many references to this bear being a police officer.
Yeah.
The skin's fun.
Yeah, I do like the sound effects. Makes it very interesting. And Chovy is beginning to show why this Galio gets picked into the Zoe all the time. He's just sitting there, it's like, oh, you want to Battle Star me just straight up? Okay, I'll just channel my taunt. You're going to do about 3 damage.
BDD looked so triggered while he was just doing a whole lot of stuff, like pressing all of these buttons. He's like, look, Galio, look at all my buttons. Yeah. As Chovy just walks away from him. Life, are you going to break the Coco? Don't break the Coco.
He would never dare.
He broke the Coco.
Maybe he drank it.
Oh, there we go. Don't worry. Keria has a new one for him. What a gentleman.
He's just sharing with the enemy, saying, you know, we're enemies right now, but we're friends.
No, it's a parlay for another 2.5 minutes as this Cloud Drake is coming up. Earth, Wind, and Fire could be coming in order. Something I always enjoy. Doran not going to be getting any plates here on the Camille, unfortunately. So not going to have quite the carry potential in the earlier stages of this game than he would. Still going to scale extraordinarily well, especially after, you know, items 2 and 3 come in. Trinity Force is now done though, so it's going to get better and better. Chovy actually got the money there for Shirley, who was secured. And now DRX wanting to plant her on the top side, and Rascal, no idea why he's here. Hextech Ultimatum comes down, he tries to Bellow's Breath. The knock-up, but I mean, who cares? That is just so easy. And Rascal, he heard Shirley yelling. He knew.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been pushing all the way up there. It is pretty difficult to get away from the composition that DRX have, especially when you use your Hextech ultimatum. Look at Clid, he's gonna try to...
Oh, he wants to assassinate Shirley, but Doran may just assassinate him. Hookshot comes forward, the kick denied, and Doran grabs the kill. Oh man, that was beautiful.
Is Shelly gonna even live up there? I don't think so. They're gonna get a lot of value up in that top side. The luxury turret will be there for some extra gold for their team, so nicely done. A little bit of going too far for Clid. Generally, when a Camille is fed, you don't exactly want to just run into her to try to stop your tier 2 from taking a little bit of extra damage, which at the end won't matter too much.
And this now gets really scary for Gen G because they picked for comfort in laning phases, you know, things like that. The composition, you know what it's trying to do, like early to mid game, and they do have Ornn for late game insurance. But this DRX comp does amazing things when it comes to just deciding to get picks like this right here, as well as team fighting, right? Because of the versatility that you get with the heroic entrances. That was not the kick that you wanted to employ there, Clid, but also a fantastic hook shot to make sure that the Lee Sin was going to die.
Yeah, easy take on the turret after all that, and they're kind of just feeding those kills over to the Camille too, who's 0, 1, and 2. Now he's 2, 1, and 2, and we all know what's going to happen when that Camille gets fed, and that's why we were kind of scratching our heads when the Camille was available and not banned. Why go for the Lee Sin? Instead, you could have had your own blind Camille and see what DRX wanted to throw into that. The cleanse respect coming out from Chovy from his unsealed spellbook. Doesn't want to get locked down by the Lee Sin pick potential.
You see DRX not even interested in starting up this dragon. They more want to go for some sort of fight. They don't have the Volley Bear ultimate, as Winds of War not going to be stealing that one. Teleport in from the Ornn, but it's going to be behind Gen G. Bubble connects. The Bear not able to make it into the brush, but is otherwise going to be unscathed, as we'll see who gets the Drake. It is going to be taken by Clid, but we'll see whether they actually win the fight. Knock up only onto one there with the heroic entrance as Clid able to get himself out, but only the Camille to die just yet. Rascal also extraordinarily low. Chovy in amongst 4 members, keeping himself alive for so long, as finally the Ornn goes down. Then the Leona follows. A double kill for the Bear.
BDD,
as BDD trying to bounce around this team fight. Carrier has to flash the wall bubble. Too easy, gets the kill onto this one. This is why you ban this one.
Imagine giving Zoe to BDD.
I know, right? It's just not what you want to see as Ruler grabs the kill onto the Bard. Deft desperately trying to keep himself alive, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to. Kick connects. Oh, and they just try to make him work for it. Clid over the wall. That is going to be the ace, and Gen G. I mean, it looked like the team fight that they were going to be able to win on the side of DRX, and then BDD was Zoe.
Yeah, I don't even know how he was able to get out of that fight alive. There was so much commotion in the backside of that one. What is this TP?
That's Chovy.
Chovy's like really angry. There's nothing on the map. There's nothing for him to get to. I don't know why he's TPing there. So take a look here. Good smite by Clid. He's just hanging around, you know, he's not engaging. Great ultimate. Deft immediately is going to cleanse that one. And in the beginning, it's looking pretty good. Even though the Camille goes down, you got so much damage in the front line for DRX. Chovy is zoning them all away, but Deft is not really able to do enough damage.
Oh, he didn't do anything.
Yeah, and BDD was just always in the back line, just waiting for Chovy to go down. He was very patient, and he just picks up all the flashes on the ground, too. And this is when BDD is not going to miss a single skill shot.
For that one.
You really should not be giving BDD Zoe, essentially. I think a lesser Zoe probably would have either died before this, not have hit his skill shots.
My favorite thing is that you say, this is when BDD doesn't miss a skill shot, and he literally didn't hit any skill shot from that point onwards.
No, he hit the bubble and the
bubble
star right there.
The bubble there, and immediately afterwards missed everything.
Yeah, well, you know. It's an Ezreal. You gotta
it's
gotta give him that one.
He's slippery. Yeah.
The damages received will be in most favor of actually Lee Sin, who has been very active in this game, I suppose.
When it comes to receiving damages, anyway, as Gen G do take down the outer turret in the mid lane, there has certainly been a swing here as far as how the temperament of this game has turned around. DRX still ahead in farm, and the Camille still farming out very well. Does have Ravenous Hydra now completed, but ornaments are going to start flooding in. And Gen G's scaling will get better. They do have Lee Sin Leona, who don't necessarily scale fantastically well, but Leona's very tanky, offers a bit of CC.
And now DRX just very aggressively going to be engaging here.
Oh, there's the on haunt. True Shot Barrage lands mainly onto Clid, as BDD's just running at him. Oh, what? Finds the bubble and almost kills him with a damn Ludens proc. What?
Yeah, you guys may have heard of BDD. He's pretty good at Zoe, and he's 4-0-1.
Take this, man. Skipping rope. Rascal trying to clear out a minion wave, not going to be able to. And Doran is manhandling the Ornn. Certainly a comp that can split push very well on the side of DRX, which might be a good thing because Gen G is showing that team fights are something that they're well and truly capable of.
This game is getting really interesting. I feel like it still is quite even, especially because of the split push potential and pressure that Doran is putting on. You can see that he's just taking turrets in front of the Ornn already when he's on 2 items, and there's really not much that Rascal can do except clear the wave. And so I feel like the only way to really stop this is to maybe employ the Warmog strat, where you go out, accept the wave, you take a bunch of damage from Camille, and then you hide behind the turret and try to get a bunch of your health back and wait for the next wave. But the side lane is always going to be in favor of Doran, who does have the 2nd most gold in the game, actually, behind BDD, which is quite interesting.
Yep, he's been certainly in these side lanes. My goodness, that took a long time.
Lane lands.
Lane. Yep, just probably should have done a few vocal warm-ups before this one, maybe more than I did already. Okay, Clid's gonna find Chovy, but the bear is going to find him. True Shot Barrage somehow. Hitbox, by the way, is going to land onto Clid, who needs to get out of there. This might mean that the first Infernal Drake is going to be taken by DRX, and it looks like, yes, it's getting taken out extremely fast. Oh, that's a great Tempered Fate out of Carrier to hold down BDD, but they don't get him. With the Cosmic Radiance, in goes Rascal to try and find Chovy. Purshik down very, very low. Eventually is taken. And yeah, Doran not able to get into that backline effectively enough. Life also keeps himself alive for approximately forever. And once again, Carrier and Deft cannot do anything.
Yeah. Zone nearly the entire time, and Ruler, take a look at this replay when we do get to it. There's a reason he's got the fire around him. He was shelling out so much damage. There was so much focus onto getting BDD. We saw Tempered Fate, people trying to dive onto that Zoe, and they weren't even able to kill BDD on top of it. So Ruler, on top of all of that, was doing insane damage, protected the entire time. Now he's full health, and he's going to be able to chunk this Baron, and there's not much that DRX can do about it.
Nope, Purshik is alive, but he's in his own base, so not going to be able to do anything there. And yeah, Gen G feels like if there isn't one amazing performance out of one player, it's going to be out of the other. So my focus may need to shift multiple times. When it comes to these team fights, this is what you requested. Let's have a look at Ruler this time.
Yeah, good play by Carrier. Starts it off. And watch this great Born ultimate at the same time. Notice he hits the front line instead of the back line. Leona hits both of them in the back line. So there's just unbelievable amounts of CC that are going down onto everybody of DRX because both Rascal and Life are having amazing games on top of it. You know, the damage is the most obvious thing, but really the reason why Ruler and BDD are given the room to do this is because of Rascal and Life and their ability to lock down the opponents and allow their attack damagers to do a ton of damage. And
there's the flash.
Okay.
Now we're looking for a taunt onto Ruler. He does go golden with his stopwatch. Bit of a slow as Justice Punch comes in, and yes, they do manage to kill the Ashe. Revenge has been claimed. Is now Life going to suffer the same fate? That's a kill over to Deft as Chovy Justice punches his way out. Now the follow-up is there, but the bottom lane is missing. So Rascal not going to be getting in. And BDD was spending some time top side of the map. So that's a couple of Barons removed. DRX just constantly aggressive. Doesn't matter how the game looks. They are always angry as Rascal gonna get ultimatum. There's the heroic entrance. And he's going to be golden here underneath the turret, but the ulti from the Volley Bear is going to deny its damage. Now 3 versus 5. Gen.G is still taking the fight. These annoying minions getting in the way as BDD's at full health, by the way, guys. As Gen.G's going to jump back, BDD flashes forward. This mid-jungle synergy is beautiful as the bubble is going to go wide. I actually expected that one to land as the Q does. And cleared, he's thinking about it. The arrow's going to pierce the heavens. And there goes the Galio and DRX. They have to run.
Zoe is just so broken. I don't know what else to say. BDD makes it look so unbelievably broken. It's not even funny. He's like attacking them from 5 miles down the lane. And they, you know, DRX, they're so aggressive, but they don't know when to take their foot off the gas pedal. They got so much. They killed Ruler and one other person, and they were going, and they took 2 turrets, but then you got it back. But instead they stuck around for too long and they waited to see what BDD could do. Did not respect what he was able to do. Really nice arrow as well from Ruler way down the lane, just sent it right down the middle. Was able to allow them to pick up the 1 kill and in the end pick up the inhibitor. As now Gen.G immediately flip it back into their favor. And there's no objectives right now, but they still are owning the map for this point in time.
Yep, finally ahead in gold. And look, it's so extraordinarily close, regardless of the fact that all of these team fights are still going in favor of Gen.G. And it's a lot to do with that the guy that's currently at the outer top lane.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, Life and Ruler out of position and were just collapsed on by every member of DRX. They move in, but their health bars are low. You know, like they still
and
sacrificed a lot.
They stick around for so long. You know the combo here. Rascal is unbelievably tanky. I mean, he's also got a stopwatch. Great kick there on top of it. And everybody's getting lower and lower while Rascal is not dying. And then they're like, okay, now we got to run. But you don't run from Zoe. Just watch this. 1 flash, 2 flash, magical journey, bubble over the wall. He's not going to hit that one, but very close. And he just continues. It just never seems to end. And their chase potential is insane because of it.
Owen Wilson Pioshik here on the Volley Bear behind enemy lines. Gen.G, no idea where the sneaky bear is. He's still there. He's still there.
And
all right.
Will they notice?
Will the bear flank be successful is the question. Pings towards the bottom side. I believe that's where Chovy is, yes. BDD taking some damage. Pioshik dives in. There's a heroic entrance. This is the wombo combo we've been looking for. Ruler already taken out of the fight. Torrent's fighting cleared. Gets himself over the wall. Grabs the kill onto the Leona as Magical Journey gets them in there. Bellow's breath is good, but it ain't good enough as now BDD and cleared versus the world. Rascal, he's taking his time to die, but Deft cleanses the bubble, and BDD looking to try and take a drive-by blue buff, and is, unable to do that, as Clid is able to secure it. And Infernal now should go over to DRX. This ain't over just yet, Valdez.
It's so back and forth. You really, we were watching DRX push in after catching Ruler, and we were like, wow, they're going to get so much out of this. They might take the game. Gen.G bring it back, and now immediately DRX are able to do just that once again. As notice how they wait until they see exactly where Ruler is. The second Ruler comes out of the brush, that's when they engage. And even with Leona trying to solar flare down on top, everybody's trying to get on in there and save him. It's not enough. And that also gets Life and Rascal into the mix.
What? Did Chovy just cleanse a Magical Journey? Looked really weird.
It looked weird. I thought he got bubbled like halfway through, and maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know why it would.
What? Can you do that? Is that a thing?
I don't think we've ever seen that before.
The arithmetic's been difficult this game. Being able to say words has been difficult, and understanding exactly what's been going on in these team fights has been tough as well. These two teams still going at it. Double Infernal. As that's basically 2 dragons to 1. The Cloud not necessarily doing that much here for Gen.G. But it's still very, very close. Ornaments actually puts Gen.G in the lead when it comes to gold. 5 have been put together. So those extra stats certainly weighing in here.
I just wish that Clid was good at a champion that was a little bit more useful as the game comes along.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, you know, he got some work done earlier on. He's had some decent kicks, but outside of that, he really has been a little bit invisible compared to the Bola Bear, who immediately ults straight on top of the flashless Ashe. And it's hard for her to deal with this kind of composition because you got that classic Galio-Camille combo, but on top of that, you have the Volley Bear that's also diving in, and you also have to dodge Tempered Fate. You know, Bard is useful even just for getting Ruler's flash out of the way, like he did earlier underneath the turret. Even if that's the only thing he's doing all game, that's still really good, especially with the rest of your composition and just taking Ruler's damage out. And even though BDD is doing some insane work on the Zoe, he can't do it alone. He needs Ruler to stay alive. And that should be the main objective, I think, for Gen G in these coming fights.
And you can see Rascal starting to take a lot of damage here from Doran, who doesn't have, you know, a Last Whisper or anything like that. This is just the true damage from that second activation that makes Camille so strong into tanks in a side lane. And Rascal he's gone the route of the LCK Orns as well with Gargo Stoneplate for the team fights. And LS would be quite disappointed as Life. Looking for Doran, he's going to hookshot his way out, and there's no way that Leona can actually catch up to him, even with those Moby boots. I do want to talk about Deft and Keria. Keria has a QSS and a Mikhail's, so he can QSS himself, so he can cleanse Deft. Deft is probably going to go Mercurial Scimitar as his second item, so...
Deft is cleansed too.
Yeah, it's going to need to be like 3 bubbles have to hit Deft if they want to actually CC him.
Yeah, and solar flares and arrows and all that fun stuff.
Well, that one's going to miss. Deft over the wall here as Life finds a solar flare, but not able to get the stun onto Pioshik, who gets out with the help of the Mikhails from Keria. And I believe Deft managed to get the red buff, so I guess that that situation went in favor of DRX. But we're not exactly fighting over the big objectives. Baron has now respawned. Infernal Drake will be available for Soul Point for DRX and Soul Point for Gen G in about a minute's time. This is so close.
Yeah.
We're expecting this to be a close series, but damn, I wasn't expecting Game 1 to be quite like this. It's been an emotional roller coaster between these two teams. It's felt like Gen G are just never going to lose, and then DRX are like, well, look at what we can do with a Wombo combo team fight, which is what we identified. They just weren't able to make it work for a lot of the game.
This is what we said at the beginning. They're both very evenly matched, and I think their compositions match up well against each other and make for a really entertaining game. I don't know who's going to end up winning this one. I think the Infernals that keep stacking up for DRX are becoming a real problem for Gen G, but even that fight around the red buff shows you the potential power. If Ruler is able to just auto-attack the entire fight, Gen G can just fight front to back, but it's up to DRX to disallow that. Just make it not possible. They need to get backline access, and they need to lock down Ruler, and if they can, they should win the team fights.
Well, 15 seconds now, Doran, he's running. He was pinging the top lane. Thinking about going for a bit of a split here as Deft. Standing forward, but able to avoid all of the CC and skill shots, because that's a big minion wave that's going to die. Teleport in. In fact, Doran's going for it. They're going to give up this Drake, or at least try and, you know, poke Gen G out, and they'll take an inhibitor for it. True Shot Barrage onto 3. It's actually doing a lot of work. We'll see whether they actually go in for the attempted steal, and the answer is no. They're going to trade this Drake for an inhibitor top lane, or maybe even find a fight to win his Life. Down at half health, BDD also able to find one bubble, but immediately Keria is going to cleanse it. And yeah, the Ornn is going to go back, but now Nexus turrets are under fire. DRX trying to stop Gen G from getting in, but BDD able to fight this one out. In goes Life. Another solar flare is going to land. Good exhaust onto BDD. No one in this 4 members is going to be taken just yet as Deft gets over the wall. He's fighting straight up with Ruler. Over the wall is the Ezreal, but he's taken down. Tempered Fate unable to help him. As Doran's still fighting, by the way. BDD able to get that double kill. And I think maybe the ruse was a bit too cunning. Oh, the top man! Chovy gets back in the doubles there. Pioshik gonna bite down the Leona, and it takes another turn in the team fight. fight. Pyoshik running after Clid, but now it's Ord versus Camille. That's this game is about. Oh my god, you take the play-by-play.
I don't even know what to say after that play. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And DRX might just be able to win the game. They have minions, and it's only Rascal and Clid. That doesn't seem to be enough. We got 2-on-2 on the Nexus.
Yep. Chovy is going to be able to get Clid down very, very low, but the Nexus is going to be taken. These two members should have enough auto attack damage, and it was a crazy roller coaster, but in the end, DRX are going to take it.
I wrote 3 check marks on the mid box there for Toby. I think we should give him 8 MVPs after that game.
That was literally the game. The game was going to be lost at that particular moment, and Chovy says, no, we win.
Yeah, they were about to lose that game. And then
what the hell was that?
One maneuver, just one. I've never even seen anything that game-changing. The 4-man taunt and all the AoE damage.
Whoa. I can feel LS's pride from here, can't you?
That's got to be unanimous. I don't know. I don't even know who, nobody even comes close.
But I have to say,
that
that whole sort of last passage of play was really, really interesting because that commitment to the top side, the giving away of the Drake and then trying to stop all of the backs. Yes, they weren't able to stop the Ornn, but what is Camille really good at? She's good at ignoring Ornn. And so she does that. She tries to take down these Nexus turrets, and DRX just throwing the gambit. They are just not scared of gambling. It's crazy. And they're first in the LCK. Obviously, the gamble's working. So cool. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, we got to try to break this down. Look at how safe Ruler is playing. I think this is the first thing he sees the Justice Punch coming in. He's like, oh, I got to back away from this. There's so many things to zone him out. But then Clid finally makes Lee Sin worth it. And Deft realizes that I can't just run away, I have to go forward. Loses though. And from here you're thinking, okay, Gen G should be able to win this one. They'll be able to stop their base from going down. They should take Baron. And then...
oh, Chovy.
And then this. This is just...
What the hell, man?
Yeah, we might be seeing a little bit more Galio after this game, I think. This is one of those plays that changes the way people think about a champion forever.
Well, when he lost his taunt flash, that was when people thought, well, now it's going to be too obvious. But guys, you can flash taunt and you do the same thing.
He doesn't even react. He's like, oh yeah, just can you help me?
I just won the game casually, by the way, guys. So just go kill the Nexus.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Come in here. I need some support. Yeah. That's it. That's like all he's talking about. He's super calm the entire time as we're losing our minds.
I'm so glad that we're double play-by-play for this series. I tell you
that
what.
was, very useful there at the end of the game. And it was 36.5 minutes, too, and it was a really fun game. This is one I would absolutely recommend. You share with your friends, you get out there, and you recommend this one because this was really back and forth. It really could have been anyone's game, even down to the last moments right before Chovy just put his foot down. He's like, yeah, I've had enough fun.
Yeah, sorry.
The kids are done playing. Now let the grown-ups take over.
Exactly. And then he had another teleport to head towards that Nexus and win out the game. So, man, I mean, this was match of the week for two of the Korean commentators. If you guys had a look on, I think it was advertised on YouTube and, of course, Instagram. And the other one was our match earlier, which was also a 3-game series. So I'm hoping that we get Gen G to actually take this the distance because, man, I just want to watch more of this because that game was like being won by DRX, then it was being won by Gen G, then Gen G were building all of the ornaments. They're theoretically ahead. Gold lead goes over to DRX. Gen G get a dragon. Gen G start winning the team fight. Chovy wins the game. Like,
yeah. I felt like that meme where I had all the equations surrounding my head while I was listening to you say that. Oh, man. But that's the way it felt. It was a really fun one. And we need 2 more of those.
Yes, we do.
2 more games of that, please. Can I order it from the store of Gen G versus DRX?
Yep. I want to not be able to talk tomorrow for the
hopefully
that are happening then. I will be on the broadcast, but I guess I just won't be able to say anything. And that's what I want from DRX versus Gen G. We'll see whether Gen G can tie up the series when we come back from a short break, guys. Make sure that you do not go anywhere. Stay glued to your computers. We'll be right back.
볼을 못타 미칼 있고 미칼 쳤어 나 천천히 한 빼고 되거든 나 퀵시 나 까였다 나 죽었다 애쉬 도플
그 리신
빠지면서 봐야겠다 나 죽었고
얘 볼래?
탑일 때려 잘 싸워야 된다 알았어 그냥 네. 오 나이스 봐줄래? 봐주라 야 지훈아 나이스
나 Q 3초거든?
나 조냐 있어 지훈이 집 갔다 텔 타자
내가 이거 집방 끊을게.
나 집 가서 텔 탈게
나 조냐 있어. 내가 얘 이겼어. 아 근데 얘 공 돌겠다.
아너 죽어도 돼 집만 죽어도 돼
죽을게.
잠깐 몸 한번 더 줘라 가서 몸만 비비면 될 듯? 가서
얘 어디 갔어?
몰라 그냥 끝내 타워만 치면 끝날 것 같아 타워 이신 왔다 갈려 잡았어 나 끝났어 집으로 까이는 것만 조심해 집으로 까이는 거아 나이스다
와
너무
준아.
못했다 와 내가 해냈어 나이스
믿고 있었다고 정춤이.
아 너무 못했다 미안하다 다음 판 잘할게 내가 나이스 내가 해냈다
노스킨 뭔가요 이거?
페이커 코스프레요.
노스킨 야쏘로 제 야쏘 이기려다니.
나 생각보다 잘해서 깜짝 놀랄 텐데. 컷 케이틀린.
나 저한테 케이틀린으로 이길 자신 있어요?
나 시즌 3의 모스 케이틀린이었어. 근본이 달라 근본이. 아 죄송. 이걸 맞아.
좀 아쉽네요. 잘 가요 형.
에이. 연두는 그냥 200 컷인데 재원이 역시 힘들구만.
느낌이 다르지. 솔라이너의 느낌 형.
솔라이너 느낌 다르네.
이 백정과 비교하면 안 돼요. 백정이랑 한 빼줘. 백정 들어와. 야수 들어와. 형. 연두 이게 뭐야? 컷.
간이 안 돼 있는 삼계탕 먹는 기분이야. 진짜 규석이 형.
야쏘가 어렵네.
어디 가서 다이나믹스라고 얘기하고 다니지 마.
카스 들어와 카서스. 아니 뭐 1렙부터 유치아 끼고. 잠깐만. 이거 연두 아닌데? 아 연두 맞다. 나 연두 아니다.
설마 재원이 형 설마.
연두가 간식 썼어. 자 방금 정수 감독님한테 그거 들었어요.
뭐 했어? 소문 들었어?
야 꺼져. 야 꺼져.
나도 오랜만에 당하고 싶다.
나 개부럽다.
야 쟤네 별거 없어. 야 너네가 더 잘해.
편하게 진짜 오른 건 쟤들이야. 우리 상대로 계속 말리는 것 같대.
Let's get it.
규린 전령 찾기 잘하고 화이팅.
이거 한 명은 나랑 용차죠. 아칼리 아래.
아칼리 뭐 이거?
텍스 반피.
여기 와드
나 위쪽 견제 할게. 용 버스 하자. 나 이거 얘네 쳤어. 이거 스틸 먼저.
먹었어 일단. 용 먹었어.
텍스 나먹 10초
아칼리부터.
빠져 나서 정면 와줘. 나 이거 정면 안 와줘? 빼자 하나 죽었구나. 어쩌다 죽었대?
야 억대기만 밀고 용하자.
빼야 돼.
다 뺄 생각이라 이거.
쏘리.
뺏겼고.
세웠어?
아 쏘리.
펜타가 펜타 펜타 역시
끝날 것 같아.
나욕 먹을 때 만약에 빨리 판단해 줄 건 빨리 줘 그냥 깔끔하게. 깔끔하게 2, 3세트 이기고 가자.
가보자.
집 갔다 먹었다 이거.
3세트 먹을 생각이야 그냥.
방탄 먹을만해.
가야 된다.
올라프 맞았다. 올라프 잡았어. 카멜 리 없어.
맞아 봐.
카멜 리 없어. 카멜로 갈게.
나 죽었고.
오케이. 카멜 봐줘. 내가 이겨. 카멜 잡아. 야 노플.
나 내려갈게 다시.
프리스 봐. 맞다. 나이스.
가비.
잡을 생각해. 잘 걸었다.
리신 노건.
버려.
이제한테만 킬 주지 말래? 사람. 상당히 이제 줘 이거 레드야. 나이스. 이제 잘 큰다 우리.
괜찮아 이거 앞라인 봐 그냥.
앞라인 본다 앞라인 앞에 이거 달리고 있으면서 얘들아 바로 있어서 천천히 뻐겨야 돼 천천히 앞에부터 나 풀리다 봐줄게 아래 맞아 디코 헬 찍었다 카메 디코 카메부터 마무리돼 카메부터
아 가지
위에 가야지 야 아래 앉아
위에 볼래요?
야 위에 앉아 아래 앉아 이거 아래 빼야 되겠다
나 이제
자 이제 높여 이제 앞에 전
맞다 라인 타자 나이스
야 침착해 넥서스 치자
제발 내가
다행이다 나이스
League of Legends looks like. That's a big stun. That's a big engage. Oh, 80 minutes on the clock. 80 minutes to dream. Gonna be stunned up. Flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man. The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
We are back after DRX versus Genji game number 1, a competition for the first place spot, and DRX secured the win in this series. And this game was filled with a very high-end actions. Looking at the draft, Genji really wanted the Zoe pick, and they banned out 5 mid-lane champions. So they took Zoe and they completed their comp with Ornn. As she's really a good pick into a tank champions, and Zoe at the same time is not a really good champion to melt down the tanks. But at the same time, DRX had Volibear and Galio in the front line. However, the concept of the pick and ban didn't really matter in coming to this result of this game. If players execute a perfect performance, well, the composition is only one of the additional factors that decides the result of this game. Even though Galio was a tank champion, he did a lot of damage by himself. And just put it simple, if all the players are such a superior and premier players, it all ends up to their mechanical prowess. For Genji, this was a very regrettable moment.
과정을 좀 하나씩 저희가 보여드리려고 준비했거든요.
Volibear managed to sneak in to this rush with this Doran and P6 acting. Genji had no heads up that Volibear is hiding in this bush.
선수가 뭐 세레머니로 볼베 연기도 하고 어떤 볼베와 일체가
And
되는
props
경기를
this
이뤘는데
way.
계속 기다리고
Well,
있었어요. 그래서
P6 also had some Volibear impression after you won a series earlier this split. Still, DRX players, they're having their eyes on Ash to find the perfect engage onto the AD carry.
지금 보면 카메를 예측했기 때문에 그런 경고빙을 치던 걸 심리적으로
So Ruler was really cautious about Camille, so he was staying really near the wall. However, Volibear was already a wall away from Ash. So even though Ruler was trying to get out of the range of Camille, Volibear was in a very close proximity.
어디까지 설계를 한 건지 모르겠지만 정말
This setup from DRX was the turning point for them.
보여줬던 것 같습니다.
네, 이어서 마지막 승부를 결정짓는 마지막
Moving on, we have this game-ending team fight.
매드무비 편집자님 신나겠어요.
This one is definitely a clip for the LCK Bad Movie.
이제 밥 먹고 졸릴 때인데
I
잠이
mean,
다 달아났어요.
well, Pawn was having a little bit of a foot coma, but with this fight, he's so awakened now.
여기서도 서로 간의 대치에서 집을 안 보내는
So
것
this fight was going back and forth, and also around the base, Orn and Camille was also having a fierce fight.
리신이 발차기를 해요.
And they landed so many CCs onto Ezreal. And Ezreal got isolated and cut out. So, well, at this point of the game, it looked like DRX was in a very rough spot. We were so amazed by BDD's Zoe getting that kill onto Bard, but the hero, Chovy, single-handedly re-entered this fight and closed out the game.
본 모든 분들이 감탄을 금치 못했을 것
Everyone was so amazed by this outplay coming out from Chovy's Galio. With this intense game, DRX was the one getting a win in game number 1, and it's time to check the POG. Definitely Chovy. Well, he was also the one getting amazed by his performance, because in the mic check, Pyosik was just keep saying Chovy's name repetitively because he was the savior for DRX. Chovy was really smart playing into BDD during the laning phase, and after the game, the damage he dealt on this Galio pick and the super play with that Galio engage was the cherry on top. Chovy even can pop off on this supportive champion, Galio. And in the end, Chovy also, as he closed out the game, he shouted out, "I did it!" Chovy now reclaiming the second spot for the POG standings, and as we can see, the top 3 teams mid laners are all on the POG board. Unanimous vote over to Chovy. A very expected results coming out from DRX. This was such a fun and entertaining match, so let's go over to game number 2, DRX versus Gen G.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as usual, and just watching that replay over and over again was an absolute joy. I'm glad they mentioned the Mad movie, because I'm looking forward to next week as well. We get to watch that one over and over again in the break, and this is the gentleman on your screen. Unanimous vote, sitting at 800 points now, just below BDD. And if they're able to take game number 2, and Chovy does that again, it may just be more points. But at the moment, it feels like better mid wins here in the LCK, just in general.
Yeah.
And BDD was trying so hard to carry his team.
It was like BDD had the best mid performance for the whole split in that game up until Chovy took the cake right at the end.
Yeah,
was like,
just
actually,
put
no,
it into his face. Yeah,
I've got the best mid performance of the whole, the whole split after this play. Man, he just made it look so easy, and it's crazy what he can do. I wonder if they're just gonna ban Galio. I feel like after something like that, you may just want to get rid of it. Obviously, the Bard is really annoying to deal with. The Yuumi is a little bit unexpected, I would say.
I think attacking carry his champion pool is also really weird, because he plays so many different champions, right?
He has the most different, unique champion picks out of anybody on his team. So, maybe you can attack the best of the best, but the Yuumi, he plays a lot of it, but at the same time, it doesn't seem too amazing. I guess it really just is a focus against Keria amongst everything. And this is going to be a focus against the Chovy at the same time. We immediately cut the camera to him and say, yep, that's
But do you know what this means? This means that we will have, you know, Ezreal set, but Karma and TF both available. DRX could ban one of them right here if they would like to. But where does the priority lie on blue side? And has this been just DRX masterminding the situation, as Ezreal will be the final ban? So we are trading TF and the Karma.
Yeah.
And remember, Doran has played like almost every Karma game for DRX. They could just pick Karma set right now and flex them all over the map. Like literally every single position outside of the marksman would be covered.
And you can pick Sylas later if you really want to try to follow the TF around the map. We've seen that very commonly picked. Galio is kind of the #1 answer. Sylas would be #2, but as you mentioned, you would wait until you pick these two first, because Chovy's Galio is really good. Obviously, his set is also quite fantastic.
Yeah, these could both be Chovy picks right here, if you would like to.
Be anybody's.
Yeah. But, I mean, taking a note out of Showmaker's book, his Sylas has been the best that we've seen, I think, so far in the LCK, as there's the Ashe locked in for Ruler once again. But, I mean, Chovy could pick Zoe if he wanted to and take it into B2D's TF if you would like. But there are still so many other picks that you can take into Twisted Fate, right? We haven't seen very many of them. There's a guy that keeps tweeting at me about Fizz. And honestly, Fizz is great into TF. So there you go. You've been asking for this for a very long time.
Hey, look, Camille priority.
Well, TF Camille has been very, very popular. Does make some sense.
And take a look at its win rate right now. It's 17-6. And it's just so good. Even blind, like, it's really hard. You want to take something that counters it in lane, you're going to get wrecked late game, most likely. Xayah is really interesting.
An old favorite of Deft's, actually. It was him and Teddy that really liked this pick. And you can see, look at this wry smile on our alpaca's face. Really feeling okay about this one, as CV Max has been very outspoken about the draft, actually. If you watch some of Ashley Kang's videos, she will... She has a few interviews with CV Max where they talk about drafting and things like that, and the players have a lot of say. And Chovy is very against playing Zoe, and the reason I bring this up is because it proves that point, because he's played no Zoe this season.
Yeah. Which is insane, because he's really good at it.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man. Wish we could see him play some Zoe. Not going to happen, though. Rakan seems kind of obvious. But, I mean, Xayah can go with a lot of other things at the same time.
I mean, Xayah Karma is a decent lane as well. You're going to have a fair bit of lockdown, sustain,
Xayah set,
things like that. Yeah, I mean, Xayah set could also be the thing. That's why these two picks are so powerful at this position, because you just keep flexing forever.
Yeah.
I mean, we won't know where these are going until literally they've locked, like, kept their champions in the position after 20 seconds.
Is Pioche going to play Lee Sin here? The Olaf Rek'Sai bans kind of make it seem that way.
I actually find it weird that they banned the Olaf, because Olaf works very well with the Karma as well. So, strange. But yes, Rek'Sai being banned certainly gives away some Lee Sin. Being able to, you know, pick the Lee Sin away from Clid is a good idea, but Gen G are going to read it, and they will ban that one away. Intelligent stuff. Getting rid of the Lovers Duo synergy is a good idea as well, as Keria certainly getting a bit of focus. As Chovy deciding to go with Echo, potentially.
Or even Pioshik. You remember Pioshik had that sick performance on the Echo.
Oh, damn. They are still keeping this flex happening.
Everything's flex.
No, literally, jungle, top, mid, support are all flexing still.
Look at Clint. He's smiling. He's like, wait, what is going on?
Where are we picking? I don't understand. This is so cool. Because now Gen G actually... I mean, Gen G have locked in their solo lanes already, so it's not necessarily as valuable to flex everything.
They've been hitting the gym.
Yep, now they get to pick...
is here in the LCK.
They can pick the jungle matchup that they would like. If Echo is going to be a thing that they want into Sejuani, they can go for that, if they feel like it.
Whatever they like, the world is their oyster.
Ooh, this is a fun lane. Ash
Rumble.
The Rumble.
Oh, this is a boring lane.
Boring. I mean, the ultimates look similar, but the Glacial Fissure just it knocks people up. It doesn't do a bajillion damage.
It slows you for a bit.
I know. So does the Equalizer, whilst taking your whole health bar.
Equalizer better.
It's way better.
Rumble has a shield too. It just only shields himself for very little amounts, but it's a shield.
And also, Rumble can stand beside you, but, you know, he just doesn't have an ability called Stand Beside Me. Whoa, what?
Is it Kale or Gragas? I can't tell.
Is it Graggle?
Wait, it's still...
Oh, there it is. This is how long they were holding the flex. They were holding the flex until 15 seconds after they locked in the champion.
Wow.
Absolutely insane.
We've never seen as much flex as this.
The LEC is going to be jealous.
Where? So where is everything going?
No idea.
It looks
Just
like
wait until 20 seconds.
Chovy plays Set. That makes sense. Pyosik plays Echo. Makes sense. Doran has also played a ton of Karma. Let's put him back onto the Karma.
Chovy's our best mid-set.
Yeah, exactly.
Although Faker was very good earlier today. I'm sorry, T1 fans. Needed to make sure I mentioned that.
True. But I think Chovy's better. And that bottom lane is really the question, right? Like, is Gragas Xayah, is that really going to show up as well as, you know, a standard bot lane?
Or is this just Carrier wanting to make sure that he has more unique picks than Chovy? Because they were even until that Gragas was locked in, I believe. Oh, wait, no? Yes. It was a second pick of the Galio earlier today.
Yeah.
So there it is. Couple of games on set here for Chovy. I'll let you guys know the stats. It is 100% win rate, 15 KDA at the moment. Guys, set is very, very good. Top Karma for Doran, no surprises, 100% win rate there as well. And as far as Echo is concerned, I don't think you need much of an introduction. 100% win rate and 100% POG rate for Pyoshik's Echo Jungle.
Yeah. He had a fun time on that pick, and we'll see how he does. I forget who that was against. Was it against Afrika? Let me take. No, I think it was against KT.
It might have been. I think that was their last series.
Their last series was against KT or Team Dynamics.
Yeah, it was either Dynamics or KT. One of the two.
Either way, he just popped off.
Well, Chovy, he's already ghosting, breaks the face of Ruler, who does eventually flash. And that is one that you want to press.
Ghost Nimbus Cloak. Fair, by the way.
It's a really, really fast set. As I believe got Phase Rush towards the end there as well. So yeah, I don't think you could possibly be going faster than that.
So that's going to set up an interesting opportunity down on the bottom side. Ruler with no flash to start off the game.
Yep, also the Ghost buff, just directly buffing the mid lane set. Is they do just love their movement speeds so much. Repositioning, very important on set. Especially for the showstopper and the face breaker. Hail of Blades Brawl, just to make sure that he gets that passive proc ASAP. And he's against a melee support opposition. You can understand why he'd want to do it. I love it, though. It's cheesy. And I'm into cheese.
Quite cheesy.
We don't get a lot of cheese here in Korea. Because,
it's very expensive.
It's not really it's not a lactose-based region. It's not eating a lot of cheese. It's sad.
And he misses the...
Well, I mean...
Well,
he hit the first auto.
GG.
Wait for the next one, okay? We're not gonna... Don't write it off just yet.
Yeah.
Still plenty more game to go.
It's pretty interesting because I know that Braum players, alongside of other champions that don't really have a great obvious primary rune, a lot of the time they go Unsealed Spellbook. We've seen a lot of Unsealed Spellbook on Braum. We've seen Guardian, obviously, as well, but I think it got nerfed recently.
Yeah, a lot less after the nerf.
And so in searching for new things, I suppose that Life up against melee champions has come into this idea. It's definitely a strange look, but I'm curious to see how it will work.
And also, I find it interesting that Carrier has picked the Gragas into one of the better Gragas support players. This was Life's premier pick. Like, this is what he had a lot of his success on in earlier times, and Carrier is going to have yet another unique champion pick, and it's going to be his Gragas. So maybe a bit of a flex, As Ruler doesn't have flash, remember, guys, so this could be an opportunity for Pyosik to go early aggressive. Not something that we'd ever put past DRX. As Doran just stacking up the old Grasp of the Undying over and over again.
Casually 6-0.
Oh, yeah. Of all time, by the way. So this was even when he was on Griffin earlier.
Yeah. I believe he's 4-0 for this season. And yeah, that's just really interesting. Klid coming over very quickly, skips his Krugs to try to get in here, knowing that Echo doesn't have the fastest clear in the world in the jungle, at least early on. But he's not able to get in there and actually challenge him.
Ooh, he might be able to double scuttle though, which is dangerous as Chovy finds a bit of damage here onto B2D, but Klid is nearby. Phase Rush going to get Chovy out majoritively, but Nimbus Cloak also going to be very valuable after the flash. Ghost is just about available, and Chovy just comes over with this Scryer's Bloom. But as we were talking about, double scuttle. Gen G coming out swinging here in game number 2. This is exactly what we want, Valdez. We need 3 games.
We need it.
Went to 3 games last time. And let's just see how things are going to go. Because it was an interesting draft phase. Something that was like CV Max's wild ride of flex picks, not knowing where anything was going ever. But as far as what we have, I mean, Gen G have a fantastic 1-3-1 draft. And certainly a lot of teamfight power with both of these, with all of these Freljordian champions that they've paired with the 2 split pusher extraordinaires. Doran is abusing Rascal in this matchup, by the way.
This is why Top Karma is so strong. And that's why the trade-off is really interesting, because Top Karma is pretty much never, ever going to lose a lane. It provides a lot of utility later on in the game when you're shielding everybody on your team. And obviously, it's really good into melee champions at the same time. Whereas the trade is, of course, the TF that did go the way of BBB, which can definitely warp games. The side lanes are going to have to play safer, and actually
BDD has to flash. Pyosik gets all of that movement speed. He'll make his way out, so flash for flash here in the mid lane for Chovy and for BDD. Chovy actually suffering after, you know, that first gank actually was successful out of Klid. Of course, we get a flash, successful gank. Chovy having to go home there, so we'll need to try and catch back up now as, all right, if at first you don't succeed, just do it again. As the face breaker, body slam, everything is gonna land, and first blood goes to Pyosik's Echo. Maybe it's going to be Pyosik's time again on this pick.
Yeah, and Keria kind of came out of nowhere, but at the same time, BDD thinking he was safe, even mostly on his side of the lane. Not respecting the fact that TF has no mobility and only the ability to stun, obviously, one person. So the 2 of them even could have potentially gotten that kill, but adding in Keria makes it even more successful.
Yep.
And really just a straightforward gank, and that's a great way to follow up on a lane that's struggling a little bit. Keria must have come through his own jungle, and oh man, the Ash hawk shot goes right above them. The timing was perfect.
And Chovy just walks at him. They know that BDD doesn't have his flash, so just about as cookie cutter as it gets.
갈게.
I'm gonna go.
나이스.
Nice.
Nice.
No need to translate that one, guys. You guys have got that. We believe in you. Chovy clearing out some control wards. There's the gold card. Not a lot of damage here as Chovy will collect a lot of grit. Gets a face breaker and actually trying to turn around the aggression. Oh, Taxi's out, but in comes Pyosik. Not enough to take down Chovy here as Timewinder gets some work done, but has to flash out as he spots the gold card. And now it's Doran's turn to go aggressive. Rascal popping on over as he launches after the Karma. Not able to save the red buff, and that's all the Gen G are going to be able to claim.
Yeah, TF this early on with only Merc Treads and survivability options alongside of Tank Sejuani jungle. They just simply don't have enough damage to kill a set. So Chovy keeping his calm, he timed his abilities perfectly as well. The second the stun was going to come out, he's like, nope, and he's able to get out there and use that to extend the distance away from TF, allow his team time to come over and help him out. And Chovy just smurfing once again.
Whoa, carry.
Aftershock. Gragas can be very aggressive.
Yep, happily takes that turret shot as you got Sejuani starting off this Rift Herald. DRX just continuing to not have very good early game stats. Just it's not what they like. They did manage to get first blood though, and here's another parallel convergence. The flash over the Winter's Bite. Life is gonna die as Chovy grabs him on the tip of the flash. As there's a Destiny, and PD's like, nope, there ain't no way I'm heading down there. And he heads back to the mid lane, and I do not blame him.
That's a nice little play from DRX. You know, we were wondering how much value this TF is going to get early on in the game, and so far it's none. They're really abusing the weaknesses of the TF, where he has to play safer in the lane. He can't just own the sides of the river either. They've gotten some nice vision down to try to spot him if he comes down, and they're proactive against him at the same time as Rascal, you know, don't even bother. It's karma. Just sit back and farm, okay? That's all you can do.
I think we need to stop watching this. We need to talk to Jonas Strong to say, like, hey, man, we don't want to look at that lane anymore. It's just really, really difficult to look at it from Rascal's perspective. As Ruler, he also felt it, and they're looking for the gank because Doran's going to flash. Arrow is going to connect those. We'll see whether they can dive this turret. Ruler picked up the aggro as Clid's going to come in. That should finish this one off. As Chovy, he was trying to rotate up, unable to get there. No teleport this time for the mid laner of DRX. So, the karma that we were just talking about is punished by 3 members of Gen G. Chovy eats a blue card, otherwise going to be okay. As Rascal picks up turret aggro somehow.
Ask.
And Carrier, he's got a big old barrel. We'll see whether he can find Rascal here. Flash has to be used as Doran, he's back up here. He will have a Mantrid Q as now Life is going to find Chovy. Chovy doesn't really care as 5 members of Gen G are up here. Rascal should be dead. Facebreaker picks him out of the sky, but Chovy might be punished. No, going to flash out of the way as there is the gold card on Doran, but he's going to be surrounded, most likely destroyed. So, top lane is going to be traded here as Glacial Fissure gets the knock up onto Chovy, but he gets underneath the turret and Carrier will be stunned. That has the safety of that structure. In the meantime, Deft on the bottom side of the map, just taking everything. Pioshik in the enemy jungle, taking whatever he can. This was, by the way, 3 versus 5, as DRX is still sticking around. There's a Rift Herald as well. Shelly getting in amongst the mix. 6 versus 2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to try to break all this down because the game really has broke itself, essentially. Everybody's all over the place. The teleport gank from Ruler to follow up there with Clid makes the karma finally seem mortal. But as you mentioned, so much value elsewhere on the map, so much solo XP being given to Pioshik and to Deft. As we're going to break it down here, the TP comes in from Ruler. They force the flash, makes it much easier to land the arrow. And at first I'm like, this isn't going to work. And then I saw Clid coming in and ends up being 4 people in the top lane as they try to turn it around with the rotations coming up. Life coming back, and take a look at the hail of blades. Boom, 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 boom.
There it is. That's the value we were looking for.
Doesn't save the life of Rascal, but maybe it saved Clid after all this, and then VDD is going to get here first. You can see on the bottom side of the minimap, nobody else on the side of DRX is anywhere close, so we're just going to let this one go. There's heal on the Xayah, not teleport. So they're just able to get away, and it was only the 1 extra kill that went the way of Gen G.
Whoop, here's another potential fight as Deft is underneath this turret. That ultimate went very, very wide as the gold card is not something... Oh, Deft doesn't have ultimate. As Carrier tries to push Life into the turret. 1 more auto will do it, but it doesn't work. Wildcards pick up the kill there as BDD now fighting against Carrier. Body slam here as the minions are on your side, Carrier. You can do it. No, but he can't. Doesn't have enough damage.
This is such a weird game.
It's
like
wonky.
DRX are trying to stop them with the least amount of people possible whilst winning the other 2 lanes. It's like Gen G focus on the 1 and DRX focus on the other 2.
In the meantime, Pioshik is just cleaning up everything that Clid 40 owned, apart from Scuttle Crabs.
He doesn't really care. He's getting fed. He's the 2nd most gold on his team in the jungle. And, oh, so we're going to see how this one starts again. He has to Featherstorm the arrow. And then he thinks he's safe, but the quick rotation coming in.
Cute little ward here as well.
Yeah, and the Destiny Gate coming in as well. This is the power of TF. Just he's mid 1 second. They almost get life actually, which is really cool. But not quite able to make it work as another successful gank goes the way of Gen G.
Yep, Carrier tried to do some work there, but unfortunately just not enough to offer. As far as damage is concerned, looks like Zeke's Herald might be coming in as the first item. As Chovy up here towards the top side, just burning these minions down. Doesn't quite have his Sunfire Cape completed, but it looks like it's going to be Deadman's first. Otherwise, it's just a severe Build-A-Bear situation on his way towards the Sunfire Cape. BDD actually going to be doing a fair bit of damage here because we've got Iceborne Gauntlet completed first item here for Doran, and we've got a lot of armor being completed just because of the build that Chovy wants to go for. And I think maybe that's why Sunfire Cape wasn't picked up. He wanted to shove the lane, that's why Balmy Cinder was in, and then decides to stop that, and he'll build some magic resist after the Deadman's Plate just because of the utility of that item for more movement speed is so good. Chovy's just wandering around, man. He's just really likes it. Getting in amongst it where he can.
They're really trying to focus on the Karma here, but Doran is about to get his flash, and we did see Sejuani back away. Lots of focus here on the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, Clid taking a bit of damage there as Blade Caller comes in from Deft. He gets chunked a little bit. Gershik will start off this Mountain Drake. So, Control Ward going to be replaced, so they now don't have one in the pit. But Gen G trying to find some positional advantage as Live might get the concussive blows here onto Chovy, who's just buying time. Down to half health is the Drake. Okay. Glacial Prison lands onto Doran, but otherwise nothing really going to happen. Chovy can get here at a moment's notice. Deft in the front line as Clid just walks over and steals it out from in front of DRX. And Chovy doesn't like it. He's going to dive right on top. Finds Ruler there with the face breaker as Clid trying to offer what he can, but he has no damage. Pioshik gets on out of there. Chovy finds himself all alone, but he's got a haymaker and flashes after Doran. Another face breaker for the double kill. My God, he's coming after your Pog points, PDD, and I don't think you're going to be able to do anything about it.
He's going to steal them all away, that's for sure. This guy with the double kill just running him down. And of course, this is where the set is really going to have his power. When everybody on the side of Gen G, they get in there for the objective and then they don't want to fight, they're all running away. And that's when Chovy just pounces. He smells the weakness almost. He's like a hunter.
He's a shark.
Yeah, he's a shark. He smells blood in the water. As we're going to start here in the beginning, early smite from Pioshik, and Clid is going to find it right before the dash gets down. And look at this. Everybody's running. Chovy's like, oh, no, you don't. I'm going to get right into your back line. I'm going to find Ruler, who's just running the entire time on the Ashe. And eventually, he's going to kill him. And Deft can't even really get in range. It's all Chovy doing the majority of this damage.
He got a double face breaker on the same two people in the one fight, Valdez. What the hell?
나 들어갈 거면 나오고. 이거 들어. 애쉬
Oh my
볼래?
God.
Saying
Have a
going,
listen.
going,
애쉬
going,
보자.
going.
애쉬 보자. 애쉬 노플 애쉬 노플.
Ashe, no flash. And he's only got one target, you can see.
Oh my God.
It's all Ashe. Braum is just there like as a side guy. He's like, okay, I guess I'll kill Braum too. Whatever. 3-0-2.
Casually.
Yeah, he's kind of getting out of control now. And that is definitely not good news. I mean, we've seen the split push potential and of Camille TF, and I think that's where Gen G are eventually going to have to go. But Chovy keeps forcing fights.
Yeah, he's going to find the biggie here. Looks like pork dinner for Chovy, but no, decides that that's not what he wants to do. Maybe not free range. And so he's like, no, back on the shelf. He's definitely a responsible buyer of meat products. DRX now going back to a semblance of a laning phase. Interesting that Gen G have the classic 1-3-1 comp, but it is currently DRX that are 1-3-1ing. Parallel Convergence going to stop Ruler from going too aggressive, but they are certainly trying to protect the Ashe in this mid lane at the moment, making sure that he always has the shadow of Sejuani and Braum.
Really trying to make a case here for taking down Shirley. And they should be able to get it. You don't see Gen.G really paying attention to this. This objective generally doesn't get much value at all. Just like a little bit, you know, it can break that mid-tier 1 that's on its last legs, and that's basically what they're going for. But meanwhile, Gen.G are getting some value elsewhere on the map. You can see total control down here on the bottom side. Doran's mid, and everybody else is top on the side of DRX. So Gen.G going to take this moment to get some value here, as Clid's waiting for no one, as no one is going bottom.
Yep, well, it might be Shirley getting a couple of charges here. Might even be able to do enough damage to... Okay, never mind. They're not even going to go for it, as now Rascal's going to try and push this wave out. But with Shirley advantage, DRX should be able to get a decent charge onto the inner turret, unless BDD can really ruin that. It looks like he has been able to stop it. So a bit of a reset now for DRX, as they go even with the turret trade. But as this map gets wider, things for TF get better. That is just how it works. Destiny just providing you with so much information. Hawkshot plus Destiny is like map hacks. It's just silly.
Yeah. You're going to be able to see where they are at all times. And both teams do need to make a big case for this Infernal. Obviously, they both have a lot of damage in their comp, and they would love to scale into the later stages of the game with some extra percentages to help them out there. The Baron, it's coming up in a minute. I don't think that either of these teams are really going to try to go for it, as here are those map hacks.
Yep. Just trying to get an idea for what's going on, but DRX have stayed with their buddies, making sure that they always hold hands, and no one's going to be picked off. So an opportunistic Destiny, but no gates to get Gen.G out of trouble when it comes to this kill score. Of course, I mean, this series has been the story of being way too close all the time. As Rascal, looking for Doran, does finally get a fair bit of damage there, but you can see you tether him up with the old mantra, and good old Karma will be A-OK.
Doran's actually scared here. Camille up a level. There's no Trinity Force just yet, though. And here's the roam from the TF. He's just walking, actually. No Destiny Gate available. It's all about clearing that wave.
Infernal Drake is over here as Pioshik taking most of his health bar, actually, from an Angry Dragon. Thought that he might have an opportunity after they noticed that there was an extra member towards the top side. You can see Rascal getting this split push working, and DRX know that they're in trouble, but buying Pioshik some space while he takes this this Infernal Drake for himself. That's going to be their first one here of this game, and Gen.G just thanking their lucky stars that they're able to get that second Drake of the game, because now it's not Soul Point that they're fighting for, as Arrow immediately cleansed, and there's the Glacial Fissure actually onto Chovy, but not even going to get stunned by the concussive blows. Clid steals another one! We'll see whether Pioshik can actually win the fight, as Permafrost stops Pioshik from being able to do anything. And oh man, this young gun has been put in his place by the veteran.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he didn't expect it to. He was just over there doing it by himself. The rest of his team pushing mid probably thought the Sejuani was over there, and Clid just had the perfect timing to get in there and steal it away. And as we mentioned, every single one of these Infernal Drakes is going to be really important. And we didn't get any juicy fights over the Drake. It was a lot of posturing. Take a look at Clid. He's just going to go over here at the perfect time. I got Dragon.
Yeah, he did.
He said, I ate the dragon, literally. And the Korean cast just going nuts in the background.
They were losing their minds. I'm sorry that we didn't go as crazy, as it sort of took us by surprise. Probably shouldn't have been a thing that could happen. But it was. Carrier throwing some barrels around. There still will be more Infernal Drakes where that one came from, though. Pioshik got some time to redeem himself. Deadman's Plate Warmogs completed for Chovy, who will be able to walk in, take a beating, wander out, then walk back in again, take another beating.
Yeah.
That will continue.
Doran is really having trouble here. Here we go again.
Yeah, X-Deck Ultimatum comes down. Deft has been spotted. Flash from Doran gets the heal. The arrow picks the gap between them, as now Deft looking for BDD. Another Captain Jack comes out as Kerry is just going to bop the TF, and now Rascal running between turrets, flashes towards Doran. Oh no, the tactical sweep comes in. He gets another Inspire, as now Deft will be able to find it. Oh no, Gen.G just got outplayed.
They did, and you could see that DRX were waiting for that moment. They were just edging on over towards that spot. And the second that they went for the play, which is pretty obvious at this point, everybody kind of knows what TF and Camille do together. The second they go for it, they go for the dive. Doran's just barely able to survive. And there wasn't really any way for Gen Z to just run at Baron either after, 3 members went bottom. As 3-on-2, you're not going to have enough damage to really take that down this early on in the game. But here comes the TP.
Yep, looking for the flanking play right now as a Featherstorm very early in this fight. Chovy actually wanting to find a position, gets a 2-man face breaker. He's tanking up a lot of damage. He's got a lot of grit as he is going to showstopper BDD out of this fight. The rest of DRX, though, are on the run. Rascal still lying in wait, and oh no, the revenge is so swift and so sweet. But Pioshik goes back, does a lot of damage, just not actually consequential in the end, as Deft is going to get slowed, gets a good snare onto Clid, but he's not out of the woods just yet, as Doran, not as scary as it turns out when he's lying in wait, is now Deft in melee range with a Camille. Absolutely not what he wants. And good night, Mr. Doran. As Chovy's still alive, by the way, he's just running around fighting Ruler. Almost gets out of the way of the gigantic hitbox of the enchanted crystal arrow. As he's still got flash, by the way, guys. He's not going to die.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to wander around
He's got
this
full health
rock,
again.
and now he has full health, yeah.
Warmogs, pretty fun. And good play there from Gen G, just getting on top of DRX that were going a little bit too far down the lane and didn't expect that much of a flank to come in. So we're actually going to go all the way back. And you can see that already Zaya and Gragas are making their way down bottom side. So it wasn't a surprise to DRX. Arrow just barely going to miss. And they will eventually take them out here.
As that one Ocean Drake actually, I think, came into effect as Rascal got so close, and yet so far.
Yeah, pretty easy kill by the end of it, but here you see the TPs coming in. Pings are going down, they know this is coming, but they can't really get out of it. You can see Chovy is trying to fight, but there's so much damage that goes on Adoran, and Ruler actually gets enough room to get a couple of autos off. So half the team is already zoned, Chovy's by himself, and then Rascal says, yeah, remember me? I'm still here.
Yep. And Pioshik ults, but there are 3 members of Gen G on top of his little Echo clone. And that is going to spell his demise. Exactly right. Deft grabs a huge old shield. Yeah. The Inspire.
So keep in mind that 2 teleports were used for that play, and at the end of the day, they weren't able to get any gigantic objectives, right? They get some kills. Obviously, the game is still very even, but Gen G have the Infernal Drake, even the Mountain on top of it, which is doing some work. And now they have a chance to get a second one, so they're in a pretty decent spot here, zoning away DRX. We'll see if they can do that. BDD is bottom lane. He's not going to join with the Camille just yet. And now Chovy is on side lane duty.
Yep, he's the one that's answering Rascal, who doesn't have his teleport, so not going to get punished for having Ghost in this particular lane. Still has his flash as well. Rascal not so lucky. Rascal is going to go into Fog of War. Now Gen G looking for this Infernal. This will be soul point for them as there's the Glacial Prison. They don't want to try and 50-50 this one. They're just going to destroy Carrier as Pioshik tries to get out, but he's going to be stunned. Dashes underneath his turret. Tactical sweep. There's the ulti and Rascal grabs the kill. Meanwhile, in the rest of the fight, DRX are running for the hills. And this should be Infernal taken down. And I'm a little bit excited because I think that this might be a 3-game series, Valdez.
Yeah, we're definitely edging towards that side for sure. And the Infernal definitely going to be Gen G's. And, I mean, we're going to have to see the replay again, but it kind of just looked like DRX were all sitting in the same brush together on Vision, trying to clear out a control ward against the Sejuani. Generally not a good idea. The follow-up there from Life was good. Get that Freljordian combo that comes in as even Ruler was there on top of it. It's easy as 1, 2, 3 ultimates.
Oh, wow.
And then everybody's able to collapse so quickly because of their comp. BDD's immediately there, Rascal with the flank. And they had already picked off one, so it was 5v4.
And Unbreakable denied all of Deft's feathers, so no damage. I mean, Life flashed right in front of him as he feather stormed, so the feathers were just like, onto the ground.
Yes, exactly. Just like that.
I actually did an action and then realized that we're not on camera, so I apologize, guys. But it just,
okay,
it just meant that the feathers
I
didn't
had
go
to
very
see it.
far. Yeah, thanks, man.
And the sound. Everybody heard the sound, though.
It's lucky. All right, Gen G with a 2,000 gold lead now, but the main thing is that they have Infernal Soul Point in their back pocket. All of the control now available. Ardent Sensor is done. And the queen of the Ardent meta was Xayah. So we'll see whether Deft can actually make that one work. The Braum, certainly not her greatest friend. If they can fight around that, certainly some opportunities. We'll just see whether Doran can stay with Deft. At the moment, they're about as far away as you can possibly be from one another. And I think Chovy might need to be the one trying to answer, but they need to put the teleport in the side lane. DRX, they are just going to start Baron. And Destiny's going to come out, so it's no longer a secret, but DRX are still on it. Teleport in, they're committing hard for this particular play as BDD, a very conservative gate, and they're holding on to vision of this area, and Clid's like, I got this, boys. I will be able to steal this Baron away. And Gen G still just letting Baron do the damage, letting Rascal take an outer turret mid lane. There's the Glacial Prison. Showstopper comes in. That's going to make sure that the Piggy's not going to be able to get that work done. The Baron now consumed. Chovy surviving for so damn long. Rascal trying to get in there. Chovy's still alive, by the way, as Pioshik tries to get in, but he can't. And he's just going to throw his life away. Carrier also on a mission to try and get out, but Deft is singled out by Rascal beautifully, and Chovy's finally routed. And Doran, him and Carrier, the last men standing, is now Ruler trying to fight him. He gets himself a big old shield, avoids the volley, and I think the Karma is going to survive, but Gen G may win the game.
Yeah, Gen G should be able to do it. Somehow Life dies. I don't know what's going on there. Karma is invincible, actually.
Yeah,
Immortal. And yeah, they're just going to try to push down the bottom lane here. They're just going to take the inhibitor, so the game isn't over just yet, but it definitely feels like with every team fight that it's going closer and closer to the pockets of Gen G. As that was pretty simple there. It does feel like, unfortunately, this Echo really isn't getting much value from the jungle, at least this time around. He was saved by Chovy, who was able to showstopper the enemy jungle out of the pit, so no possible steal comes in, even after Clid tried to stun Chovy first so that he couldn't do it.
Look at how fast he is.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's pretty insanely fast. By the way, the anti-synergy between the cast and the feathers was really unfortunate. Pioshik gets baited here. He had his ultimate, but not quite able to do the job, and everybody else was so low from the Baron. That Gen G very patiently, and you can see that Ruler desperately wants to get this last Baron buff away from the side of DRX, but I mean, it's Karma.
Yeah.
Let's see how Life dies.
Minions. Baroned up minions. Doing some work there. So a little bit embarrassing, but that's fine. Mortal Reminder completed here for Ruler. In fact, before he completes his Infinity Edge, wanting to make sure that he can fight against Chovy, who is being quite annoying so far this game. And Camille is ahead 3,000 gold, and that sort of tells a tale as to how this game is going. Camille just tends to take over.
She does. She's really insane right now. Been saying it for a while. You can blind pick it. You can pick it in the first round. I don't know if we're at the point where she's going to start being first picked or anything like that, but she's definitely really, really good. And I'm glad that Gen G identified it. Maybe it was just because they already had TF in their comp that they picked it so early, but still the point does stand. And now with their advantage, they're just going to look for picks.
Yeah, Chovy going to taxi out on BDD. As yeah, it's going to take a lot of damage to get through this guy. As honestly, it's not too much of a time investment.
Not going to happen.
To be real, yeah. Hey, don't do that. Silly idea.
That's the one guy you don't want to go for the pick on.
Yeah.
Everybody else, it's possible.
Chovy now going to be back up to full health, and now there's no Destiny Gate. However, Gen G may just take their second inhibitor instead, because I don't know whether Doran can actually do anything. Clid going to dive into the pit once again. The mind games onto Pioshik as he does get out. Flashes in. The Dragon's taken by Deft, of all people, so Clid should be taken. But now, the fight's on the Nexus turrets. Chovy looking for Ruler in life, but he's all by himself. Glacial Fissure's going to miss, and Pioshik not in range to get on top of Ruler. It's not going to be the Nexus turrets completely taken out just yet. As, yeah, they're looking for it. Pioshik dives on into Ruler. Now it's Carrier's turn, and the Ashe is taken down. Doran dealing with so many super minions, they're not going to be able to get back for this one, and DRX are going to have their Nexus destroyed. Guys, This is the 50 gold that's important. It's not for killing the Drake. And that's only 25 anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit of a blunder there by DRX. I think they thought they had more time. And they were like, man, these guys are really aggressive. Wouldn't it be good to get these free kills and then get back and save the base? They miscalculated it. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication on top of it. You have to wonder, maybe Doran was saying, hey guys, I got it. I pushed them back for now. You have a little bit of time. But it took a little bit longer than they thought to kill those two members that were trying to stop their backs. And Gen G, overall, I mean, they absolutely deserved that win. They were dominating for the majority of the game. And they played that TF Camille combo really pristinely in the game and got so much value out of it. So you really got to hand it to them.
You saw exactly why Ruler's Ashe is so good as well, able to follow up on a lot of these things. Yes, in the last team fight, didn't really do too much, but throughout the rest of the game, anytime there was any sort of team fight scenario, he was just so safe, apart from that one time with the back-to-back face breakers. But sometimes Chovy's just too good, you know? These things happen. The rest of the game, though, it was a lot of control from Gen G. They were able to keep the sort of 3 part of the 1-3-1 so incredibly solid. Plus layering of CC, I mean, it was just a really, really solid game out of Gen G. And DRX are really going to have to come out on top. This is sort of what we were expecting, honestly. Like, it seems like DRX reign in chaos, but if Gen G find any semblance of control, they just look so tight.
Yep. They are, I think, the most, how can I say it? Maybe it is just controlled. Like, controlled, safe, consistent winning. And they can sometimes be taken out of their element, out of their game, as we did see in game number 1, where DRX were able to take it and really just have that game go so many different ways, so many different directions.
I do question
Gen G.
Yeah, I do question the Xayah pick. So that's
the draft
two that
was
we've
a little
seen
weird.
that haven't necessarily worked. So let's see what CV Max has for us as we get to a game number 3. Exactly what we wanted, ladies and gentlemen. And that will be coming up after a short break. We'll have to see whether it's DRX that can repeat what happened in round 1 or whether it's going to be Gen G. Stay with us.
이거 시야 해줘, 태민아.
아, 나 핑하 있어 하나. 얘네 탑 오면 그냥 해줘 거기.
오케이. 이거 집 끊어줘야 되면 말해줘. 그냥 끊어줄게. 혹시?
야, 세트 집 끊어. 내가 끊어줄게.
오케이.
야, 집 끊었어. 이거 갈래? 가자.
가볼래? 안 죽는 애다. 나 세트 거 그냥.
타워 칠게.
태민아 너 살면 좋아.
나 일단 갈 듯.
오케이.
애들 저기 못 간다. 끝날 것 같은데 형. 웨이브 없어. 가끔. 얘들아 빼야 돼. 얘들아 빼야 돼. 이제 저기 상황 끝이야. 저기 상황 끝이야.
맞을게. 여기 한 거? 나 방패 3초.
야, 약간만 더 걸어보자. 애들 다 있다. 애들 다 있다. 기다. 멀어. 난 공격해. 기다. 더블 2초.
얘다 아닌 게 여기 있어?
애들 아래. 끝내줘. 그라 노플.
그래 너
오른쪽으로. 끝났어. 그라 노플. 나이스. 아, 다행이다.
One plus one. Hell yeah. In this episode, we're going to be heading over to LS's house. I have my housewarming gifts with me. Chip suri, which is a traditional Korean gift for when you're moving into a new place. LS has been living there for a long time, but I've never been there before. So I'm assuming that it's brand new, and I'm going to make sure that I bring my toilet paper metaphor in order to wish him well in his place. Guys, we're finally here. Made it to LS's home. It's the first time I've ever been here. I'm really excited. Got his t-shirt gift, got the light off, got it back on again, got the toilet paper. Let's go. It's creepy, isn't it? Oh, I can't get in.
어머니 나무는 이 동산 너머 세상의 꿈을 보여주셨죠. 그 꿈들 덕분에 누구에게나 반짝임이 있다는 걸 깨달았어요. 그 소중한 빛은 우리가 잠들었을 때도 계속 반짝이다가 가장 어두운 악몽을 꿀 때 밝게 타올라요. 하지만 이제 그 꿈들이 멈추고 어머니 나무가 죽어가고 있어요. 난 할 수 있어요. 이 동산을 넘어 용감하게 세상과 맞설 거예요. 할 수 있겠죠?
League of Legends looks like! That's a big stun! That's a big engage! Oh! 80 minutes on the clock! 80 minutes to dream! Gonna be stunned up flash, and there's your first blood! Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts. Don't stop, 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 don't stop. Oh my gosh, look
That was game number 2 between DRX versus Genji, and Genji with a powerful performance, they evened out the series, and Genji went with a brownie comp. Braum and Sejuani. Genji had a lot of CC, and also they had a lot of priority onto the side lane with Twisted Fate and Camille. And DRX, they had Seth and Karma. Karma is a really good pick when the teams are grouped up. And Chobi took Ghost on Seth, however, maybe Teleport could have been a better choice for Seth in terms of macro and rotation. Well, after knowing the whole result of the game, we can analyze some of the bad choices that were made by the losing team, but at the same time, Seth was indeed doing a huge work, absorbing so much aggro in the mid lane, and also having a very clutch fight by himself. It was almost impossible for DRX to follow the side lane priority on the side of Genji, so DRX, they had to focus on the objectives and keep calling them in for fights. Genji had a very incredible and lucky steals onto the objectives, so they had more space to focus on the side lane. The game was going back and forth all throughout the game, and let's take a look at the top lane fight at the 9-minute mark of the game. Right before this moment, Karma fell to the engage coming out from Ash. And some people might think that DRX was overextending. This was a 3 versus 5 fight. And at the beginning of this fight, they had even gold, but we can see that Echo is going for a counter jungling, and Zaya is also farming so much gold. So if DRX can manage to minimize their loss here, actually, as a whole, DRX was keeping their lead in terms of the global gold. Well, if DRX rotated to other side of the map, Genji also could gain a lot more winning trade in this fight, but well, DRX was really smart controlling the rotation of the players at this point of the game. And at the end of this fight, two teams had even amount of gold. And let's move on to the second highlight of the game. We could see how aggressive Genji is in the Summer Split. Camille was down at this point. So they called in Twisted Fate on the left side of the map. As DRX saw Twisted Fate, they were retreating on the right hand side of the map, looking for some of the skirmish wins. It's really impressive how Ash can zone out 3 players single-handedly. And then Rascal rejoined this fight with his teleport on the opposite side from Twisted Fate. DRX managed to retreat. Some of the players managed to retreat from that fight, but in the end, Genji picked up a lot of kills in order to punish DRX players overextending to raise that turret. As a tank champion, it is not easy to steal away an objective up against an aggressive pick like Echo, so it was really incredible seeing Clint showing a lot of smite fight victories. It's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Genji. Victory and Pawn had a consensus on this, and Clint picked up the POG on Sejuani. The Dragon still was the key point. Instead of looking at the contribution for fights or skirmishes, well, Rascal and other players were also doing a lot of work. I mean, all 5 Genji players were doing their role perfectly, but all those smite fight victories was so critical. And we had so much CC on the side of Genji. But in this game, Gragas didn't find any value of the pick itself.
라스카
Played picked up 9 votes out of 12, and we can also see that Rascal got a lot of recognition as well, playing Camille as the side lane champion. It's time to move on to game number 3, the decider game between DRX and Genji.
Well, you know what, Valdez? 1 out of 5 ain't bad. You know?
Yeah, you know, at least I got 1.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get 2.
Exactly.
We'll see. I have another chance, so there's that. Really hope I can I can shore it up a little bit, but really it is all about this last game. This is going to be pretty insane. I think if DRX just play kind of a normal comp instead of trying to, you know, flex the League of Legends game into something else, I think they'll just have a better time of it. Also, they gave away TF Camille, which I think is always a mistake on top of everything, so...
I mean, it was
the draft did play into it a lot.
Yeah, the bans were very interesting, right? Like they were banning Kalista, Volibear, Ezreal on red side, which are often bans that we see reserved for the blue side. And speaking of blue, that's where DRX are going to reside now. So far, blue side has won every game, and Camille has won every game. So whether that means Camille will receive a little bit more priority in this draft is yet to be known, as DRX taking their time with this first ban. Will be the Kalista.
Bard is just too good now. He's a perma ban.
Yeah, your boy.
I'm a fan of it. The Bard analyst here is a big fan of that. He just offers too much now, and I think a lot of teams are recognizing it and taking him away. We're not just in boring tank meta anymore, even though we kind of were in that second game. Pantheon here as well. They're really trying to focus onto the bot lane of Genji. Take away all of those potential picks that are very scary. Will we see, you know, remember Galio that was banned, remember all the scary stuff that we did see in the last one.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Fate, Camille, I mean, are they going to get looked at here?
Yeah.
Do DRX just ask Genji whether they can play TF this time around? Will it be Karma banned on the side of DRX just to make sure that that isn't going to be an option? And I think that this was a good choice. Might now mean that Genji are going to be priced into banning TF, because what they can get in return just may not be good enough, right? 10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
See where they go for. I mean, it might be that BDD has something planned, right? Like maybe he's been practicing his Silas, but Set is going to be banned away from Chovy. I know technically there are multiple people on DRX that can play it, but this is a Chovy ban.
I think you just have to go,
I mean,
TF here,
yeah.
Right? I don't think there's any merit to taking much else.
Yeah, I started writing it in and then was like, wait, why aren't we insta-locking it? I'm very confused.
I guess there was some thought. Obviously, a lot of AD carries are available. And take a look at this, Camille. They say we're not going to give you the duo. It's just too strong, and Camille is just too strong alone. Been saying it now for quite a while, and we're finally seeing it here in this series. Priority just goes up and up and up, especially when you want to deny it from the Twisted Fate. And they're going to go for Ashe again. So Ruler picking up his first loss, but then another win on top of that on his Ashe. He'll be playing 3 games of that in a row.
Yeah, we'll see where Deft is going to go. His Ezreal is well and truly available, but it looked a little bit lackluster, to be honest, in the first game, as we might just have the Lovers duo locked in by DRX.
Is there any merit to Keria taking Galio away from Genji and throwing it like into the support role? Because it seems like such an obvious pick. It's so good against TF. It's really good with Camille and Ashe already. Obviously, Zoe is still available if he really wanted to try to pop off on that again, but it just seems like in this draft, especially if we just take the names away, Galio feels like the most obvious pick.
And BDD is a fantastic Galio player, has been for a really long time, but he's also a really good Azir player. And,
I don't know. This is rough.
Yeah, right? Like, it was banned in Game 1 by DRX. This time slips through the draft as there were other priorities, namely the Karma. So BDD is going to take the Azir for himself. I do agree with you. I think that Galio did make a lot of sense comp-wise.
Yeah, like if we just take the names away and it's not BDD, if it's just like your average laner, I think we would see Galio there almost all the time. But BDD's so good on the Azir. Obviously, Azir has... Those 3 champions alone are really scary when the game goes along. It's going to be crazy what they're going to be able to do. The question is, can they get there?
Yeah, and actually... I think Braum would have been a really good pick. I know this is something that LS is quite upset about. Doesn't really like Braum being prioritized, but it just ruins Xayah. She has an awful time against that champion. She can't get Feathers thrown. So annoying. You can put that wall up the opposite direction after the Feather Storm as well if your reaction time isn't quite on point. And so Tahm Kench going to be banned away. That is going to be the support choice into the TF. And then support choice into the Xayah should be pretty comfortably banned second as Wukong. The final ban here from Gen G. Be very surprised if it wasn't a Braum ban. And
Morgana.
Okay.
Well, Morgana's really good into Rakan, I guess, so it kind of like takes some of the power away from the other side. But the Braum, as you mentioned,
like the
pretty
most obvious pick here.
I mean, Life just played it as well.
Yeah.
It looked really good against the Xayah, so I don't see any reason why you wouldn't go for this. It's an amazing lane alongside of Ashe, which we see all the time. And it's part of the reason why Braum is coming back to 50% win rate after he was just with random selections. Now, what are going to be the picks here for the top and jungle of DRX? They're going up against Camille. Now, I do not want to see Lee Sin Renekton.
Sejuani and...
Don't want to see it. Okay,
no,
all right.
Okay, that's all right.
I can get behind that.
Do we pick away the Freljordian from the extreme CC combo that is Ashe, Braum, and Sejuani? That is my question.
Might not be a bad idea.
Or pick something that makes picking Sejuani much harder.
Best he can do is Lee Sin, Alice. Best he can do. We are going to see Lee Sin here. It is Pyoshik, and it is Lee Sin in the LCK. We love him, and we hate him.
Yes, we do.
We have a love-hate relationship with Lee Sin.
Very close to 50% win rate at the moment is Mr. Lee Sin, but is shying a little bit above it. So technically, not awful. This was the most obvious last pick ever, as Clit is going to go into the Sejuani once again. So Gen G, look, honestly, they've won the draft. But TF is able to meld the field of battle, and this time maybe Deft will have a little bit more help from the rest of his team. And you have to remember that this is Chovy on the TF, so he should be able to get around this map, help out the rest of his team, and take some control. And Gen G's comp does work relatively slowly, right?
It does, and that's really the key. You're getting to the essence of it there. DRX have a comp already that can really just get in your face, be very aggressive, throw caution to the wind, and say we're gonna make plays, we're gonna be fast and furious, whereas Gen Z want to do the exact opposite of that. So really, I think it's going to be about which team can force the other team to play their style of game and to their composition strengths. I think that DRX need to get ahead early. Otherwise, the Rakan is going to do nothing. He's just going to melt, right? The Lee Sin is going to do nothing. Cannon ultimate engages are going to have a lot less value from behind. At least they're on blue side with the cannon, which is good to see. And over here, it's like if they can slow the game down and get to 25 minutes, I can't really see a world where this kind of crazy composition can lose.
Well, yeah, like they have AoE CC from like everyone. It's just silly.
Yeah.
The amount of teamfight control that Gen G has, if they get a front-to-back teamfight, is ludicrous. But DRX do have options to try and make that more difficult. Their pick potential certainly through the roof. Not to mention having the Destiny Gate combo themselves this time around. Ruler cantering out onto Summoner's Rift here for game number 3. DRX versus Gen G. DRX found a victory in game number 1 on the blue side. Gen G returned that in kind, but Camille was also 100% win rate for the rest of this series. So one of those things is going to have to lose. We'll see which one it is going to be. Having a crab rave there in the mid lane, and BDD wants none of it.
Angry bee.
I love the angry bee. I think it's adorable.
Angry BDD.
Hey.
He just got the win though on the TF.
Then maybe he's lying. Maybe
Played
he's
it
not
really
actually
nicely.
angry.
He's just fooling around there in the middle. And the Azir, you know, we were talking about how Galio would have, you know, been kind of the cookie cutter response here. The Azir also really good in the lane up against the TF, so he's got that going for him. And it is more of a lane-focused pick, obviously, for BDD. So I think it's obvious to all of us that BDD has been having a fantastic performance today, even if he wasn't the main actor, let's say, of games 1 and 2. He wasn't the guy we were always focusing on.
Yeah, I mean, in game 1, the Gen G, he absolutely was, right?
He's playing insanely right now.
Yeah.
So I don't mind the Azir pick.
I feel so blessed, right? Like, we have 3 mid laners that are performing outstandingly well here in the
we're
LCK.
sinning.
It is pretty nutty. As yeah, speaking of nutty, Pioshik looking for the gank onto BDD at level 1. As Chovy just going to offer up most of his health bar there in the attempt to bait BDD forward. BDD steps up. There's the safeguard, and yeah, look, wouldn't call it successful, but
no.
Sometimes it's the thought that counts. That's what my mum always said.
Well, the thought and the idea is that now that that didn't work, he's behind 2 camps.
Oh dear, Grand Entrance working out here. Cleanse utilized as Ruler. He's getting taken down very, very low. Def trying to walk on forward. And no summoners out from Gen G, but no cleanse now onto Deft.
Yeah, nice little trade down here in the bottom side. You could see that Life this time around did go for the Unsealed Spellbook up against a ranged support where he's going to have a lot less time of just auto-attacking. Pretty much none at all in this lane unless they can hard engage like they did there. Taking a look at some of the numbers once again. Rascal slowly building up his Camille win rates.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good about that one.
Feels like a lot of our Camille's here in the LCK have pretty decent win rates. As Chovy taken down extraordinarily low here by BDD. Flash forward. Oh, the follow flash wasn't good. That's.
He was getting excited. He must be a KT fan. I don't know what that was about. I mean, you had the lane pushing into you. You had just taken a
Oh no!
win.
Doran's going to miss it, but Lightning Rush comes in. That's a teleport from Chovy into the top lane. He's tanking up the turret. The Doran does get that last auto as Pioshik comes in with a safeguard. There's a lot of summoner spells invested, but First Blood does go over to DRX.
Yeah, and for some reason it feels like BDD, he just wasted both of his summoners, kind of. He's going to eat some of this wave, obviously, but the wave in the mid lane was pushy. He could have just sat there, walked back in the lane, and been so far ahead, but instead, trying to spare his teammate from some embarrassment, tries to get up there, not able to get up there in time, and a very risky dive does pay off for DRX, which was very excellently executed.
Yeah, Chovy not going to be perturbed. He's going to shove this wave in, and BDD did have a cannon wave that was knocking on his front door, so that tanks up the turret for the majority of the time. So BDD does get him, Chovy does get himself a cheeky little extra back. And Null Magic Mantle now completed, going towards those Merc Treads as item number 1. As Deft and Kerry are now down towards the bottom side. Have a cull for themselves. Ruler just has double longsword. Clid making his way in. As Pioshik is in the area, but is unspotted by all of the vision around for DRX. And yeah, Life moving forward gives it away quite a lot. And they do not have the wave in the right position. So the Dragon gets a little bit upset as Sejuani makes her way over, but no answer to that First Blood just yet here from Gen G item. So yeah, all comfy for DRX bottom side. And the Lee Sin continuing to try and find some advantages around this map. Has gone back, got himself double longswords. As we'll have a look at this one more time. It was an unorthodox attempt. As, yeah, Doran missing that shuriken was a whoopsie.
You can see what they're going for here. Chovy from base is calling. He's saying, okay, I can come in. I have TP. I have yellow card. We can get on top of him as now he's dead.
Yeah, he's real dead.
Wow.
Yeah, swept. Twice.
Did you hear him? I don't think I've heard that close up just like that here on a cast.
No.
Pretty fun, but nice setup there, actually, by Rascal to get in with the stun. Chovy didn't have any summoners on the play, so he basically just disappeared as a TF does, which is part of the reason why the Azir can be quite fun into the TF.
Yep, Ruler in life, just, well, Ruler mostly, bullying DRX around here on the bottom side, buying cleared as much space as possible. And he's going to be able to take this first dragon of the game. DRX still ahead by a little bit of gold, and that's mostly on the top side of the map as Rascal's being abused up here. BDD, okay, in goes the TF despite the fact that he knew that BDD was there. Interesting. We'll see whether the Q lands as BDD goes for a little bit of a wander. Just trying to zone them away from as much of this farm as possible. And somehow that Q landed. Thought that minion was ahead as a plate being nicked up here as we have a look on the bottom side, and turret shots being taken, but DRX certainly at the losing end of this situation. Look at Gen G just standing all the way up in the enemy minion wave, trying to get themselves the best back possible. Cleared over here, and Carrier, oh, he has to face check.
What is
oh,
what?
No, he was just standing there. Battle Dance comes in, Permafrost is down. That auto attack from Ruler came out of nowhere as Doran teleported bottom lane in a very weird way. So I feel like maybe the players are suffering from a little bit of fatigue at this point. Whoa. Arrow.
What was that even going to achieve?
It's just circling room.
I guess he's trying to stop the back. And that's pretty nice, you know. They're not really going to be going for plays onto Cleanse, Flash, Xayah, who's going to be level 6, right? So might as well just use it to stop a back and get more value for Rascal, who's freezing up at the top side and desperately needs to come back. So I don't mind it at all.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
밀어줄게.
I'll push him. And nice.
Yeah, even span his mouse around in celebration. I liked it. As, yeah, Carrier just almost got into the brush.
He was hiding. Or, yeah, maybe it was too thick of brush. He couldn't quite fit in there.
Maybe.
He's been having too much ice cream recently. And, yeah, that was definitely pretty confusing. Maybe he was waiting for the ward cooldown over the wall. Like, I'm trying to think of reasons for what that was. But either way, it was just, you know, they should have expected, because the Sejuani was not visible top, that there was a chance that she could be down towards the bottom side. And he wanted to get a ward down, but wasn't expecting him there on that time. So good trade back from Gen G. Obviously, their Camille is suffering a little bit. But again, at the end of the day, we mentioned the scaling, the sheer amount of power in the late game that Gen G's composition has. And at 9 minutes, they're basically even, and they have the first Drake. It's not half bad, after all.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what Gen G won. Pureshik unable to get anything done whatsoever. Klid moving towards his Cinderhulk pretty comfortably as DRX looking to stop Gen G from taking Shelly. Carrier is in position right now. Rascal going to pick up the bottom wave as he does have teleport available. This is a way that you can maximize your gold gain whilst trying to take a Herald. The Ashe can also rotate over. Enchanted Crystal Arrow available. But Gen G, they decided to give up on Shelly for the minute. Doran going to have to play very, very carefully. No flash in hand. It's BDD dealing with this wave that's been pushed forward. And Chovy has Destiny, so he can go back home, put together an item or two, and see whether he can come back. Fight this one out. Has himself a Ruby Crystal and a Blasting one now, as many battle stats as far as the makings of a Rod of Ages are concerned that he could put together at the time. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough here for DRX, and they do move away from Shelly. So Gen G are just taking absolutely everything. Despite the fact that farm, especially topside, is in favor of DRX, I think the gold is going to swing back.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G very comfortably taking objectives. Like, there would be chances for them to, you know, if DRX were being a little bit more aggressive with their composition, they maybe could have won some team fights and then taken objectives. But the fact that DRX are just like, yeah, sure, you can have it, is a little bit worrying. I think that they should be putting on a little bit more pressure and making some more map plays. You don't really want the Destiny Gate you know, just available and off cooldown for minutes at a time, right? You're looking to make plays, maybe dive, and get some areas of the map into your own control. But the fact that that isn't happening, again, is a little bit scary for DRX. They do have the Infernal Drake coming up here in 15 seconds. We'll have to see who's really going to set up for that as Chovy's walking top lane, but Rascal is not there yet.
Yep, one plate was taken, as we witnessed earlier. As the teleport is back to the mid lane, Camille going to turn up top without actually using hers. Gen.G are going to start this Drake off basically as it spawns. Full information over here for DRX, but Kyoshik going to be very late to this party. Chovy pushes out mid. We'll see whether Destiny's actually going to be popped here. And look, the answer's no. This is just going to be a free dragon going over to Gen.G. And DRX got to wake up.
Yeah, where are they? Like, I can see, yes, Rascal has TP, Doran doesn't. They could potentially make it into a 5v4, but with Destiny Gate, you can make a quick 4v4 and look to pick someone off, or maybe try to make a pick in the top lane at least, right? You know, go for some kind of dive, zone the Camille away, get her away from some farm. And she is getting punished a bit just by the cannon. Maybe Gen.G are assuming that that's what DRX are trying to do, but it's not really happening. Nothing is really happening on the side of DRX.
Clid moving down towards the bottom side, and there is Shelly. She's going to give all of her gold to Ruler and to Clid.
And Ruler's already 121 CS, 122. He's pretty insane. Now Rascal is kind of just like, all I need to do is survive. I just need to not get dove, and I should be okay. Look at this. It's like, yeah, okay. Good job, guys.
Don't worry. Oh, Kyoshik going to be spotted here by Rascal, who's yeah, he's got a thumb. He's got 3 of them apparently. And Doran is going to make sure that he misses this entire minion wave. And zoned out of CS as well. You can see level 10 to level 9. But bottom side of the map, I mean, the thing is being returned in kind in a lot of ways. So it's still not the end of the world. Not great news, absolutely, but okay, Rule is in trouble. He does not have cleanse, as the heal is going to be used just to try and catch up, and Ruler is using his flash, gets himself away. Arrow on cooldown as well, but not really too much invested here by DRX. Deft will be able to just push this wave further forward. Blade of the Ruin King done here by Ruler. Does have his boots as well, and just wants his QSS as soon as he possibly can. And that's a Slicing Maelstrom. Kyoshik trying to find this one. Great stun, and flash has to be used there by Rascal to get himself out of the way. A lot of plates taken by Doran. He's going to go back home and put together a proto belt.
So finally they're doing stuff, right? They're looking for plays. They find Ruler, they get his flash. Kyoshik goes to the top side. They're able to get Rascal's flash. But nothing's really sticking on top of it. I think that giving away the Rift Herald and both Drakes was really confusing. I know DRX don't really play around these early objectives too much, but now that it's a Cloud Soul, you're like, okay, if we really want to turn on the Dragons now, it's not going to give us that much value. Obviously, TF can be flying around the map a little bit, but it's better for ultimates that can potentially be used twice in a team fight. That does go long, especially up against Gen.G's team fighting composition. I wonder if Kennen TF is going to have the same amount of crazy split pushing potential that Camille TF does. I think the obvious answer is no, but you know, can they make a play happen with some smoke and mirrors as the game comes along? Because with every minute that ticks by, the team fight will be in favor of Gen.G unless we have some incredible flank ultimates from Doran. And assuming that he just gets normal ones, Gen.G will be winning most of these team fights. So they might just have to resort to some, you know, other tactics.
Yeah, I think so too. Doran looks like he's going towards a Morellonomicon as his second item as well. So the Zhonya's is going to be very late. He will need that. Otherwise, he's just going to get Emperor's Divided out of the fight. So team fights for the Kennen seem to be a few items away. Of course, stopwatch can be built in the interim. It's only going to be for a one-use scenario. It's Chovy back in the mid lane. Certainly able to clear out minion waves on demand. And him and BDD farming it about as evenly as you can. BDD, in fact, on the bottom side of the map, as we've got a bit of a 1-3-1 going on. Just can't seem to stop.
Yeah. And after the first couple of games, especially the first one, I feel like slowly the series has been slowing down, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And DRX have let it get to this position. They're definitely going to make a case to take down Shirley and probably throw it top lane, try to take down one of these turrets so that they can try to get a little bit of an edge in gold, I would imagine. The mid-tier one is getting close to that area where you might want to throw it there and take down mid-tier one. Not sure
I think that's
they'll
the
be
most
able
important,
to.
right? If you got a TF composition, taking mid-turret becomes so much more valuable. As Shirley is going to fall, and we'll see where Pyosik does decide to put it down. Deft, just thinking about standing up against Rascal here to pick up this minion wave. He'll do so quite easily. Playcaller helping him out there. Oh, misses the cannon. That was whoopsie.
Wow.
As Gen G are just freely given soul point. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they had, what 3 members top. Rascal has been playing the weak lane very well. He throws up another thumbs up. He's like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. I don't care about your trying to gank me. I'm going to be fine. He doesn't have flash. He knows that he has to be extra careful, and that just gives him even more of a reason to step so far back and never be in danger. He's slowly scaling anyway. Yes, the cannon obviously is going to be ahead, probably half an item, but
it doesn't matter.
Is it going to matter when we hit 30 minutes and Camille has 3 items anyway?
Well, Clid going to come down and see whether he can punish the little lightning rat. Looks like they're just going to hide off to the side. As
I think
Jonas
they're in
Strong's
there.
going to deny us some vision. There we go. The prison pops over the wall as there's the slicing maelstrom. Doran flashing on top of BDD, but there's another member as life comes on in. Sometimes it comes at you fast as Doran is headed straight to the death chamber. Carrier moving back to the mid lane here. A lot of pings on that outer turret as Deft is going to be able to take a red buff for himself. Chovy does have Sheen complete. Shirley does eventually hop into mid lane. So the trade is for Pikachu for the outer turret in mid lane. And that's going to at least be the money trade for DRX, plus they will have a bit of extra control around the map.
Yeah, I think that's not so bad for DRX. In terms of that, they trade Doran. I don't think Doran should have flashed. Obviously, he was trying to make the best of a kind of hard situation.
Second item, Void Staff.
Yeah, we have QSS already on the Ashe on top of it. As, yeah, pretty straightforward. You can see that Doran, he wanted to get over the wall, try to do that damage with the Q on the BDD, but I think with just better calculations, she should have known that, especially with the shield available, BDD wasn't really going to be going down. With Merc Treads, which is a really easy decision up against this team, you'll take a look and see that 4 members have it on the side of Gen G.
I kind of want
very
Deft to buy it.
one.
Because I think that Gen G also have a decent amount of
He got QSS instead. It's like the better version of Merc Treads. You know?
Not bad. Doran did a fair bit of damage there, but it wasn't enough. There were, of course, more people to deal damage to in that instance. Pyosik has done very little this game, and he's Lee Sin. His job is to do stuff before 20 minutes. He currently has 10 seconds. And I don't think it's going to be enough time. And in that amount of time, Baron's going to be available as well. We'll see whether they're going to be fighting around that one. 2 minutes on Cloud Soul for Gen G. Cloud Soul denial for DRX if they're actually able to. Lich Bane is complete here for Chovy. I don't know, Valdez. I'm really worried for DRX. I just don't know what their comp is going to be able to accomplish that Gen G can't do way better in later stages of this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a moment here where if you can get the QSS down off of Ruler and then get backline access and remove him, that maybe they can win some kind of team fight there. But then on top of that, what are you really getting? They would need to get Baron, I think, off of a team fight like that to really make a big stand and say, like, hey, we're in the lead now. If it's just the Cloud Drake and they pick off one person, or maybe Gen G just give it away, right? It's just one Cloud Drake, who cares? they could even threaten the Baron and maybe look for an advantageous fight from that position around the Baron. But for now, DRX are just pushing on in, and Pyosik is able to steal a little Bambi there.
Yep, little puppy going to be taken. Lid gets the big one though, so that's the score. Nailing it. Big health bar here on the Sejuani, going for the Warmogs as the second big item choice.
And the split pushing of Camille has slowly been coming into play here. You can see that she's actually going up against Chovy, not up against Doran, who is in the bottom side. Nobody's actually going to be down there to catch the wave unless BDD wants to go down there. But for now, it looks like they're really just trying to clear vision around the Baron and maybe just let the bottom side of the map go for now.
Yeah, looking for a potential dive onto Chovy, and Chovy uses the Destiny just to make sure that he's not going to get taken down here. Actually decides to gate his way out towards this mid lane. You can see they really want to deny Gen G from getting this outer turret mid lane, and also for anything else around this map. Currently, Gen G have taken the bottom lane outer turret, and Camille's getting to work on the top one, but it was pretty healthy. I mean, this is Camille, so she'll probably eat through it within a couple of seconds. And big pings onto this inner turret, as now Pyosik should be able to lock down the Cloud Drake. But, I mean, Gen G don't care about Cloud Soul, really. I mean, yes, they can press ultimate, go fast, but yeah. I mean, ultimately, one Cloud Drake means not a whole lot. So they do guarantee vision around the Baron. And they get themselves the outer turret in the top lane, and now they're just lying in wait because they know that DRX has to face check. Yep. As Arrow's going to miss, as does the Prism. And look,
guys,
that wasn't the face check you were looking for. I think that's what Obi-Wan said.
Yeah, something like that. Rakan used his Q into the bush that they had the ward in, but I suppose they thought he would just wait for another Q, and they wanted to try to pick him off really quickly. And just like that, DRX immediately going to take a ton of vision back. And they have taken a very small gold lead from here. They still do have 1-3-1. I suppose that Gen G have a bit of it too with the Azir and teleport, so...
I mean, I think Gen G's 1-3-1's better. I think Camille's just a better 1-3-1 champion, right? Like, she can do way more damage to turrets.
I think she needs, like, she's definitely better. I think she needs, like, to complete a second item maybe.
Yeah,
just to make sure that it's like
maybe not this game. Yeah,
100%.
Right.
Like right now, I think that Kennen does have some value, but if we get like half an item or a full item, definitely, I think she's going to begin putting on the pain.
USS done actually for the Camille. Speaking of which, it's going to delay the Ravenous Hydra by just a little bit. A lot of magic damage available here and a lot of CC coming out of good old Rakan, even Xayah and Twisted Fate. Not to mention Kennen. As the gold has, I feel like this whole series has been within 1,000 for like
pretty much
the entire time.
And nothing has really happened for like the last 5 minutes either. We've just been chilling. And I suppose waiting for Ashe, Azir, Camille to scale. Gen Z are fine. They're like, yeah, I mean, okay.
Pyosik, okay, just does it around the world there for a moment. Lands the Q onto the Brambleback as the rest of his team do make their way over. They get the reset. A lot of extra movement speed as the Shirelias gets them towards Klid, who throws out the Prism. Pyosik hit by the arrow as well. Teleport in here on the backside of the fight, and Rascal decides that he doesn't want to go for it. Sundisk set up here in the mid lane to act as a makeshift turret for the moment, but I don't know how. But DRX did manage to get out without any casualties.
Yeah, they're able to get out, and you can see now they're going to try to force the Baron. They want to force a fight here, but double TP available for Gen G, who are ready and willing to take a fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't take a smite off either in this game, because last game, Klid had all of them. So outer turret now going to be on the minds of Gen G. A blue buff to be secured by Chovy in trade for that. It's absolutely not what you want. And now, Carrier backing on a ward. Going to get punished as Rascal's just pushing on the bottom side. And this is where the game falls apart for DRX, right? Like, Gen G are just able to do way more around the map.
Oh, he's on vision.
Yeah, he just caught out of position. Okay, that's a decent stopwatch, and Chovy going to get out for now. Uses everything to do so, but still does so.
Yeah, he's got TP though. We'll see if maybe they can try to get back into this one. There is that one ward behind the pit. But it doesn't look like Gen G want to go for it just yet. I feel like when we've already been playing this safe up until this moment, no reason to try to throw it away by getting a Baron stolen or anything like that. They have a lot of Baron damage, but
that ward,
bit by bit.
That ward.
Yep. And they tried to get it all together, but there was that one little lapse in the CC where Chovy was able to flash away.
Yep. Liked it. Back to live, some more farming in this mid lane. We are tied up entirely, but Gen G are getting more stats from the Ocean and the Infernal Dragon. So that's going to be putting them ahead, at least statistically. Item efficiency, though, out of DRX right now is gigantic. We are one more recipe completion from Deft. I guess Crit Cloak as well. Then he'll have his 3 items he's looking for. But there's a Death Cap Void Staff on this cannon. That's a lot of damage. He needs Leandries, and then we're real happy with how this cannon's positioned in this game. And he's going for as much backline damage as he can possibly get. And it's going to be pretty effective. There's a teleport into the mid lane. Chovy going to turn up. See what he can do. Is they did notice the back there of Ruler, who does have teleport. He's going to go back to the mid inner turret.
Yeah, we're just sitting, waiting. You can see Clid going to go in and clear out some of that vision. The Cloud Drake being taken down by Pyoshik. And Gen G don't really care about that anymore. Their only real objective is the Baron.
Well, they're going to get onto it right here as live. Going to get taken down very, very low. Deft avoiding the Winter's Bite is now Chovy lying in wait. Destiny has been popped, and he's gated towards this Baron.
Great ward there by Keria. Spots Rascal coming in from the side. And they're actually going to back away. Gen G don't want to take any risks, and now DRX have a little window here.
I love this gambit that they're playing, no pun intended, with the Twist of Fate in the game. Just saying, like, look, guys, you guys can keep playing the do-si-do around the Baron, but we're going to take your base. As inner turret is going to be taken there in the mid lane. Rascal going to trade in kind of temptedly, but look at all of the pings, literally everywhere on this map, as Rascal now going to have to try to run. Pyoshik has found Clid, who gets stunned up by Chovy, who does not have flash, remember. He's got a heal, trying to move out of the way, moves out of the way of everything, as I say it. Now Pyoshik finding a Q. PDD with his Sand Soldiers at the ready. They're getting corralled. And Chovy this time walks right into the prison. But the grand entrance is fantastic. PDD, Zonya's right at the last second, but Doran's going to take him down. The slicing Maelstrom is extraordinary before he does fall. Of course, remember, he's just a nuclear explosion cannon build. Yeah. Doesn't have any Zonyas or anything like that, but DRX may have just done enough damage to try and take this one down. Ruler throwing a lot of volleys in this area. Rascal does have teleport.
They're going to try for it.
Yeah, this is real scary. Hextech Ultimatum not available. Deft in there. Keria wants to be able to CC this Camille. The Baron's down extraordinarily low. They knock up Ruler. He's going to go down. Blade Caller going to secure Rascal. Running around the back of the pit. He goes golden. As now DRX trying their very best to get in here and take down the Baron. The health bars are excruciatingly low as Rascal will be taken and DRX claim the Baron with 4 still alive.
Man, Keria just went in there in those 2 fights and said, get over here, I'm going to win this game for my team. You can see Chovy starts it off with some happy feet. He's like, you're not going to hit me with any CC unless it's targeted. He dodges every single thing, and originally it's like, oh, they caught Chovy. But then look at this, the charm onto BDD into the immediate knockup, and that is why they're able to win the team fight. He even charms up Rascal in the back. He takes away so much of what they have out of their team fight potential as a team from Gen G. And just like that, the Rakan by himself is able to do it. And here the 2v1, or the 2v4 rather. Another great engage by Keria, just shuts him down with the flash, getting in there with the knockup.
Oh,
and
God.
Weren't able to do it.
They corralled him like a moose. In the back of the pit, there's nothing he could do whatsoever. The Purple Worm going to be taken here by DRX. And now moving towards this inner turret on the bottom side of the map. And what you were saying before about DRX's comp being able to split push, well, With the Baron, every comp's a split push comp.
Yeah. Look at Rascal. He doesn't have TP, but he's like, I gotta get over here. I gotta split push.
Well, he doesn't do anything in a siege, right? Like,
yeah.
That's sort of the thing that you have to accept with these types of compositions.
He only does okay if it's like a really, well, if it's a team fight that's really broken up and he can isolate a couple of members, that's really when he can have any value outside of split pushing. So you can see that DRX kind of baited them into their territory, and then we see the power of Rakan if you are literally on perfect timing with all of his abilities. And maybe BDD just went too straightforward. You know, he like took it for granted. He's like, oh, we stunned the TF. I guess I can just come in here and sweep 3 people easy. But perhaps if he had taken a different angle, it would have been a little bit more covert the way he was able to get on in there, and Keria wouldn't have been able to respond as quickly. Either way, it's just DRX outplaying them in the team fight and setting everything up for Kennen as well. It was really beautiful to see.
And your boy Keria having one hell of a game. By the way, his debut Rakan game is this one. So that's 2 unique champions played so far this series.
Okay.
Out of the 3 games. Not bad. And may pick up a player of the game, much to many Chovy fans' detriment.
Well, you know who I'm voting for.
Yeah, Chovy, 100%. Right?
Well, maybe if it was LS. You can see that DRX, they're just using this Baron down to the last second. Even using the last second to almost all of them get the empowered recall, except Doran.
Yeah, Doran a little bit off on that timing as Rascal down here will be able to take him in a turret.
He almost got arrowed as he was backing too, so he had to run all the way down the lane at the same time. And now he's actually going to stay. It's like, well, maybe I can get some value out of staying now.
There's the Destiny, as OK has to be very careful. Rascal immediately QSS's the gold card, so not going to be caught out of position here. And Chovy did have a Zhonya's, so wasn't under too much threat of dying. But Def now has 4 items, so the Xayah, who has been very quietly doing basically nothing, is now able to do a lot of damage here. Rascal going to be able to get out with a hook shot before Keria could get enough CC. Cloud Drake going to be available in a minute and a half. One thing that we didn't get to talk about was the fact that the second one for DRX was taken. So we might have maximum elemental dragons this game. Whoa!
All the Cloud Drakes. That is the Crown Drake Soul potentially coming in here.
Chovy has 6 items, PS. He's completed his Spellbinder.
Manage that?
Like, what? He's at 345 CS, and he's a gambler. And he's apparently
that's why
being able to get a lot.
Yeah. He's winning some spins, apparently. And
he's been hiding some aces. That's what I think he's been doing.
That's the way of the TF. Even though the Ashe has the same amount of kills and more CS, she is behind on items here.
I mean, her items are more expensive as well. So, you know, Chovy went to the discount store to pick up a few of these.
And she's very close, too. Ruler will get there probably before this next team fight.
Yep. Not going to have a Void Staff is Chovy. Of course, does a lot of mixed damage, I guess, with the auto attacks that he does do. Plus, he's got a rapid fire cannon, but not exactly maximum damage potential, but he might just sell something and fire Rabadons, you know, Void Staff.
And BDD is just like really starved somehow.
Super anemic.
And he has Morellos, which, I mean,
you got to cut that Rakan passive Gleaming Quill healing.
It's the W2.
Yeah, secondary safeguard.
When he's autoing
Iron Will, I think is what that's called.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
A little bit of lifesteal probably in the runes of the Xayah.
Yep. Oh, actually, there is Ravenous Hunter and Taste the Blood as secondary runes for Doran.
Great.
So, gotta make sure that he's not healing too much.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't go Morellos, he would still have the penetration from the Oblivion Orb, of course, and then have 1,400 gold for something else, maybe a needlessly large rod. But instead, just going to have Grievous Wounds, so We'll see what he can do. I mean, his role, yes, the more damage, the better. But for Genji, he really needs to get a big ultimate off. As we're going to see the cooldown was 50 seconds. That's what Jonas Strong was trying to show us with the 3 Cloud Drakes. And
Chovy can be all over the map. And actually what they want to do is put their ultimates on cooldown just for as much as possible.
Yeah.
Right? Like Def may as well Featherstorm the lane just to maximize the amount of value out of these Cloud Drakes. This carrier, gets his bone plating taken away. Disaster. Otherwise, nothing too much going to happen. Back comes in. And that's another needlessly large rod for Doran. Why does he need that? He doesn't, well, maybe maximizing the amount of AP for 1 item slot at this point in time, because we might be coming up.
Spellbinder.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's going for, right? Extra movement speed plus a proto belt. That's he's going to be a speed, that's quick attack being employed.
Yeah, and we haven't had, I mean, we had that one team fight and the Baron happened, and then DRX took everything to the, there was no pressure at all from the side of Genji afterwards.
Life, okay, stands behind Clip.
He's all good.
Or beside Clip.
And just kind of just chilling. We're waiting for BDD to look for an opening.
Chovy, better press R again.
It's time.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
He can.
Just R in
Maybe
behind
he
them
should.
and Sonya's.
Well, he has. He's listened.
He might do it.
He's
going for
area
roller.
looking to try and get in. Grand Entrance doesn't really land, but that's a great quickness. Empress Divide used on just Carrier as Chovy's going to go golden, and the Azir is taken down. Now Rascal is QSS'd in the backline as Pioshik safeguards out of the way of the arrow. But both mid laners have been traded for, and now this is a do-si-do that could get real dicey for DRX, as now the ultimatum is laid. Slicing Maelstrom, though! Gigantic into the backline. The Grand Entrance is extraordinary. Rascal hook-shotting himself to attempted safety, but it's not enough. And DRX, I think, they've just done it again.
They have, and it's not the first time we've seen a top team just fight straight into a super fed cannon, and that is exactly what Genji did there at the end. They went for the 5v5, they got baited into it, and DRX were able to shut them down. Dorn had the perfect timing on that one, and they should be able to take this game.
Yeah, there's the kickback. Just for fun, onto Clid. They'll take the first Nexus turret. Def not really messing around until he's dealt with both of these Nexus turrets. Clid going to be destroyed. That's the ace delivered by Doran. Def goes golden in the end just to show off that he still had his stopwatch. And DRX, that is 2 in a row for the Summer Split over Genji.
They did it. They took a big win up against Genji, who were a very tough opponent today. We talked about it, how either team could win, but Genji were just looking so strong up until the series, but DRX proving that they deserve their top spot, and they will retain it after this series. And there's not a lot of teams in the LCK that can beat DRX. Only KT can do it, apparently. Only KT have the ability.
With Smeb support. They need 2 top laners.
It's like the perfect concoction of alchemy to somehow make it happen.
Damn, that is some dark arts, I swear.
Yeah, after that one, I'm kind of like, maybe I should vote for Doran, but I voted for Carrier. I mean, let's be real.
What the heck?
He won them that first team fight.
Oh, right, but
so important.
You've been getting the votes all wrong, so technically that means
now,
that it should go to Chovy, right?
Yeah, well, you found it out. Actually, I'm just a puppet for LS.
Yeah, perfect.
That's how it works.
It's reverse psychology, even though everybody votes independently.
Look at the hug on the Doran. CV Max is like, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And Clid got it. I mean, he hard carried game 2, played extraordinarily well. And unfortunately, I think BDD got tired by the end. Like, his Azir was not as impactful as we've seen so many times. I know, like, that sounds like we've got really high expectations, but we do. And we should, because BDD is so damn good. But these are the times where he has faltered, right? It's in the super high pressure moments. We saw it at the spring final, and we saw it here today. I mean, Chovy was still just having a great time, just happy feeding around, skill shots, just still trying to make those big plays. I mean, he messiahed into the backline of that last team fight and just threw his life away so that he could prepare for the most beautiful slicing Maelstrom in the universe. Empress Divide used on just a Rakan to stop him from CCing their entire team. And the front-to-back team fight was fought front-to-back and dismantled by a DRX that should not have had a comp that should have been able to do it.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know, man. What I took away, and I'm sorry for interrupting again. I'm just really excited.
You got to rant it out. You got to get it out.
I've got to get it out. I've got to get it out. I just want to see this matchup again, over and over again. So if both of these teams aren't in the playoffs,
probably,
I
right?
hope so.
We're either gonna have this, or we're gonna have DRX Dom1 Genji, T1 Genji. There's gonna be a lot of these matchups eventually. As I really wanted to look at that last team fights replay actually and really break it down, but seems like we're not gonna highlight that just yet. We're gonna go through the entire game. And we talked about how DRX had to be proactive, and we were really worried because it kind of went tit for tat in the beginning, right? There wasn't a lot of DRX domination, so we were like, oh, they didn't get very far ahead. But then there was really just one team fight. There wasn't a lot of action early on in the game, so it was just little pickoffs here and there like this. And then, well, wasn't here, but we had a big team fight around here that pretty much got DRX the foothold that they needed to get too far ahead. Here it is, Toby's happy feet, dodges literally everything. I mean, nothing hits him.
That was so silly. Until he decides that he wants to be hit by
slow it down. Look at the charm as he's coming in.
Oh my
And then knocks him up. And Deft is right there. Just eats him up, eats him for breakfast. Perfectly feather storms right when Rascal jumps onto him, and they're easily able to play front to back with a big ultimate from both Pyosik and Doran. They got too far ahead. This was a little bit of desperation from Ruler and Rascal, where Keria once again is going to shut him down. And that's why I voted for Keria.
I mean, Keria deserves it 100%. They're like, you'd be trolling if you voted for Chovy, but I think Elton would have done it.
Doran, I think, would be the other guy.
True.
Because he really had a couple of excellently timed team fights. So look at this. He targets BDD, not actually Ruler. He's like, no, we got to shut down BDD. And the team fighting of Azir is totally taken out. And even though Hero looks like it's very broken up.
I mean, this was really dangerous for DRX, right? Like, yes, they don't have BDD, but this is Genji. They still have so much CC, but without all of their ultimates, and with the timing Toby's the only person talking. He's like, go. We can end it. Ranting himself. It's like, we can do this, just kill the turrets, don't worry about the enemy, we can just chew through the turrets. It's like, it's over. Toby's like, oh. But you can see how much Toby speaks to them, right? Like, look at their faces. They're like, oh my god, we have to win right now. Big nices coming in. Thank God, says Pyosik, as he does after every win. Yep. But I mean, that one, well deserved. As oh my god, Doran's damage was nutty. That last ultimate in that last team was amazing. It was broken up. They killed the mid laners, and then DRX came back together again, and we saw the difference between Kennen and Camille in team fights. Camille got in there, got the ult off, and then died immediately. And then Doran just ults 4 of them and sweeps them all into the garbage like it's nothing, right? And that's the difference. That's why we were talking about how Camille had to focus on split pushing. And I mean, that Kennen was just so unbelievably fed. Like, he had the most AP possible, I think. I mean, that was actually like the highest. If he had have not built Proto Belt first item, which is more of a bridging item. Yeah. But then he built into the most damage possible. He had Spellbinder 2 by the end of it. And Doran is going to get it. I was worried about this, but I think that because of the timing of his ultimates, I'm not too sad about the fact that Keria didn't pick it up. Certainly more flashy, but this is the Keria highlight. Yeah. So notice that, look at Doran, okay? We talked a lot about Keria. He waits until they all group up, and then he gets the perfect ultimate, right? So here it's like, okay, can't blame him for voting for Doran either. And then, oh, definitely. There's so much of this team. There's like 30 seconds of this team fight before that he could have used the ultimate, but he waits until right here when all 4 of them are built up, and it's the perfect timing. And that's what allows them to sweep the team fight so one-sidedly. And we talk about like using Kennen for peel. In that exact moment, he used Slicing Maelstrom for peel onto Deft as well as killing the entire backline of Gen G. So, I mean, that's an all-in-one teamfight tool right there. Like, he made that. He is a teamfight comp in one champion.
Yeah, Gen G, I think they struggled after they lost the Baron to really play their game of split push, and DRX just took it to them and started that fight, that last fight, and Gen G had to respond, and that's exactly, again, where DRX's comp was strong. As it was 5 out of 12, 4 voted for mid, and 3 voted for support, which that's interesting that Toby got 3 votes.
Could have been the swingers. Let's throw it to Ji-sun for the instant.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Chobi Doran taking down Genji in the second round robin. Congratulations on the win. It was the most hyped series of the week, and we had a very entertaining series. How did the players feel about the series today? As a player, it was a very difficult one. We had to really always figure out how to play the next performance. What about you, Doran? It was a very important series, and I wanted to win. I thought we almost lost it, but it's a big relief that we secured the win in the end. Game number 1, we saw 5 ban cards over to the mid lane, targeting you, Chobi. Well, because I have a wide champion pool, I wasn't really aware that 5 of the mid lane cards were banned out. That was a really low-key flex coming out from Chobi. And we saw Galio versus Zoe matchup, and what's your thought on that matchup? In Zoe versus Galio matchup, I think Galio has more things to do. Well, if he takes the poke out of Zoe in the later phase of the game, at like 30-40 minute mark of the game, well, the only damage that actually affects Galio is only the Zoe Q, so I think he can do a lot more contribution to his team. For the top laner, what do you prefer? Galio supporting or Zoe giving a lot of lane priority? Camille ults with the Galio ult, is it like a perfect combo? So I prefer Galio.
저는 초비 선수한테 이제
I have a question over to Chobi about game number 2. This time around, you took face rush on set. Sometimes you take quick footwork, and this time around, Genji had a lot of CCs. So what was the reason for your rune choice? Well, if you have quick footwork and tenacity, you have a high immune to CCs. But this time around, Genji, they had a lot of slow based on their comp. So I aimed for walking out faster with the face rush proc. Let's go back to game number 1. The game-ending 4-man taunt of Galio was the highlight.
솔직히 여기서 이즈리얼이 엉덩이 차였을 때
When Ezreal got hit in this fight, didn't the player think that the fight was already over? I was looking for the angle where Genji players couldn't see me.
저 이때 진짜 절대로 못 이길 거라 생각했는데
Pawn also thought that that was never a winnable fight for DRX, but Chobi managed to pull it off. And I saw you being really quiet, pulling off that play. Well, I mean, there was no time to talk because I was looking for the perfect angle. I cannot really tell my teammates that I'm going in because, I mean, that was such a tight moment for me.
제 하이라이트 영상이었던 것 같아요.
Definitely, that was the highlight moment
초비 선수랑
for today. And
만날 때마다
as a mid laner, well, Chobi, BDD, Showmaker, those are all just like premier mid laners in LCK. Chobi, what's your strength amongst the other top mid laners in the LCK?
잘 모르겠는데.
I am not sure.
이것만큼은 강점 있는 것보다 다른
Nothing
성장
like
리그보다
there's not a specific thing that stands out. I have this desire that I want to excel
근데
in
지금
every
앞서고
department.
있으니까 1위예요. 앞서고 있는 게 맞습니다 지금.
Well, I mean, you are the mid laner of the #1 team with such a great stats. So I want to also ask you about the feedback after game number 2.
조합인데 이제 카밀 대표로 사이드 운영을 굴려서
Well,
너무 게임이
they did
힘들어서
have a CC comp, but in addition to that, the side lane composition was also really hard to deal with.
네, 2세트 끝나고 나서 3세트 준비하면서.
What about you, Doran? How did you prepare for the game number 3? Camille, Twisted Fate, that was so difficult to deal with.
상대하는 입장에서 진짜 힘들거든요.
네, 그렇습니다. DRX는 현재 1위 팀인데요.
DRX,
지금
you are still
획득률이
on
약간 하위권입니다.
the #1 spot in the LCK, but your stats with your early game doesn't really stand out. Especially about the early objectives. Is that your strategy?
욕심은 있는데
I mean, we want to get the early objectives, but
욕심이 없진 않은데
we just cannot.
저희도 잘 챙겨.
We're trying.
상황 따라 그냥 맞춰서 그렇게 돼. 그러면 좀 그 굉장히 이색적이었던 장면이 3세트 같은 경우가
And we had a very
거의 대놓고
impressive
초반에 용을
moment in game number 3.
그다음에
You
스트레이트로
guys
먹는
were
게
not
나왔는데
contesting for the Dragon from the beginning of the game number 3, but and then you got all the dragons in the later phase of the game. Was that the intention?
맞습니다.
No, that was
도란
actually
선수한테
just
마지막에
like based on the given
질문하고 싶은 게,
situation.
예, 1, 2경기 모두 카밀이 승리를 했잖아요. 근데
도란.
3경기에서 라스칼 선수가
Both
또
game
카밀을
number
했고
1 and 2, Camille
이런
got a
결승전
win.
같은 그런 느낌의
And then
무대는
Rascal
좀 그런 픽이 있는데
went back to
이기는 픽이 있어요.
Camille.
근데
And
1경기에
you know,
카밀이
sometimes
이겼는데
in a
막
very
세트
important series like
패배를
grand
가져오면서
finals,
이길
there is
자신이
this pick
있었는데
that guarantees you a win. So were you confident facing up against his Camille?
그 카밀이 약간 트페랑 갈리오랑 다 시너지가
Camille has a really great synergy with Twisted Fate and Galio, but in game number 3, those parts were missing.
라인전은 편하게
So I had a very comfortable laning phase.
네, 키를 만들어내기도 했었고 그런 시너지가 나온 것 같습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 다음 경기 또 3강 팀입니다.
Your next match will be up against another top contender, Damwon Gaming.
전략을 생각하고 계신지
Chobi, what's your plan going into Showmaker?
제 생각에 쇼메이커 선수 상대로 전략을 짜봤자 어차피
Well,
잘안 통할 것 같고
even if I bring a plan to face up against Showmaker, I believe that won't work. So I have to focus on the performance and mechanics.
너구리 선수 만나시게 될 텐데
Doran, what about you?
어떤 각오가 있을까요?
What's your plan in taking on Nuguri?
선수 너무 무섭긴 한데
Nuguri is super scary,
잘하면 이기지 않을까
but
싶습니다.
maybe we'll win if I play well.
마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디 듣고
Wrapping up, what's your
초비 선수 먼저 한마디
last message over to the fans?
오늘 경기한 걸 이제 아쉬웠던 점을 많이
Well,
보완해서
based on today's performance, we will work on our mistakes and we will do our best to show improved performance in the Damwon series.
오늘 이겨서 너무 좋고
I'm happy that we won today,
잘 준비해서
and we will do our best to
이기면 더
prepare
좋을
for the Damwon
같습니다.
series, and it will be even better to get another win up against Damwon Gaming.
담원전도 저희가 기대해 보도록
Wish you the
하겠습니다.
best of
인터뷰
luck in your
감사합니다.
coming series, and this will be the end of the
네,
interview with
축하드립니다.
Chobi Doran from DRX.
네, 그러면 순위에는 또 어떤 변동이 있는지
Now it's time to check out the updated standings in the LCK.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Adorable to hear how scared Doran is facing Nuguri as per usual. But DRX are going to retain their first place position, knock Gen G down yet another peg. And still, it's just that one pesky Smeb support game that is keeping DRX from a perfect match record for this season. And that was 5 matches ago, so they've obviously forgotten about it. This team just somehow wins and wins and wins and wins. Even though there were moments where, you know, especially game 2, Gen G just looked like a better team.
Yeah.
There were times where Gen G just looked better. But the results, both times, they weren't better.
That's what happens when two top teams that are really evenly matched end up butting heads. I think there are certain worlds where Gen G could have won that game 3. And game 1 was kind of just like the Chovy effect, right? It's pretty insane what that one player is able to do. And maybe that's kind of what DRX have over Gen G. It's that special player effect that pops out under so much pressure and is able to make the big play when it really counts. As you mentioned, I mean, BDD was pretty much invisible in game number 3, so a little bit worrying for Gen G fans for sure.
Certainly is, but we've got more matches coming up tomorrow. I'm going to go downstairs, have a quick nap, and then I guess we'll be back because it's been a really long night. We'll see you tomorrow.
I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark,